Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Louis Chua.
Question 1, please.
Mr. Speaker, this reply also addresses related questions filed by Ms. Poli San, Ms. He Ting-ru, as well as Ms. Eliza Chen for subsequent sittings. The free morning off-peak travel program is intended to reduce peak hour crowding. We are piloting this program on the Northeast Line and the Sengkang-Punggol LRT, which is currently the most well-used section of our MRT network. By shifting a small proportion of peak hour commuters who are able and willing to travel off-peak, we improve the commuting experience for those who still have to travel when it is most crowded. Redistributing peak load also enables the overall capacity of the train line to be more efficiently used. Furthermore, a smaller peak load will reduce the impact of a train delay or disruption if it happens. When we introduced a similar free travel program in 2013, about 7% of commuters shifted out of the morning peak. If we are able to achieve a similar and sustained result, we will not need to have additional resources to support higher commuter traffic before 7:30 a.m. The free morning off-peak travel program will be fully funded by the government. The level of government funding required will depend on the eventual take-up rate and therefore the effectiveness of the scheme. We will assess after a year before deciding whether to extend the scheme further. Thank you.
Mr. Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. 2 supplementary questions for the Minister. I think the first is, I understand from the CNE article that when speaking to the reporters back then, Minister shared that the peak hour passenger load on the Northeast Line is not close to LTA's operating performance standards. Wondering if Minister can elaborate on this, because in relation to an earlier PQ I filed in September, I had asked about the maximum passengers per hour per direction and capacity utilization during peak hours. If you can give us a sense of these numbers to understand where it is today and where is it the ideal level that the LTA is looking at. Second SQ is that, again, in relation to the capacity of the Northeast Line today, are there any technical limitations to increasing the frequency further in terms of reducing the time between trains, or even, let's say, increasing it from the current 6 cars to 7 or 8, depending on the possibilities? Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, on the honourable member's question on the peak hour passenger load, today our operating performance standards are about, there are 5 passengers per square meter, which translates to about roughly 1,600 people per train on the Northeast Line. In practice, the trains are not filled to the maximum because commuters decide not to board the train if it gets too crowded. But today, when we track the loading of the trains, it is in and around 4 persons per square meter, which is not anywhere near the operating performance standard. In terms of the technical limitations of improving the loading of the capacity of the train lines, the free off-peak travel program is one of a suite of measures that we have to try to manage the overall capacity of the train in terms of optimizing it. but also, of course, to reduce the peak level crowding. Beyond that, we have been adding new trains to the Northeast Line over the years. We have improved the signaling system so that the headways between the trains have come down significantly. And of course, outside of the train system, we have also added city direct buses to bring people from their residence in the Northeast to the city center. As for whether or not we can add more train carriages, that's often suggested, but in Singapore, we have not taken this step because most of our train lines are underground. And if we have trains that are longer than what is the station length, firstly, you either have to shut down the line to expand the station, or there would be fire safety considerations because the carriages that don't have the exit doors, they will have to come out through a longer way to get out, and typically that's not recommended for us to do that. So we have not taken that step yet. What we have done is, of course, for future lines going forward, to see if we can budget for stations that are longer in advance, and then perhaps in future to only have smaller capacity trains and extend the capacities of those trains when we need to. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'd like to understand, with this shift of travel patterns to an earlier timing, will there be more resources required of the operator SBST? The other question is, what is the expected revenue leakage, and is this sustainable in the long run?
I think Minister Seah.
I thank the honourable member for her question. In terms of more resources, as I mentioned in my reply, if the outcome of the program is around what we expect, which is about hopefully 7% of the peak hour load shifted to off-peak, then there's enough capacity during the off-peak, and we will not need additional resources before 7:30. The program as of now, as a pilot, is fully funded by the government, so there is no additional resources that's needed. The revenue loss to the system is entirely covered by the government. But what actually will be the government expenditure on the scheme really depends on the take-up of the scheme. Thank you.
Mr. Teng Roo.
Thank you, sir. I've got two supplemental questions for the Minister. The first is whether the program is expected to result in net positive movement in congestion, and what are the considerations taking into account that there's quite a number of BTOs and condo projects coming up? Would that be taken into account whether deciding whether to continue this program? And the second supplemental question is, I think earlier my colleague Mr. Chua said that about the 7% shift from when we did the similar project in 2013. I'm just wondering, what happens if that if you hit or you don't hit at 7%? What's the decision going to be either way? Thank you.
I think Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, the scheme that we have proposed is a series of continuous adjustments that we make to the public transport system in response to travel demand. On the whole, in the longer term, what the agencies do is they do plan the transport infrastructure and the capacity of the transport infrastructure in tandem with housing developments. The timeframes are long. For MRT line, it takes about 15 years to build. In housing, it's about 5 years for a new BTO estate. So they try to make sure that that's synchronized. But in the short term, on a year-to-year basis, we also make continuous adjustments, whether it's adding new buses or, in this case, proposing this free off-peak travel scheme. And I think overall, the objective is to optimize the capacity of the train network, in particular of specific trains during peak hour, and to make for a better travel experience for our commuters. So we should see the free travel scheme as part of that series of continuous adjustments. As for whether or not we will proceed with the scheme after a year, let us evaluate the scheme. The 7% was based off a previous scheme which had very different parameters. But roughly, if we hit something like that, I think we can think about whether or not to either continue with the scheme, extend it in its current form, or adjust the parameters further, or even fold it as a permanent feature into the system. That's already up for debate. Thank you.
Ms. Alicia Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask two supplementary questions. First, whether the Ministry can shed light on the thought processes and data types selecting only the Northeast Line and Sengkang Punggol LRT for the free off-peak pilot. As you know, Bishan is a very crowded station with 2 lines as well, rather than other high congestion interchange stations. My second question is to ask the Acting Minister for Transport whether the Ministry has conducted an accessibility impact assessment to determine whether the free off-peak scheme will disproportionately benefit able-bodied commuters who can flexibly adjust their travel timing, while vulnerable commuters such as persons with disabilities, elderly commuters, and parents with young children who may have inflexible schedules due to work, school, medical appointments, or childcare constraints will gain minimal benefit, and whether the Ministry will consider alternative subsidy mechanisms targeting vulnerable commuters with fixed schedules. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her questions. The scheme applies to the North-East Line for 2 reasons. The first is that this is the most well-used part of our MRT network at present, and we think we want to see whether we can optimize the peak crowding on that line. The second reason is that for parts of the North-East Line that are above Kovan Station at the moment, they do not have an alternative route to the MRT network until the Cross Island Line is built in 5 years' time. And so should there be a disruption, and when there is a disruption, actually the impact is quite significant to manage. And so therefore, it is in our interest to try to reduce the peak hour crowding as much as we can. Bishan, in relative terms, is slightly less crowded, more well-connected. So for the moment, we've decided to keep the pilot really to the North-East Line. On the second question, on accessibility, I fully understand the members' concerns. Our objective with the scheme is really to move a small proportion of those who are able and willing to move from peak hour travel to off-peak. And we're giving them a little incentive to do so. And this will not only benefit these commuters, but it will also benefit the commuters who have no choice but to travel during the more crowded periods. And it will benefit them through having, of course, a less crowded train, shorter, hopefully, waiting times for the trains, and generally a better commuter experience for them. So it's a win-win situation for all, and more broadly beyond that, accessibility considerations are very much top of our priority when it comes to public transport. We will be very sure to focus on that. Thank you.
Last SQ, Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Minister, thank you for this initiative. Thank the colleagues in LTA, SVST for doing this good initiative. But nevertheless, when you look at the loading in the Northeast area, I think this good initiative is but an interim measure. Whether it's the buses, where in the previous question, SMS, Sun Xueling told me that the buses loading versus MRT capacity is a great difference. So my simple SQ is that, well, with this good initiative, would the Seletar line be accelerated? Because ultimately, with all the housing density being built up in the Northeast region, whether in Punggol or in Jalan Kayu, including Sengkang, I think fundamentally, new MRT line would be needed. And if you can consider accelerating the Seletar line, it will be very much appreciated by many residents in the Northeast region. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, for his question on the Seletar line, which is not the first time he's asked this. As I explained earlier, the planning of MRT line is in tandem with housing developments and travel demand. These are longer-term plans which the agencies work together very closely, and we try to make sure that there is enough travel capacity to accommodate the demand for the long term. In the short term, we do make adjustments in terms of continual improvements, whether it's adding new buses to the transport corridor, whether it's introducing this free travel scheme. And these are short-term adjustments that we try to make sure that the commuters the travel demand can be adequately catered for. The Seletar line is being studied. I hope to have an update on this sometime across the turn of the year, and most probably during the COS period. But we will take a look at it and let LTA do its work to study the line. Thank you.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address the questions raised by members to understand the TALIS, or Teaching and Learning International Survey 2024 findings, and the current support systems and measures in place to manage teacher workload and well-being. May I have Mr. Speaker's permission to answer oral questions number 2 to 5 and written questions numbers 45 to 47 on today's order paper?
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. My response will also cover related oral and written PQs set down for today and subsequent sittings. Sir, let me begin by affirming what our teachers believe in, that teaching is, at its heart, a profoundly human endeavor. A teacher's responsibility is significant as it involves nurturing students and shaping their future. Our teachers take great pride in their work and demonstrate a strong sense of professionalism and dedication. Our educators often go far beyond their formal duties because they see their students' growth and well-being as their responsibility. While we appreciate and applaud their passion, we also want to ensure that such commitment does not result in unsustainable workload for our teachers. Members asked about the teacher's role and how the ministry intends to support teachers with their non-teaching workload. Members also asked about the use of independent or externally verified studies to validate reported teacher workload hours, and if the ministry conducts regular checks of teacher workload. We recognize that teaching, like many professions, comes with its own set of challenges and stressors. The 2024 TALIS survey, which is a study run independently by the OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, found that Singapore teachers reported longer working hours per week compared to the OECD average. These longer hours are reported because Singapore teachers spend their time differently from many of their OECD peers. While classroom teaching hours are shorter, our teachers spend time on other important activities such as lesson preparation, co-curricular activities, and professional development. These activities are critical to their effectiveness in providing holistic education for our students. TALIS, being the largest international teacher survey, is a useful benchmarking tool, but it has its limitations. It is conducted once every 6 years and surveys a representative sample of only our lower secondary teachers. In contrast, MOE internally monitors the workload of our teachers more regularly across all grade levels, so primary, secondary, JC, CI, through surveys, polls, and various forms of staff engagement. This allows us to track closely and develop a more holistic understanding of teacher workload trends and issues so that we can adjust our policies and programs as necessary. As we had said in a written PQ reply to this House on the 14th of October this year, our data shows that over the years, teacher workload has remained stable in terms of total hours at an average of 53 hours. However, we recognize that the complexity of a teacher's work has increased over the years. Members asked how MOE aims to address the longer working hours and stresses faced by our teachers. MOE adopts a range of measures to manage teachers' workload and to support their well-being, which we review regularly. First, MOE's Teacher Work Management Framework, or TWMF, provides our school leaders with a common set of principles and measures to guide equitable workload allocation, considering teachers' competencies and preferences.
It emphasizes transparency, trust, and open communication in workload deployment. This is reviewed regularly in response to new developments. Second, technology and AI innovation. MOE is tapping on AI to help teachers work more efficiently and effectively. New AI and other tech tools in the Singapore Student Learning Space, or SLS, for example, support teachers to plan lessons as well as to mark, provide customized feedback, and analyze students' responses. Digital platforms like Parents Gateway have reduced time spent on administrative tasks, such as collecting consent forms and medical certificates. And while Singapore is one of the highest adoption rates amongst OECD education systems for using AI, we recognize that it does not immediately translate to reduced working hours. Teachers need time to be trained to use these tools, be comfortable using them, and to fully integrate these tools into their work practices. Third, enhanced staffing support. On average, each school has about 85 teachers. In addition, each school is resourced with a team of allied educators performing functions such as counseling and working with students with special education needs. All schools have a dedicated administrative team overseeing general administrative matters, procurement, financial operations, and logistics support. We have been increasing such support. Over the last 10 years, we've doubled the number of allied educators across all schools from about 800 to 1,600, and also increased the number of administrative staff in each school from 6 then to around 9 today. Furthermore, schools have the flexibility to procure manpower services such as coaches, CCA administrators, and allied support for student well-being, as well as vendors to assist with administrative work, event management, and student programs. We will continue to review the number of non-teaching staff needed in schools to effectively support our teachers and our students. Fourth, system-level adjustments. When we introduce new policies and initiatives or make policy changes, it increases workload for a season, as schools and teachers need to be briefed, trained, and need time to adjust. Good change management is therefore key. MOE has given schools greater flexibility to pace the implementation of new systems-wide initiatives, including deferring them if necessary in order to manage staff workload. Hence, schools could decide when they would implement major changes such as FSBB or full subject-based banding, as well as the EdTech Master Plan 2030, for instance. Fifth, protected time policies. All schools provide protected vacation time during school holidays to ensure that our teachers can rest and recharge. Across the 4 blocks of school holidays, teachers can get around 6 to 7 weeks of protected time and can take their vacation leave beyond the protected time if they do not have any work in school. MOE also refreshed the school-home partnership guidelines at the end of 2024 to avoid parent-staff communication after school hours, except for critical emergencies. It also states clearly that teachers do not need to give their personal mobile phone numbers to parents and students. This is to minimize the blurring of lines between work and personal time. 6, flexible work arrangements, or FWA. Since 2022, MOE has also provided guidelines on flexible work arrangements for school-based officers while maintaining the duty of care towards our students. These include allowing students to this includes allowing teachers to report later at the start of school day or leaving earlier before the end of the school day if they have no lessons or duties. Teachers are also allowed to work from home on a day where they have no classes or duties requiring their presence in school. Teachers who are unable to take on the full workload can apply for part-time working arrangements. 7th, well-being support. All schools have staff well-being committees that are resourced with staff welfare funds. Teachers have access to a range of resources such as well-being workshops, talks, webinars, and online self-care material. If they have well-being concerns, they are encouraged to raise them with their supervisors, school leaders, or superintendents. They also have access to peer support, such as their school's wellness ambassadors, and to free professional counseling through MOE's in-house counselors or the whole-of-government employee wellness program. Members asked if the reduction of workload will be a key priority with KPI set and how well-being data informs staffing, performance evaluation, and retention policies. MOE takes a holistic approach to monitoring teacher well-being rather than using singular metrics like work hours. We regularly track a range of indicators, including job satisfaction, retention rates, and stress levels, and also engage with MOE teachers' unions to get feedback and suggestions. This approach allows us to ensure timely interventions to support teacher well-being. Apart from broad-based measures to support the profession, when we receive school-specific feedback, we will also implement targeted measures to address these issues in those schools. We are encouraged by the commitment shown by our teachers over the years, in spite of the growing complexity of the role. The mean annual resignation rates of teachers have remained stable at around 2 to 3% over the past few decades. TALIS 2024 also found that many of our teachers felt valued by society and see teaching as an attractive career choice. Based on the results from MOE's staff engagement survey last year, teachers' perception of work-life balance support were comparable to those across the wider public service. I thank members of this House, as well as members of the public, for their concern for our educators. Indeed, our individual and collective attitude towards educators will determine whether we can continue to attract and retain good educators. Beyond MOE in our schools, parents and other stakeholders also play an important role in supporting our teachers' well-being. By working collaboratively with schools, respecting educators, and maintaining realistic expectation about the responsibilities of teachers, parents can also help create an environment where our teachers can focus on what they do best, educating and nurturing our children. I would like to encourage parents, and in fact all of us, to recognize and appreciate our educators who dedicate themselves daily to nurturing young minds. As a society, let's cherish our educators' contributions each and every day. For when we honor those who teach our children, we strengthen the foundation upon which our nation's progress rests. Let me close by saying this. Having highly professional and caring educators who are deeply committed to shaping the lives of our children and youth is one of Singapore's reservoirs of strength. I thank all our teachers and allied educators for the good work you've done, seen and unseen, and I thank all parents and members of the public for your support for our schools and our teachers. We appreciate our teachers, and we are committed to working with you to nurture and guide our next generation.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get your permission to ask beyond 2 SQs because I've asked quite a number of questions.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, but keep it short.
Thank you, thank you. So I want to first appreciate Minister for sharing the efforts done by the Ministry to protect our teachers, for their well-being, and of course, how they've been treated in schools all this while. I've gotten a number of ground feedback, including those with dialogues through the Singapore Teachers Union, where I'm an advisor for, and we've had very good conversations about how we want to improve teacher well-being and how we can protect them further. And while many support and welcome the efforts done by the Ministry, one pain point that keeps on cropping up is really workload. And we've heard from you how we've continued to monitor. But they have shared progressively that although things have changed, it's similar still, because you move the pieces around, but the plate is still as much. So there's some concerns, and I'd like to ask further. You talked earlier about how you've done some research, and you've actually done, OECD is not ours, but we've done continually more to check on our teachers. Has the Ministry conducted any recent workload audits so that we can pinpoint exactly where is this pressure of workload really comes from? They've mentioned the bulk is the non-teaching part, but can we work on something to maybe reduce that further? You also mentioned the use of AI, which I believe has helped teachers a lot, but it also has added a layer of complexity to how they do things, and I wonder whether this could also be considered in us trying to reduce the workload. And going forward, can we explore a white space where we actually put a guideline, a fixed guideline throughout the different schools to protect core teaching time, and of course, the teachers, you mentioned earlier, they teach at certain hours, but it's the bulk of whatever happens after that. That's the one that really needs some protection, and I hope we could find some model to help them in that regard. I think the STU has certain considerations too, so I think it's wonderful if we can work further on this. And you mentioned earlier that how we decentralize different schools will have different approaches, and I think that's necessary given the demographics of the different schools. But I think some schools would prefer to have, would you consider in this regard, certain schools with slightly different needs? For example, they have a higher number of need for counseling. For example, they need more para-educators to be on board. Would the ministry consider giving some schools a lot more support in this regard? So I thank again, Minister, for sharing your efforts in protecting teachers' well-being, and I think I want to appreciate the teachers too. We are coming towards the end of the year, and I think we want to appreciate the good work they've done over the whole year. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his series of questions, which reflects his deep engagement with the union, with educators, and with members of the public on the state of teaching in Singapore. Indeed, as I said, we don't just rely on TALIS, which is an OECD study. We have our own internal reviews on a regular basis on a whole variety of issues, including teacher workload. And the various measures that I outlined earlier, and I won't repeat all of them, are in reality a response to the identified areas of workload which we can moderate or adjust. So some of it involves hiring more, and we announced in July this year that we're going to ramp up the recruitment of teachers. I mentioned that over the years we have moved some responsibilities away from teachers towards allied educators like counselors, SEN officers, administrators, vendors, and others. We've given schools resources to be able to bring in more vendors, if necessary, to help them to organize the activities. So those are the measures that are in response to a deeper understanding of the issues that the teachers face. And we are committed to continue this work and continue to implement new measures to help to allow our teachers that space to teach. And I would say that teaching today, if you ask any teacher, is a lot more holistic. It's not just about in-classroom teaching of a core subject or a hard subject. Even in the teaching of hard subjects, I think the member will recognize that we are infusing 21st century competencies through the way that the teaching is carried through the field trips, through the studies. In subjects where appropriate, we infuse even the values education and CCE into some of these subjects. And so teaching being more holistic is no longer just found in the classroom, but also in CCA, in CCE, in a whole range of other activities that enable our teachers to mold and nurture our students holistically. Not just cognitively, but effectively in terms of their emotional well-being, in terms of their skill sets, in terms of their executive functioning, in terms of their core of values that help them to navigate society and a future uncertain world. So that is one. And of course, by helping our teachers with tools to prepare their material, standardized material in SLS so they don't always have to prepare their own material. They can use some of that and adjust. AI tools, not just administratively to help them with admin workload, but also to help them augment their teaching, augment their marking, augment their ability to give feedback to their students. So I just want to refer the member back again to the various measures I articulated earlier. The member asked whether we give our schools more resources based on need. I think absolutely. right? There was a PQ some time back where members asked if schools can get more allied educators based on the profile of their students. For example, if they need more SEN officers or more counselors, we are able to redeploy the existing pool and steer them towards schools that may have greater need, whether secularly or for a season.
I see many hands. I'm only going to call members who have filed questions on this. So for those who did not, you don't need to raise your hands. Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My SQs will be shorter than Dr. Wan's results.
I will appreciate that. Dr. Wan's one was pretty long.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for Education for his response. And I also want to declare that I'm the new advisor to the Singapore Teachers Union as well as the Education Services Union. Now, it's a common refrain for many teachers that 1 hour in the classroom is more tiring than 1 hour in the office. I would venture to extend that to say that 1 hour in the classroom is much more tiring than also 1 hour in Parliament. And that's important because it's very concerning when the TELUS survey not just notes that teachers on average work 47 hours a week, but that number has not gone down over the last 2 seasons of the survey for the last decade. Whereas across Singapore, full-time workers, the average hours worked went down from about 47 hours to about 44 hours. So we should all be rightfully concerned about our teachers. To that end, I have 2 supplementary questions. The first one is for beginning teachers. Now, for beginning teachers, the survey noted that the proportion of teachers was low and that many were intending to leave. So my question to the Minister is that, is the low proportion a feature of MOE's hiring policy? Is it because it is about low recruitment, or is it about higher attrition? And if it's the latter, what is the ministry doing about it? The second and last question is about non-teaching workloads. I fully agree with the Minister that non-teaching workloads that lead to educational outcomes is important. Our teachers should do that, like CCAs. Because teachers don't just teach, they educate. But there's also non-teaching workloads that do not necessarily lead directly to educational outcomes. Procurement, for example, other administrative work. It seems like a perennial bugbear, notwithstanding the Minister's assurance that the amount of resources to each school has gone up. I would like to ask the Minister, why is this so? Is it because the workload has gone up more than the resources given to the schools? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his questions and for his concern for our teachers. I said earlier in my speech that both TELUS as well as our surveys show that while teachers' workload is high, it is indeed so. Working hours are long. It has been stable over past number of years. And we are working hard to focus our teachers' precious time on teaching holistically. And where possible, help them to be more productive and effective, help them to shed some of the administrative tasks and what the member calls non-core teaching functions to allied educators and others. So that work continues. So why is it that the number of working hours remains at this level and remains stable over the past number of years? I think members will also need to look at the context. Over the past few years, we have made a number of policy changes. Teaching, as I said today, is a lot more holistic. There is a lot more teaching beyond the classroom. There is CCA through which we teach leadership, sportsmanship, empathy, and so on, 21st century competencies. And in short, we have made many education-related moves over the years to strengthen our education system. So full subject-based banding only recently kicked in. A lot of things to be done in order to allow our students at secondary level to be able to learn at their pace. It creates work, indeed. It creates more work, but one which both that teachers recognize benefits our students. We implemented an Tech Master Plan 2030 to help support our teachers and our students in learning using technology. Not just learning using technology, but learning with technology. We have been talking about AI in education as well, so that will, of course, create additional workload in terms of briefing, understanding, tinkering, learning, workshopping, practicing, mastering, and then we start to reap the results. We made changes to the PSLE system. That, of course, creates additional work, but again, for a purpose that supports the education system. We made changes to refresh our 21st century competencies and how it is infused into our lesson plans and in our curriculum and in holistic education. That, of course, also requires all our schools and all our teachers and all our departments, not just in HQ, but particularly in our schools, to make changes. And I can go on and on about all these things that have been done over the last few years that will increase the workload for a season, or some may also increase workload secularly, because education is more holistic, and our teachers also have to contend with a changing demographic of parents, different aspirations of our students. So all in, being able to keep workload at that level, despite doing all these important things, I think is a reflection of how these measures have worked. But we need to do more in order to make further improvements to the workload and stress on our teachers. On beginning teachers, the member asked why the proportion of beginning teachers has fallen. Through the TALIS report, he cites that. Well, in 2018 to 2024, with falling cohorts and a maturing workforce, we had reduced recruitment, right, to some 650 to 700 teachers a year. But in order to fill in the gaps in certain subjects and to replace retiring teachers. But in July this year, we announced that we will ramp up recruitment of teachers going forward to some 1,000 teachers or more per year.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Minister. I have two supplementary questions. Has the ministry actively conducted studies on other countries on how they manage this, on time management for teachers? And if so, which countries are they? And have there been anything that's implemented in Singapore? The second question is, what targeted initiatives are there being planned to reduce teacher attrition rates, particularly among our younger educators who may feel overwhelmed by workload and pressure? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I think through TALIS, we have a very useful, comprehensive teacher survey study across a large number of OECD countries, and that is a very useful benchmarking tool. It's not just survey results, but they also go into some qualitative understanding of each jurisdiction. That, of course, complements our comparative study of other jurisdictions to continually improve. So that's a response to the first question. To the member's second question about beginning teachers' attrition, we support them through inductions, through mentoring in the first few years, through more supportive environments in school culture, focusing on professional development, to enable our beginning teachers to be able to navigate what will inevitably be a steep learning curve in teaching and, in fact, in all professions. We also need to accommodate and adjust and respond to a changing demographic with different aspirations of work and life. And so in that regard, having more flexible work arrangements, including part-time teaching, having various options for teachers to adjust their school day specific to their own responsibilities and specific to the school environment. I mentioned quite a number of them earlier. For example, coming to school a little later, there's nothing right up in the morning, leaving once their teaching and other duties are done, and so on. So we'll continue to find ways to make sure that our scheme of service continues to respond to a changing demographic.
Ms. Aniso.
Thank you, Speaker. The TALIS findings underscore our Singapore's teaching professions as innovative and respected, yet burdened by demands that could potentially erode long-term sustainability, particularly our early career educators. In this aspect, I have 3 SQs for the Minister. The first is whether do teachers' appraisal and progression factor for non-teaching duties such as projects and CCAs. The second SQ concerns whether the ministry have sought teachers' feedback on the demands that they face from students' parents, and whether the situation has improved with the introductions of the Parent Gateway communication platform, as shared by the minister earlier. And finally, I'm not sure if I've catch in the various measures that Minister have shared earlier in relation to supporting the young budding teachers, whether it has also included, or whether we are prepared to consider to include a scheme sort of like a mentorship between a senior and more junior teachers as sort of like a buddy systems, encouraging and providing the necessary support and guidance to the young educators. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I think I addressed the third question first. I did mention earlier that mentoring on top of induction programs and other PD, professional development programs, are in place for beginning teachers, or what she mentions as novice teachers. In terms of in response to a first question on appraisal, we do take into account the teacher's holistic work as well as performance, teaching, CCA, project, and so on. Right? In terms of whether we do surveys to understand, or surveys of teachers, or engage teachers to better understand the relationship between them and parents, the answer is yes. Through dialogues, through feedback from the Singapore Teachers Union and other teachers' unions, through our surveys and well-being surveys, we get a better understanding of, again, the changing demographic of parents today and their expectations of their children and teachers in school and out of school. And hence, as a result, you see changes such as the Parents Gateway, implemented a number of years ago, school-home partnerships, as well as the MOE Charter, which sets out clearer boundaries and expectations and draw clearer lines between teachers and parents, so that we can have a good, productive, holistic relationship and partnership for the benefit of our children.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong, I know you filed a PQ for this tomorrow.
Thank you, Speaker. 2 SQs for the Minister. Firstly, what are MOE's target operational outcomes for AI adoption? Surely the Ministry must set a direction or goals, whether it's fewer hours, better allocation of time from admin to teaching, or something else. Without that, how do we measure whether AI adoption is achieving the desired outcomes? Second SQ, the Minister said that the workload has been stable for 53 hours per week. Does MOE believe that this is sustainable long-term? And if not, what is the target number of hours that MOE is working towards?
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his questions. On AI, I mentioned earlier that AI tools, once you introduce them, there is work created when you introduce AI tools. In fact, there is work created when you introduce any productivity tool. At the NIE 70 conference, we also had AI experts from abroad who cautioned that when you introduce AI tools, there is hidden work that's created. Some of it is seasonal, some of it may be secular. But if these are tools that are productive in nature, that help save effort, reduce time spent on certain things in order for the teacher or the worker to be able to do more higher value added things and divert the time to things that they feel are more important, then the necessary precondition is that one gets familiar, understands, and then gradually masters and gets familiar with the tools. And then you start to reap the benefits. So there is a learning curve, there is an implementation curve, an operationalization curve before we can reap the benefits. And it's still early days. We are infusing AI into teaching, not just as a productivity tool, but in order for us as an education service to be able to teach our children what is AI, teach them how to use AI, teach them or enable them to learn with AI, and also to learn beyond AI. So all this does require change management over and on top of the school cockpit and suite of tools, AI and tech in nature that enable our teachers to do more with limited time. In terms of the workload, I mentioned in response to another member earlier that the stability of our working hours, not that we crow about it, I mean, certainly those are long hours and we need to continue to work collectively at it. And I think on both sides of this house, we all recognize and appreciate our teachers putting in all this effort for the benefit of holistic education of our children. But that there have been a whole series of education reforms and changes over the years. And a number of measures I mentioned earlier have helped to moderate the increase in working hours. But we are at it, we keep at it and continue to roll out reviews and changes that will help to moderate our teachers' overall working hours and their work-life balance.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling, I know you had a question for tomorrow's sitting as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 supplementary questions. 1, as schools differ in size and profile, how does MOE ensure that requests for additional support staff, such as administrative assistants or counselors, are prioritized fairly and matched to the unique needs of each school? 2, are best practices from schools that have successfully reduced teacher workload being shared so that other schools can learn and adopt these methods? 3, how are insights from these regular workload reviews translated into practical adjustments at the school level so that teachers feel the impact directly in their day-to-day work? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the member for 3 questions. The first, I think I've addressed that in a reply to one of the members earlier, that based on the specific needs and the profile of each school, if there are additional resource requirements, they can raise them to their superintendents and zonal directors and to HQ, and we will see how to provide support to help them address those needs. The second is best practices, certainly. Through the schools division, our principals, school leaders, and our superintendents share best practices, not just in terms of workload reducing measures, but also pedagogical and teaching methods as well. We have networked communities of practice that enable our educators in different fields, as well as our administrators, to be able to share ideas and best practices with one another. So collectively, we improve as a system. And lastly, the member, I believe, asked how we ensure that these measures are properly implemented. Again, there are a range of supervisory measures, but ultimately, we give our school leaders autonomy and discretion to apply these measures to address needs and circumstances in their institutions.
Mr. Jackson Lam, did you raise your hand earlier? No. Okay. Dr. Hamid Razak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the Minister setting the boundaries for clearer parent-teacher communication. However, boundaries can only do so much when it comes to behavior change. I'm wondering if the Ministry would consider perhaps setting up frameworks to engage parents to set clearer communication guidelines, as well as perhaps shared communication platforms which parents can then engage with should they have concerns about their children. This is because practices may vary between teachers, and that might incite some degree of peer influence in terms of responding to parents, especially with their own personal phones for teachers. And parents might have overt concerns about their children, which may also vary between parent groups. So more than boundaries, my question is whether the Ministry has further measures or frameworks that can be useful to engage parents to enhance this parent-teacher communication. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his concern about the anxiety of parents as well as the stressors on our teachers. Indeed, parents are the first teachers of our children, and our school teachers really work closely and seek to have a close partnership with our parents in order to ensure a more holistic education of our children. I mentioned earlier that we have an MOE charter that sets out, together with the school-home partnership framework. It's not just an internal document, it's also shared, particularly with parents, as well as with the public, so that we understand how to navigate that relationship. All of us are concerned about our children, but we also need to enable our teachers to perform their tasks and to be able to support their children in the class. And therefore, apart from these two guidelines and frameworks, we also have parent support groups, we have regular communication. It may vary from school to school, between school leaders, level heads, with parents, either en masse, face-to-face, person-to-person, or in a group, or virtually as well. So these are ways that enable a constant relationship, a constant communication between our schools and our parents.
Ms. Eliza Chen, I know, like Dr. Hamid, you also filed a PQ for this for Thursday sitting. So
I did, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister also for acknowledging the increasing complexity of a teacher's work. And to follow up, I'd like to ask the Minister, what safeguards are in place to ensure that internal workload surveys capture the full range of non-teaching duties, including event planning, meetings, and administrative work? And second question, would MOE clarify whether teachers on the teaching track can achieve promotion to General Education Officer 5A and beyond based solely on classroom teaching excellence, pedagogical innovation, and student mentorship without needing to chair committees or lead school-wide events and nationwide initiatives? Last question, of the teachers promoted to senior teacher or lead teacher positions at the schools, what proportion held non-teaching administrative portfolios, such as committee chairmanships, non-subject HOD positions or yearhead roles, prior to the appointments, as opposed to solely professional development portfolios? Thank you.
Minister.
The member asked three questions. For the second and third question, they are HR and statistics related. I would just encourage you to file a written PQ and we'll give you that data. Your first question is, member's first question is about safeguards to ensure that our MOE surveys capture accurately data. We have a large teaching workforce, primary, secondary, JC, centralized institutes, and the surveys have a very high response rate, like something like more than 90% of our teachers respond, because they know that if they give us accurate information, it will enable our policymakers to better roll out and measures that support them. And so to help do this, in our surveys, we have clear guidelines and instructions about how to itemize the workload for different kinds of work, both in classroom and outside classroom, pedagogical as well as administrative. We also provide examples, worked examples, that enable our teachers, particularly those who are doing surveys for the first time, to better understand what we are trying to capture. And then, of course, as with many surveys, there's also a catch-all. That means anything else, please let us know, so that we don't risk missing anything out. And of course, when you average it out, when you then look at it specifically, you then have a very good a set of data that enable policymakers to work on.
Moving on, we have already spent an hour, and we're only at question 5. Ms. Gozuki.
Question 6, please.
Mr. Speaker, the SAF has an established mental health support system for its national servicemen. Then Senior Minister of State for Defence, Mr. Heng Chee How, provided a comprehensive description of the system in his response to parliamentary questions from Mr. Desmond Chu and Dr. Wan Rizal on 7 March 2024. The member can refer to the reply for the comprehensive system. That said, let me provide some updated figures. The proportion of pre-enlistees detected to mental health issues was 9% in 2024. For our full-time national servicemen, NSF, 11% sought help for some form of mental health-related issues in 2024. While the figures vary year to year, there has been a general upward trend over time, similar to our national youth mental health trend. The SAF will continue to work closely with families and relevant agencies to support our servicemen's mental well-being and health. Thank you.
Ms. Goh.
One supplementary question, please. Because the CMPB is administratively under MINDEF and handles the pre-enlistment of all uniformed services, I would like to ask MOS Chu, in light of the recent suicide attempt of a SPF NSF using his own service arms, are there any plans to include psychological screening as part of the battery of pre-enlistment procedures? Thank you.
MOS Chu.
I thank the member for her questions and her care and concern for our NSFs. Now, today, the medical examination of pre-enlistees already includes screening for mental health conditions. Now, those with mental health conditions will be reviewed by our in-house psychiatrist. If it's assessed that they may pose harm to themselves or others, they will be deferred from NS until the conditions have improved and they pose no other risk to themselves or to their fellow NSFs. Now, these assessments are made by our in-house professionals, guided by our SAF Psychiatry Specialist Advisory Board. They are made up of experts from our hospitals. NSFs with mental health issues who are able to serve will receive additional monitoring while in service. Now, we recognize that mental health issues can surface later, after the pre-enlistment stage. The SAF has a mental health support system in place to detect and support service personnel with mental health issues. Now, this may include psychological first aid training for our recruits to provide support for the buddies and training for our commanders. Likewise, the home team has a similar system. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of the Platform Workers Act this year, CPF has been closely monitoring the implementation of CPF contributions for platform workers. There are some teething issues as platform operators adjusted to the new requirements. This included instances where platform operators declared inaccurate earnings that resulted in platform workers receiving incorrect CPF contributions due to administrative errors. Where such cases arose, they were promptly resolved and platform workers received their correct CPF contributions. Overall, the CPF collection for platform workers has been smooth due to the extensive pre-implementation engagements with platform operators and platform associations to iron out operational details. We will continue to monitor the timeliness and accuracy of CPF contributions made by platform operators and work closely with our tripartite partners to ensure platform operators' interests are always protected.
Ms. Yeo.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare the advisor to the Platform Work Associations of the NTUC. We are grateful that the government had taken into account, with the passing of the Platform Workers Bill, our platform workers' feedback on the need for retirement adequacy through fair platform worker contributions to CPF. I too appreciate that the rollout process for the CPF is a complex one, given the difference in work conditions between a full-time employee receiving one monthly set of wages from one employer to that of a platform worker receiving multiple sets of daily or even weekly wages due to the multi-homing nature of platform work. In the current CPF process, workers have given the feedback that they do not enjoy CPF contributions for up to 2 months when they first join a new platform operator. They are also doubly penalized as most platforms provide special sign-on incentives in the first month of work. I appreciate that the ministry recognizes this gap and is remedying the current operational processes. In recognizing this gap, will the ministry too also consider introducing measures to mandate CPF contributions from their first month of work and to provide joint back payments with platform operators to those affected platform workers who had missed out on their rightful CPF contributions for their work done?
MOS2. Oh, sorry, SPS Wong.
Mr. Speaker, when an existing platform worker chooses to join or switch to another platform operator, the platform operator would not know the platform worker's opt-in status during onboarding. And given different joining dates and opt-in status, platform operators will need some lead time to query the opt-in information, update their database, and update the contribution rates in their system accordingly. A cutoff date on the 15th of each month is applied, which balances between the operational ease of platform operators and ensuring that sufficient time for accurate contributions, while minimizing this particular impact to platform workers in building up their CPF savings. This also means that if an opt-in platform worker onboard a new platform operator on the 16th of Feb, that platform operator will apply the higher CPF contribution rate from 1st April. All earnings payable from the 16th of Feb to the 31st of March would continue to attract CPF contributions at the non-opt-in rate. This payment does not constitute the delayed CPF contributions, as the cutoff date, which is the 15th of the month, is currently legislated under the 4th schedule of the CPF Act. MOM has also considered requiring back payment of the CPF contributions. However, we assess that this might not be favorable for the platform workers who experience inconsistent monthly earnings. Those who do not set aside enough cash savings might find themselves cash-strapped when platform workers deduct the platform workers' share of the CPF contributions from their back pay. Nonetheless, following the feedback, we have started engaging platform operators to assess whether the existing arrangement could be made more efficient while balancing the operational requirements. In doing so, it is important to strike a balance between the platform workers' interests and what is practical for the platform operators to administer, as any arrangement must ultimately be workable in practice.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Question 8, please.
Mr. Speaker, the PSLE, Primary School Leaving Exam, contains questions of varying difficulty levels to allow students with different abilities to demonstrate their understanding. Challenging questions make up approximately 15% of total marks in each subject. All questions, including challenging ones, are based entirely on the primary school syllabus and do not require knowledge beyond the curriculum. However, challenging questions do require students to apply the concepts in novel and authentic contexts. To ensure accessibility, all questions use age-appropriate language and contexts. In addition, challenging questions are often structured with scaffolding to help students attempt them progressively. These measures help to ensure that the PSLE remains accessible to all students, including those without private tuition.
Mr. Giam.
I thank the SMS for its answer. So I understand that answering challenging questions requires a higher order application of the knowledge that is taught in the school syllabus. This refers to the ability to use foundational concepts to analyze, synthesize, evaluate, and create solutions to complex problems. Are these higher order application skills even taught in schools? Is there sufficient curriculum time to do that without overloading our teachers? Or are students expected to acquire them through private tuition? Secondly, what is the larger purpose of including these challenging questions in national exams if students are not taught in school how to answer them? Could it inadvertently become a sorting mechanism to identify students with the most resources to get the best tuition? It should be noted that missing all the challenging questions in the PSLE paper would cap the student's grade at AL3 for that exam, which will impact their ability to gain admission to many competitive secondary schools.
SMS Journal.
So I thank Mr. Giam for the questions. The higher order questions, the challenging questions, are included partly because there are students who can deal with them and who then need their cognitive abilities, their academic abilities assessed correctly. And if you didn't include the higher order questions, the more challenging questions, those students who would be able to cope with these questions would not have their abilities adequately assessed and then would not be adequately served by the PSLE. He asked if the students were taught how to address challenging questions or whether they were expected to only learn how to address them through the use of private tuition. The answer to the second part of that question is no. There is not an expectation that the only way to deal with challenging questions is through private tuition. Indeed, throughout the approach within our formal education system in the schools, the students are taught repeatedly how to take a concept and apply it to a question that they have not previously encountered. This requires taking a concept that one knows about, addressing it to a novel situation, or addressing it in a way in combination with other concepts. This requires creativity, some imagination, and an application of problem-solving skills. These skills, higher order thinking, problem-solving, creativity, and imagination, are applied repeatedly over the course of the formal education system using the concepts within the curriculum, and they are similarly tested, a combination of the concepts as well as the higher order thinking within the framework of the PSLE, and this entirely reflects the curriculum and the syllabus and not any requirement for private tuition.
Mr. Giam.
So I thank the SMS for the answer, but can I clarify that what he means is that the 15% of challenging questions, the ability to take those foundational concepts and apply them and be able to answer those questions, those techniques are being taught in schools to all students?
SMS Journal.
Sir, I thank Mr. Giam for the question. He used the word techniques, implying that these are things that one just has to follow a checklist. These are skills, and a skill is not quite the same as a technique. So indeed, the consideration of the development of these skills is a part of the formal curriculum and the syllabus that all students will go through.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Question 9, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the primary school leaving examination, the PSLE, serves as a checkpoint on students' mastery of the primary school curriculum. It is designed to assess core concepts and skills in the primary school curriculum, including the ability to think critically and apply concepts in different contexts. The PSLE does not emphasize rote learning or test-taking skills. To prepare students for the future, schools also design co-curricular programs, applied learning programs, character and citizenship education lessons, and leadership opportunities to nurture students' 21st century competencies. While not all of these competencies, such as collaboration skills and inventive thinking, can be measured through a single exam, they are developed in the course of learning the curriculum. Our teachers use a range of pedagogies, such as inquiry-based, collaborative, and experiential learning to facilitate students' learning. We are heartened that international benchmarking studies, like the Trends in International Mathematics and Science study, have found that our primary school students are adept in reasoning and applying concepts and skills to navigate non-routine situations and solve more complex problems.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two supplementary questions for SMS. One, how does the ministry ensure that inquiry-based and collaborative learning approaches are not only present in the curriculum but meaningfully integrated into classroom practice across all schools, including those serving lower income or higher needs communities? My second SQ, has the ministry recently conducted comparative studies in recent years of other primary school education system, particularly any that have successfully balanced academic rigor with creativity and collaborations, and what lessons, if any, have been drawn from these systems? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for the two questions. Indeed, collaboration, inquiry-based learning is integrated into all of the schools. These are core skill sets for our educators. This is something that our professionals, as part of their training in NIE, whether they're doing it as part of their original practicum, or if they go on to become specialists in particular areas of education. These are core skill sets for our educators, and they integrate them into the curriculum, into the syllabus on a regular basis, and they do so for every school, and they give every child the opportunity to do so. What collaborative learning, inquiry-based learning looks like will change depending on whether one is talking about a mathematics class, a language class, a social studies class, and it will also change depending on the level of confidence and maturity of the student. What happens in early primary years is going to look quite different from the later primary years. So the core skill set to ensure that this type of pedagogy is available and used and integrated into our teaching methodologies, into all our classrooms, is there, and it's something that is at the heart of the teaching profession. So his second question was about the studies of other systems. The short answer is yes. Our educators are regularly and consistently looking at other education systems. There's a very robust community of practice amongst the educators from within Singapore and with our region and internationally, and they are constantly and consistently comparing notes on a practical level, on a personal level. And there is also a robust community of practice in education research, which our educators and our education researchers participate in, and they're also comparing notes. And so we're always learning from each other. To answer the second part of his second question, I think would take me a COS speech to identify all the different components of pedagogy and learning methodology and faculty development. But I would assure Mr. Tan and members of the House that our education fraternity do not assume that we have solved all the problems, all the challenges within the education space, notwithstanding the ranking and grading and external view. We have to consistently and regularly make sure that what we do in our schools and in our classrooms meets the needs not just of the system, not just of our general population of students, but the individual students that the educators handhold through their learning and development journey. And that is an ongoing process.
Ms. Denise Phua.
Sir, the Singapore Police Force, or SPF, conducts regular patrols in the vicinity of the temples along Waterloo Street, especially during high congregation periods such as religious festivals. If they come across cases of bullying or assault, they will take action accordingly. The SPF has also participated in joint operations with agencies like the Singapore Land Authority and the Singapore Food Agency. The Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth and the Ministry of Social and Family Development are also involved when there are incidents involving charitable organizations or vulnerable individuals. The regular presence of these agencies in the area has helped to largely maintain order in the area.
Ms. Phua.
Thank you, SMS, for the response. I first want to thank all the agencies, officers on the ground, from the police, from SLA, from NEA, MSF, and even the grassroots who look after the ground there. Because indeed, the area that is along the Waterloo Mall, where lots of temples are, is a very popular place for peddling, illegal or not legal, and also for begging as well. But because of the bullying and assault episodes, they often involve the vulnerable, both bullies and the bullied. SPF tends to adopt a light touch, I guess, for worry of public criticisms. I just want to know, what can the ministry do more to support these officers so that we can protect the interests of especially those who are bullied, and also seek the understanding of the public, even if the bullies are themselves vulnerable or disabled. Bullying is bullying, assault is assault. So I wonder if more support and understanding things can be done to seek more support from the public so that the police officers can do their job even more effectively.
SMS man.
I thank the member for her supplementary question. Please allow me to be clear on behalf of the police. Public disorder cannot be tolerated or condoned, and indeed, if crimes have been committed, then investigation and enforcement has to follow. In this case, there are different dimensions of what's happening in the Waterloo Street area, and the member herself is also very familiar. And the cases of conduct where there's no outright crime being committed, but nevertheless may attract some attention. They could be vulnerable individuals involved, and in this case, it is important for us to work closely with our sister agencies. This includes the Ministry of Social and Family Development and also the other agencies that I've mentioned.
Ms. Denise Poa, next question.
Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the Singapore Land Authority SLA, Singapore Food Agency, and the Urban Redevelopment Authority carried out a street enhancement exercise at a pedestrianised Waterloo Mall. The objective was to improve public health and safety, as well as to enhance the streetscape. As part of this exercise, SLA issued temporary occupation licenses to existing street vendors to enable and require that they ply their trades within designated spaces. From time to time, there are incidences, let me say that again. From time to time, there are incidences of unlicensed street hawkers, such as tissue paper vendors or individuals soliciting for donations in the area. To preserve orderliness, agencies regularly conduct joint operations, especially during peak periods, to enforce licensing conditions and maintain order in the area. Agencies are mindful that the unlicensed street hawkers in the area are of a mixed profile. Some are elderly, some appear to have medical conditions, some also may face more complex challenges, such as social isolation. While these, in any combination, may form their motivation for illegal hawking, it may not always be the case. For those who may be vulnerable, agencies work with the Ministry of Social and Family Development, MSF, to refer them to the Vulnerable in Community, or VIC, network, comprising volunteers, volunteer groups, and government agencies. Now, those requiring assistance will be linked to relevant agencies so that root causes can be addressed. These joint operations are supported by the Singapore Police Force, which maintains a balanced enforcement approach in the vicinity of the temples along Waterloo Street that considers both community sensitivities as well as public safety needs. SPF will intervene as necessary when law and order issues arise. And the regular presence of government agencies has generally helped in maintaining order among the unlicensed street hawkers and other groups and minimize incidents. The agencies will continue to monitor the situation closely.
Dr. Charlene Chan.
Question 12.
Mr. Speaker, an aging population will drive up national healthcare expenses significantly. We have to ensure that government healthcare expenditure remains sustainable. The government recognizes the challenges that caregivers face and provides a range of support to help them, including those caring for persons living with dementia. This is why the government is enhancing long-term care subsidies, including for dementia daycare and grants like the Home Caregiving Grant in 2026. To support the mental well-being of caregivers and equip them with coping skills, the Agency for Integrated Care, AIC, connects caregivers to relevant services such as the Caregiver Support Network, Community Outreach Teams, CRESS CSN, and the Post-Diagnostic Support Community Outreach Teams, CRESS PDS. Caregivers can approach AIC link offices, which are located nationwide, call the AIC hotline, or use the Digital Care Services Recommender to access these services, which are provided free of charge. The government will continue to look into how we can further strengthen support for caregivers of persons living with dementia.
Dr. Chen.
I thank the MOS for her response. I've actually met some caregivers of loved ones with dementia in Tampines, and they've shared how difficult the early stages can be. One caregiver told me that she didn't know where to access support, what resources were available, or even how to manage her mother's behavioral symptoms that were associated with dementia. So I have 3 supplementary questions. First, how can the ministry ensure that the information about available resources is systematically shared with all caregivers upon diagnosis, especially those who may be less digitally savvy? Second, will there be more support for caregiver respite, given the emotional and mental toll of caring for persons with dementia? And my third question is, as dementia cases rise within our communities, how will the ministry ensure that both that caregiving resources and manpower keep pace and remain sustainable in the long term? Thank you.
Ms. Rahaya.
Mr. Speaker, I thank member for the question. With regards to her first question on access to information and resources, actually the Post-Diagnostic Support Community Outreach Team that I mentioned earlier, the CRESS PDS, is designed in a way to actually catch caregivers and patients at the time that first diagnosis was made. It actually aims to provide timely support, and there are actually support given during a 6-month period. The teams partner with selected hospitals and polyclinics to reach out to and support these clients. This program provides the education on the condition, coordinates community resources, and facilitates early planning and management of the condition. And as of December 2024, 7 teams have been set up, and it has reached out to over 800 persons living with dementia and their caregivers. So I suppose as this program continues to be rolled out, more and more caregivers and the dementia patients will benefit from this. Her second question was on respite care. At the moment, the caregivers who require subsidized respite care can tap on a few options. So if they need respite care for, say, a few hours, they can actually have their elderly put up at one of over 130 senior care centres that provide dementia daycare services. There's also those caring for seniors with higher care needs who can tap on respite care in nursing homes for up to a month per year. And there are over 60 nursing homes offering this nursing home respite care. Caregivers of homebound dementia seniors or homebound seniors actually can tap on the home personal care services for respite, and these can help the caregivers with the activities of daily living. In fact, there was an announcement recently about how the HPC has been enhanced. So there's HPC Plus, which will be rolled out and be available to caregivers as well. The member's last question is in relation to sustainability of resources. Indeed, this is of concern as the number of people living with dementia increases. This is something that we will have to be concerned about, and the government will have to continue to monitor and manage our healthcare expenditure to ensure long-term fiscal sustainability, but at the same time ensuring that those who need help, people living with dementia and the caregivers, actually receive the support they need. So we do different things to ensure that there's sufficient support, but we also look at preventive health. There is a need to continue with our population health efforts to ensure and manage the factors of dementia such as high blood pressure, and that's something that we'll continue working on.
Unfortunately, I think we are at the end of question time. Order, end of question time. Minister Indrani.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a ministerial statement on the need for clarification on statements made by the Leader of the Opposition in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this ministerial statement because there were some statements made in Parliament which appear to have been contradicted by statements made outside of this House. Hence, I think it is important that I make this statement so that I can highlight what these contradictions are and give the member concerned an opportunity to state his position clearly for the record, as this relates to an important issue. During the ministerial statement on race and religion by Minister Shanmugam on 14th October 2025, Mr. Singh clarified by stating that, I quote, "I think the minister started by referring to meeting Deros, and I mentioned quite clearly during the elections that he gate-crashed the meeting that Mr. Faisal Manap was having with someone else. My understanding from Mr. Faisal Manap is that there was no arrangement to meet him specifically." Close quotes. So Mr. Singh's position was that Mr. Deros had gate-crashed Mr. Faisal's meeting. The Workers' Party Malay Muslim candidates attended this meeting. Mr. Singh also referred to an earlier statement he had made during the elections in the following terms: "There was no indication that this individual, meaning Mr. Deros, would be joining in the meeting." Sir, Mr. Deros has released a YouTube video on 18th October 2025 in which he said he did not gate-crash the meeting as some have irresponsibly claimed. He also said that this could be verified with Mr. Faisal Manap himself. Thus, Mr. Deros says that Mr. Singh's claim that Mr. Deros had gate-crashed was irresponsible. He does not refer to Mr. Singh by name, but refers to the point made that he had gate-crashed. Mr. Deros had been publicly asked whether he had really been invited, and if so, whether he had been invited by Mr. Faisal Manap or someone else. Mr. Deros has replied publicly that the names of the asatizas who would be present at the meeting had been sent to Mr. Faisal Manap before the meeting. Thus, Mr. Deros has suggested that Mr. Faisal, at least, would have known that Mr. Deros would be attending the meeting. On the face of things, it would appear that either, 1, Mr. Faisal has told an untruth, which has been repeated by Mr. Singh during the GE and now in Parliament, or 2, Mr. Deros is lying. Sir, this is serious, and so may I seek some clarifications from Mr. Singh. First, can Mr. Singh reconfirm that his position is that Mr. Deros had gate-crashed the meeting? Second, can he confirm it is also Mr. Faisal's position that Mr. Deros had gate-crashed the meeting? Mr. Faisal would know his answers to Mr. Singh would be for this House. Third, has Mr. Singh confirmed with Mr. Faisal whether the names of the asatizas attending the meeting were sent in advance to Mr. Faisal? If the names of the asatizas attending the meeting were not sent in advance, was Mr. Faisal nevertheless aware that Mr. Deros would be attending the meeting? I will now move on to my next set of clarifications. During the proceedings on the ministerial statement on race and religion, Mr. Singh clarified that my own view on this is when a nobody claims that there is a set of demands that he has of a political party, one has to think of a number of factors. He added that, I quote, "So by dealing with it on 23rd or 24th April, points made by a certain Norderos who really no one knows. I certainly did not know of him," close quotes. Mr. Singh's statement that Mr. Deros was a nobody whom really no one knows gives the impression that Mr. Deros was not known to the Workers' Party, to Mr. Faisal, or any of the other Workers' Party candidates who attended the meeting. However, it has been publicly stated that Mr. Deros founded the Wear White movement in 2014. Mr. Faisal said publicly then that he backed the movement. Members of the Wear White team gathered for the first Tarawih, which are evening prayers during Ramadan, at Masjid Arauda on 28 June 2014. Members of the public were invited to join in the prayers. It is also a matter of public record that Mr. Faisal attended that event. Sir, in light of this, does it remain Mr. Singh's position that Mr. Deros was not known to Mr. Faisal or any of the other Workers' Party candidates before this meeting on 20th April 2025?
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Leader of the House. Just for a matter of record, before the ministerial statement was made, I communicated with Speaker to inform Speaker last night that I would seek to make a clarification on certain representations that I had made in the House, which were incorrect, and they had to be clarified for the record. So just to be clear, I am responding through Standing Order number 25. And Standing Order 25 requires me to send to the Speaker in advance what I am going to share with this House, and I will stick to that, notwithstanding Leader's questions. But apart from one point, I think all the questions that she has asked in her ministerial statement will be dealt with in the personal explanation.
I can confirm that. Yeah, Mr. Pritam Singh, please go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a clarification pertaining to my response to a clarification from MP Mr. Saktiandi Supaat that arose from the Coordinating Minister for National Security's ministerial statement on the 11th of October last month. I had stated, referencing my remarks at the Workers' Party's 26th April 2025 doorstop interview with the press that, I quote, "There was no indication that this individual would be joining in the meeting." By this individual, I'm referring to a Singaporean citizen, Wan Nur Diros. On the 21st of October 2025, about a week after the ministerial statement, Mr. Faisal Manab shared with me a WhatsApp message that he received on his mobile device at the material time. The WhatsApp message showed that the Ustaz who had invited Mr. Nur Diros to a meeting with Mr. Faisal had sent a WhatsApp message to Mr. Faisal on the 20th of April, about 1 hour before the meeting in question, indicating that Nur Diros would be present. I was not aware of this detail in April this year, nor was I aware of it last month during the exchange on the ministerial statement. In view of this, I asked Mr. Faisal to provide context for the meeting where Mr. Nur Diros was present in view of the ministerial statement and the parliamentary consensus that race and religion should not be used for political gain. I said in Parliament last month that the meeting in question was arranged by an Ustaz who was known to Mr. Faisal. The meeting took place on the 20th of April this year. I said, quoting Mr. Diros's Facebook post of the 3rd of May, that he attended the meeting at the invitation of an Ustaz who was delegated by Mr. Faisal. This is correct and consistent with the facts of the meeting. Neither Mr. Faisal nor the Malay WP candidates arranged to meet Mr. Nur Diros or specifically sought him out for his views. Mr. Faisal shared that after GE 2011, he had approached an Ustaz who was involved in interfaith discourse to seek guidance on how he, being a minority Malay Muslim MP, could perform his role in a way that would best fit Singapore's multi-religious and multicultural society. He found the guidance helpful and meaningful, and hence prior to GE 2015, he arranged for a similar session with an Ustaz for himself and the WP Malay candidates to seek guidance and advice. Mr. Faisal confirms that the motives behind the meeting prior to GE 2025, which was attended by Mr. Nurdiros, were the same. On the 12th of April 2025, before Parliament was dissolved and nomination day announced, the Ustaz who invited Mr. Nurdiros reached out to Mr. Faisal, informing him that he was planning to engage with a group of his Asatiza friends to meet Mr. Faisal to exchange ideas and thoughts. In response, Mr. Faisal said that he planned to engage with the Ustaz for a sharing session with other WP Malay candidates in the lead up to GE 2025. When the meeting took place on the 20th of April, I can reconfirm that no promises or undertakings were made by Mr. Faisal or the WP Malay Muslim candidates present in exchange for political support from Mr. Nurdiros during the elections. This has been reconfirmed to me by Mr. Faisal and the WP Malay Muslim candidates who were present at the meeting. During the parliamentary exchange last month, I also said that Mr. Nurdiros gatecrashed the meeting. In using the word gatecrashed, I may have created an impression that Mr. Nurdiros was not invited by anyone. This would be an incorrect impression, since I had confirmed later in the course of my response in this House to Member Saktiandi that Mr. Nurdiros's presence at the meeting was at the invitation of an Ustaz delegated by Mr. Faisal. I would like to put this clarification on the record, Mr. Speaker. I believe that deals with the personal explanation that I'm obliged to share with Speaker as per the standing orders. There was an additional question from the leader that pertained to Mr. Nurdiros being a nobody. So I have confirmed in the statement that the WP Malay Muslim candidates confirmed that there were no promises or undertakings made. They also confirmed that they did not know who Nurdiros was. That's the position. Mr. Faisal, as the leader of the House shares, must have been known to Mr. Diros because he was present at this Wear White event. So Faisal Manap would have known of who Mr. Nurdiros was. So I hope that clarifies the query that the leader put. And if I have not addressed any point, I would be grateful if leader could repeat the question.
Minister Indrani.
To Mr. Singh for his clarification. Let me just deal with the questions or his clarifications one by one. First, on the second point, the point that Mr. Deros was a nobody and really nobody knows of him. If I understand Mr. Singh's explanation correctly, you said Mr. Faisal Manap would have known Mr. Deros? I just want to make sure that I get that correct. In other words, is it correct to say that Mr. Faisal Manap knew who Mr. Deros was or knew Mr. Deros before that meeting in April? So he did, right? Which, in other words, the statement that Mr. Deros is somebody who nobody knows is not accurate. Would you like to clarify that, please?
Mr. Singh?
Pardon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Faisal may have known of him, but the other Malay Muslim candidates did not know of him. On my personal basis, I did not know who Mr. Nurdiros was as well. So in that context, that's what I mean when I say Mr. Nurdiros is a nobody.
Minister Indrani.
I thank Mr. Singh for his clarification. So we're clear on one thing. I think Mr. Singh says he himself does not know Mr. Deros. That we are clear. I think Mr. Singh has also said that the other Malay Muslim candidates other than Mr. Faisal didn't know Mr. Deros. That one we are clear. The thing that Mr. Singh has just said is that Mr. Faisal Manap would have known of Mr. Deros. There is a distinction between saying Mr. Faisal Manap would have known of him. For example, I know of many other world leaders, but I don't know them personally. So there's a distinction between saying Mr. Faisal Manap would have known of Mr. Deros and Mr. Faisal Manap would have known Mr. Deros. So what I'm trying to understand here is whether Mr. Faisal Manap just would have known of, which means you hear of this person but you don't know them, or whether he knew him.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, I want to be careful in not trying to import Mr. Faisal's knowledge and make a representation which may not be correct as to the degree of which he knew him. Did he know of him, or did he know of him as an individual? I think the leader shared a particular occasion where both of them were at a common platform. Now, to the extent of how much Mr. Faisal Manap knew of Mr. Deros, I'm not in a position to relay any information in that regard. But I would second, because I have seen pictures to that effect of both Mr. Faisal and Mr. Nur Deros being at that event that the leader mentioned. But I cannot stand here and suggest or even imply the extent of how well they knew each other.
Minister Indrani?
I thank Mr. Singh for his clarification. So now I move to the first point on this question of gate crashing. And I wasn't sure that I quite understood Mr. Singh's clarification here. I think in light of the clarification, because I think it's important to go back to the original statement, which was stated, let me just check this. In Mr. Singh's clarification on 14th October, he said, I mentioned quite clearly during the elections that he had gate crashed the meeting that Mr. Faisal Manap was having with someone else. So gate crash actually implies that you're not invited and that really you're not supposed to be there. But I think we have heard, firstly today, that in fact there was a WhatsApp message and the Ustaz had shared with Mr. Manap 1 hour before the meeting that Mr. Deros would be present. So would it be fair to say that it is wrong to say that Mr. Deros gate crashed that meeting?
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, I believe this was clear in my personal explanation that by using the word gate crashed, I would have created an impression that Mr. Nur Deros was not invited by anyone. So that would be wrong. It would not be right to leave that impression on the record, hence my decision to make a personal explanation on my own volition today. The position, of course, is not known to me that he was, based on what I had said in April, was based on the knowledge I had in April and the knowledge that I had in October. The revelation of this message that Mr. Nur Deros was attending the meeting, which was sent to Mr. Faisal 1 hour before the meeting, was only made known to me, I believe I mentioned it, on the 21st of October. So it's knowledge that I received after the fact. I have made certain statements in Parliament about it. I have this knowledge. So I come to Parliament and I correct the impression that I have left with Parliament.
Mr. Indrani?
I thank Mr. Singh for that clarification. So it's quite clear that Mr. Singh has clarified it now because he says the knowledge that Mr. Deros was included in the group was given to him on 21st of October. What I want to know is, because Mr. Singh had said during the elections that he had gate crashed the meeting, and Mr. Singh had said on 14th of October 2025 the same thing, because on the 14th October, what Mr. Singh said was, I mentioned quite clearly during the elections that he had gate crashed the meeting. So I just want to know, during the elections in April and on 14th October, on what basis does Mr. Singh say that Mr. Deros had gate crashed the meeting?
Mr. Singh?
The basis is the fact that Mr. Deros was not invited by Mr. Faisal. So my impression, based on what had transpired at the elections and also in the course of the ministerial statement, was there was no Workers' Party member who specifically sought out Mr. Deros. That's how I phrased, or that understanding led me to use the word gate crash. But that, on reflection, that would not be a correct word to use, because it is quite clear that, and by Mr. Deros's own statements in public, that he was invited by the Ustaz who Mr. Faisal was in contact with. That also has been stated in my personal explanation.
Minister Indrani?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't belabor the point, but I just want to wrap it up by saying this. There is actually a difference between saying that Mr. Deros was not specifically sought out. Not specifically sought out, that is one thing. But gate crash really implies not even supposed to be there, not invited. And what the facts do show now is that he was invited by the Ustaz, and that the Ustaz had informed Mr. Faisal. So I think in short, I think had this been known in April during the elections and made known to the voters, I think it might have put a different color on the circumstances then. And also, it's an odd word to use, gate crash, if you haven't actually verified that. I am not sure that the statement that gate crash means did not seek out actually makes sense, but I leave it there.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why I'm making the personal explanation. I think to put on record that what the circumstances were with regard to the statements that I made on the 14th of October in Parliament, and to correct the impression that would have logically flowed from the use of that word. So I can understand where the leader is coming from, hence the clarification. I don't believe there are any other outstanding matters. Leader can correct me if that's the case.
Mr. Indrani? Order introduction of government bill. Acting Minister for Culture, Community and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Singapore Sports Council Act 1973.
Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, second reading.
Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, on behalf... Sir, the Ministry of Home Affairs has been reviewing and amending the Penal Code over the years to ensure that the law remains fit for purpose. We made major amendments in 2019 and 2021. We have since completed another round of review, which has culminated in this bill. The amendments in the bill cover 6 themes. First, increase deterrence against scams by introducing caning as a punishment while recalibrating its use in other offences. Second, enhance measures to address the increasing misuse of technology to produce and circulate abusive materials. Third, enhance protection for minors and vulnerable victims. Fourth, better protect public servants and public service workers. Fifth, ensure adequate penalties for older youth offenders. Sixth, recalibrate the requirements on workers and dealers of precious metals. The first category of amendments will enhance deterrence against scams by introducing caning for scammers and scam mules while recalibrating its use in other offences. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute an annex?
Go ahead.
Members may also access these materials through the MP@SG Pal app. Sir, scams are by far the most prevalent crime type in Singapore today. Between 2020 and the first half of 2025, there were about 190,000 cases reported, with losses amounting to about 3.7 billion Singapore dollars. These are staggering numbers. They constitute 60% of all reported crimes, and the losses are more than 3.5 times the cost of building Woodlands Health Campus. MHA has been working with other agencies and the private sector on measures to counter the scourge of scams. Earlier this year, Dr. Tan Wu Meng suggested in this House that MHA also consider introducing caning for scams to better deter and punish those who commit scams or facilitate the commission of scams. We have reviewed the suggestion and agree with it. Members may refer to Part A of the Annex for the proposed amendments. We will introduce mandatory caning for scammers. Clause 64 of the bill amends Section 420 of the Penal Code so that offenders who commit scams, defined as cheating mainly by means of remote communication, will be punished with at least 6 strokes of the cane. We will also introduce discretionary caning in Section 420 of the Penal Code for serious cases of cheating. We will take an equally firm stance against scam syndicates. These syndicates mobilize significant resources to conduct and profit from scams and have the highest level of culpability. Clauses 37 and 38 of the bill introduce new offences in the Organised Crime Act so that members of and recruiters for scam syndicates will be subject to mandatory caning of at least 6 strokes if they knew that the organised criminal group was a scam syndicate. Beyond dealing with scammers and scam syndicates, another key strategy is to deny them the tools that enable them to conduct scams. These scam enablers include SIM cards, SingPass credentials, and payment accounts. Crippling the supply of scam enablers would significantly increase the difficulty for scammers to successfully conduct or profit from scams in Singapore. We will therefore introduce discretionary caning for those who facilitate scams. These are offenders who either knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that the scam enabler they provide would be used in the commission of or would be used in the facilitation of a crime. Clauses 10, 11, 19, 20, and 30 to 34 of the bill introduce discretionary caning for certain offences under the Miscellaneous Offences Public Order and Nuisance Act, the Corruption, Drug Trafficking, and Other Serious Crimes Confiscation of Benefits Act, and the Computer Misuse Act in this regard. For upstream enablers such as SingPass credentials and SIM cards, discretionary caning will broadly apply to 2 categories of cases. First category is where the offender intended or knew, depending on the offense, that the enabler would be used to commit or facilitate the commission of a scam. The second category covers cases where the enabler is actually used to commit or facilitate the commission of a scam, even if the offender did not intend or know this. For the second category of offenders, discretionary caning will apply if the offender fails to prove that he or she had taken reasonable steps to ensure that the enabler would not be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of a scam. For downstream enablers such as payment accounts, discretionary caning. For downstream enablers such as payment accounts, discretionary caning will apply if the criminal proceeds laundered involve benefits from a scam, and the offender had failed to take reasonable steps to ensure that the account is not used to launder scam proceeds. Let me assure members that genuine victims who are found to have been deceived into providing a scam enabler would not be affected by the introduction of caning as a punishment. The existing offences do not penalize genuine victims in the first place. The Ministry will continue monitoring the scam situation closely and will further increase our penalties if needed. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin. 政府持续重视打击诈骗案件。在2025年上半年，本地共发生了近2万起诈骗案件，所造成的损失金额近5亿元。虽然与2024年上半年相比，案件及相关金钱损失数额已有所下降，但是仍然相当可观。在这项法案中，我们建议对诈骗罪犯以及诈骗团伙成员和招募者施以强制鞭刑，同时也对那些通过提供新 Pass 账号、手机 SIM 卡或银行账户等方式协助诈骗的人判处酌情鞭刑。如果我们能阻断诈骗分子获取这些助力工具的管道，他们将更难得逞，我们也能更好地保护国人。Back to English. Sir, even as we introduce caning for scams, we also intend to recalibrate the use of caning in other offences. Today, there are 96 offences that attract discretionary caning and 65 which attract mandatory caning. My ministry has conducted a review to ensure that caning is only applied where there is a need. As members can see from Part B of the Annex, we are proposing to amend 8 provisions to remove caning entirely, and in the case of vandalism, to remove caning for a subset of the offence. As our societal context and crime situation have evolved, caning may no longer be necessary in some offences. These are generally offences that do not involve intentional harm to a person nor cause significant harm to the public, and for which we assess that the other penalties are adequate. Clauses 41, 61, 67, and 69 to 76 of the bill make the necessary amendments. For 15 provisions reflected in Part C of the Annex, we propose to give the courts the discretion to decide whether to impose caning rather than to require caning in all cases. These are given effect by clauses 15 to 17, 40, 54 to 60, 62, 65, 66, and 72 to 74 of the bill. For avoidance of doubt, more serious cases should still result in caning, even as we make these amendments to change mandatory caning to discretionary caning. Let me illustrate with vandalism. Clauses 72 to 74 of the bill amend the Vandalism Act so that mandatory caning is replaced with discretionary caning for vandalism of public property and designated private property. The latter category includes private property that is of national, cultural, or religious significance and any other private property that the minister may prescribe. In short, primarily property that has public significance or serves a public function. For these vandalism offences, we will leave it to the court to decide whether caning should be imposed on a case-by-case basis. This approach maintains a firm stance against vandalism generally, while allowing the punishment to be calibrated based on the facts of each case. The court may consider factors like the extent of property damage, the vandal's motivations, the degree of premeditation, and the impact on public services and functions. Similarly, in other offences which only involve preparatory acts or do not require an element of harm to be present before the offence is made out, we have assessed that discretionary caning is adequate. The courts can still impose caning in serious cases where real harm results or there are other aggravating factors. This includes certain offences under the Corrosive, Explosive Substances and Offensive Weapons Act, as well as attempted robbery and making preparation for gang robbery under Sections 393 and 399 of the Penal Code. Let me be clear. The amendments do not signal any softening in our stance against crime. The large majority of offences which attract caning today, including serious sexual and violence offences, will continue to attract caning as a punishment. Sir, the second category of amendments ensures that our criminal laws keep pace with technology. First, we are introducing amendments to deal with large-scale circulation of obscene objects, which include sexual images or videos. Members will recall the case of the chat group, SG Nasi Lemak, in which over 44,000 members circulated and shared obscene materials involving women and girls. The government's view is that the current penalties are not adequate. Technology allows obscene materials to be shared with tens of thousands of recipients through a single keystroke. The harm is amplified many times over. We cannot begin to imagine the distress suffered by a young girl whose images are sent to thousands of prying eyes. And because these materials can be sent to so many people, it is impossible to take them out of circulation entirely. They will always be lurking somewhere, threatening to resurface. These victims may never have peace of mind again. Clause 42 of the bill, therefore, introduces enhanced penalties for offences under Section 2921 of the Penal Code, where obscene materials are circulated by electronic means to 10 or more persons. This threshold takes reference from other provisions where the involvement of 10 or more persons introduces a public dimension. For example, under the Societies Act, the threshold size of a group that must be registered as a society is 10 persons. The maximum imprisonment term for such offences will be increased from 3 months to 2 years. If the obscene material depicts a minor below the age of 18, the penalty will be mandatory imprisonment of up to 4 years, a doubling of the current maximum of 2 years imprisonment. These enhanced penalties will also apply to cumulative transmissions to 10 or more persons in total, to close the potential loophole of accused persons sending separate messages to single individuals, but to a large number of individuals. In addition, Clause 43 of the bill introduces a new offence to target those who set up and manage online locations where obscene materials are circulated, including administrators of chat groups or channels, blogs, or accounts on video sharing platforms. The offence is scoped to offenders who intend that the online location be used to circulate obscene materials. It will not cover, for example, platforms whose online locations are used in this way contrary to their original intent, or administrators whose chat groups are spammed by bad actors. Given the seriousness of such conduct, the offence is punishable with a fine and mandatory imprisonment of up to 5 years or 7 years if the obscene material circulated depicts a minor below the age of 18. Second, we also intend to deal with the problem of images and videos generated by the use of artificial intelligence or AI. Let me begin with intimate images or recordings. By virtue of Section 377BE5 of the Penal Code, our criminal laws already cover sexually explicit deepfakes, where an image or recording is altered to depict the victim. It is already an offense to possess or gain access to, or to distribute or threaten to distribute such sexual deepfakes without consent. However, generative AI now makes it possible to generate entirely synthetic images or videos of a person without making use of a pre-existing image or recording. Clauses 50A and B of the bill update the relevant provision to get ahead of this development. Clause 49D makes clear that it is an offense to produce any intimate image without consent. Today, such offenders would already be liable for the offense of possessing or gaining access to an intimate image, but we want to make criminal liability clearer as far as production of the intimate image is concerned. Clause 50C makes explicit what has always been our intent, that for the offense of threatening to distribute an intimate image, it is not necessary to prove that the intimate image exists. Such threats can cause serious harm, even if the intimate image does not exist, especially now that it is easier to generate such images using AI. Sir, let me turn to child abuse materials. When the relevant offences were introduced in 2019, it was always the government's intention to criminalize realistic computer-generated child abuse material, even if the material depicts a fictional child. The offences should not require proof that an actual child was involved, for example, that an image of an actual child was used as part of the training data for the AI used to generate the material. This is both to reduce the roadblocks to enforcement and to reduce the supply of such materials, which contributes to vicious cycles of abuse. Clause 53 of the bill amends the relevant definitions to put these points beyond doubt. Mr. Speaker, the third category of amendments builds on past efforts to protect minors and vulnerable victims. First, Clause 42 of the bill extends enhanced penalties for offences relating to obscene materials under Section 292 of the Penal Code to obscene materials depicting minors below the age of 18, up from the current threshold of 16. This will also bring us in line with the United Nations Optional Protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, on the sale of children, child prostitution, and child pornography. Second, we propose to strengthen the sexual grooming offences under Sections 376E and 376EA of the Penal Code. Today, the offences generally only apply if the groomer and victim meet or intend to meet in Singapore for the sexual acts. There have, however, been cases where sexual grooming charges could not be preferred because the sexual acts were done or intended to be done overseas. Clause 47 and 48 of the bill will amend the sexual grooming offences so that they will also apply to sexual acts intended to be done overseas as long as the acts would constitute an offence if done in Singapore. To prevent overreach, this will only apply where either the groomer or victim travels from a location in Singapore to meet overseas. The amendments also increase the penalties for sexual grooming offences. Third, Clauses 45 and 46 of the bill will increase the penalties for fatal abuse of vulnerable persons under Sections 304B and 304C of the Penal Code to life imprisonment or up to 30 years imprisonment if life imprisonment is not imposed. We're introducing life imprisonment because there is strong public interest to deter abuse of vulnerable persons. Often they're voiceless and they cannot protect themselves, and they depend on others even for their basic needs. And so, when they're abused to the point of death, it is especially heinous and must be met with the full force of the law. Take the tragic case of a young boy who was scalded to death by his parents a few years ago. In 2022, his mother was convicted of murder, while his father was convicted of voluntarily causing grievous hurt by means of a scalded substance. Both were sentenced to life imprisonment. Although the father's charge was not for causing death, but only endangering life, the Court of Appeal found that life imprisonment was justified given the cruelty and severity of the abuse. The government agrees with the court's decision. Moving forward, similar cases may be prosecuted under Sections 304B and 304C of the Penal Code instead, as these provisions were specifically introduced to overcome certain hurdles in prosecuting cases of fatal abuse. The amendments will ensure that life imprisonment will be available as a sentencing option in such cases. The fourth category of amendments addresses protections for public servants and public service workers. Many public servants and public service workers are at risk of being doxxed in the course of performing their duties, that is, having their identity information published with the intent to cause harassment, alarm, or distress. Doxing can impede or deter them from discharging their duties objectively and impartially, and when accompanied by falsehoods, can also undermine public confidence in our institutions. First, we will strengthen the protections for public servants and public service workers under Section 6 of the Protection from Harassment Act, or POHA. Today, this offence requires proof that the victim actually suffered harm, alarm, or distress. Clause 68 of the bill removes this requirement. All harassment of public servants or public service workers in the line of duty is unacceptable. For the purposes of securing a conviction, it should not matter whether or to what degree the victim experienced harassment, alarm, or distress. The extent of harm experienced by the victim should, of course, still be a factor for sentencing. Second, Clause 25 of the bill introduces a new offence in the Miscellaneous Offences Act to criminalize the doxing of a public servant when accompanied by a falsehood about the public servant that the offender knows or has reason to believe is false. Such conduct is especially harmful because not only are the individual public servants adversely affected, but trust in our public institutions is undermined. Section 7 of the Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act today already criminalizes the publishing of a falsehood if that specific falsehood diminishes public confidence. But this new offense will not have the requirement of needing to show diminution of public confidence. To be clear, neither of these amendments prevents members of the public from expressing legitimate feedback or criticism, including publicly. Such feedback, expressed constructively and through the appropriate channels, can help us improve our service delivery and staff training. There will also not be any offense disclosed if the feedback is based on genuinely mistaken facts, since the offense requires that the person knows or have reason to believe that a statement of fact is false. Mr. Speaker, the next category of amendments in this bill ensures that adequate penalties, including reformative training, imprisonment, and caning, can continue to be imposed on older youth offenders who are repeat offenders or who commit serious crimes and whose cases are heard outside the youth court. In 2019, the government moved the amendments to the Children and Young Persons Act, or CYPA, to expand the jurisdiction of the youth court to all offenders below the age of 18, up from the previous age of 16. The policy intent, however, was to ensure that if youth offenders between the ages of 16 and 18 commit serious offenses or repeat offenses, their cases could be transferred out of the youth court to the High Court and state courts. In those cases, it was always intended that the High Court and state courts will continue to have the full suite of powers to deal with the offenders. However, when preparing to operationalize the CYPA amendments, we identified certain provisions in the earlier round of amendments which are not fully aligned with the policy intent. Clauses 3 to 7 and 23 of the bill straighten out these provisions and ensure that the policy intent is given its full effect. In particular, it ensures that reformative training, imprisonment, and caning are available in such cases. To be clear, the amendments will not require the court to impose these penalties, nor otherwise limit the court's discretion in sentencing. The court can still, upon a close examination of the facts, impose a rehabilitative sentence. The final set of amendments, sir, in clauses 26 to 28 of the bill pertains to workers and dealers of precious metals. The amendments to the Miscellaneous Offences Act will increase the waiting period before such workers or dealers can work on or deal with goods sold to them from 3 days to 5. This will give the police more time to trace and recover stolen goods. At the same time, we are reducing the scope of the requirement. This waiting period will only apply to the worker or dealer who first receives goods from a customer and not the worker or dealer who receives the goods from another dealer. Stolen goods usually come from a customer rather than from another dealer. The overall intent of the amendments is to improve law enforcement's ability to trace stolen goods and the criminals while minimizing the burden on businesses in a risk-calibrated manner. Sir, the amendments in the bill are part of MHA's regular efforts to make our criminal laws clearer, fairer, and more responsive to the prevailing operating environment. They will help MHA carry out our mission of keeping Singapore safe and secure more effectively. We seek the support of members for the amendments. Mr. Speaker, I seek to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Seow Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to weigh in on two categories of amendments. First, the amendments regarding the large-scale electronic circulation of obscene objects, and second, the amendments regarding scams and scam-related offences. First, on the large-scale electronic circulation of obscene objects. I fully agree with and applaud the government for creating a new offence to target administrators who set up or manage online locations to facilitate the large-scale circulation of obscene material. I believe this will allow the government to better go after the source of the problem and deal with the problem at its source, and hopefully deter the problem at its source as well. I also agree with the government that such administrators who set up or manage online locations to facilitate the large-scale circulation of obscene material have a higher level of culpability compared to members of the online location who share obscene content. But I wish to suggest even stiffer penalties for such administrators. The current amendments introduce mandatory imprisonment of up to 5 years, with a higher maximum if the obscene materials circulated depict minors. We can and should go further to introduce discretionary caning for administrators of online locations circulating obscene material, to bring the penalties for such offences in line with those for assault or use of criminal force to a person with the intent to outrage modesty under Section 354 of the Penal Code. Because the criminal force inflicted through electronic means by administrators of online locations on their victims is certainly no less severe than the criminal force inflicted in person by a physical perpetrator. And many a times, the criminal force inflicted is probably even more severe due to the multiplicity and simultaneity of the outrage on modesty made possible by electronic means to assault a victim at scale and at speed. Discretionary caning for administrators of online locations circulating obscene material is therefore proportionate and fits the crime. Given the prevalence and extreme ease to become an administrator of such online locations, discretionary caning is also needed as a deterrent. Therefore, the nature of the offence of administering online locations to circulate obscene materials fits both the functions of proportionality and deterrence that judicial caning today serves. Sir, I move on to my second point on scams and scam-related offences. And I start with the following premise, that scams are a national law and order priority like drugs. Scams are operated in a way basically like drugs are. Scams are perpetrated by organized crime syndicates like drugs. And scams are masterminded and commandeered remotely from overseas, with the most downstream part of the production chain of criminal activities sited onshore in Singapore, just like drugs are. Scams cause immense harm to society, just like drugs. If drugs destroy lives, scams destroy life savings. Scams harm both the young and old. And because scammers often impersonate government agencies, scams can also erode the trust of our society at large in our key institutions like the police, ICA, and so on. In other words, scams do not just affect victims, they impact the whole of society. Our key institutions have to react, put up defenses, and these defenses come at a cost. So scams extract a cost on the whole of our society every day. Scams cause immense harm to our society, just like drugs, and so our criminal laws should deal with scams just like they deal with drugs. I suggest that the penalties for scams and scam-related offences should be brought more in line with those for drug-related offences at 3 levels. At the first level, the scammers. In other words, the masterminds, the key operators, the most culpable, those at the highest level in the chain. Scammers manufacture schemes on an industrial level to cheat victims of their life savings. In my mind, scammers are therefore no less harmful to our society than manufacturers of controlled Class A drugs. The amendments before us today introduce mandatory caning for scammers, minimum 6 strokes, which I fully support. But the law also provides for maximum imprisonment of only 10 years for scammers. I'd like to suggest much stiffer penalties, a minimum of 6 strokes and 10 years, and a maximum of 15 strokes and 30 years or life imprisonment for scammers, to bring these penalties in line with those for illegal manufacturers of controlled Class A drugs, including new psychoactive substances. I will stop short of calling for capital punishment for the most egregious scammers, which should be in line with the penalty for manufacturers of specific Class A drugs, like morphine, cocaine, and meth. Now, we know the scammers, these masterminds and key operators, are mostly based overseas, just like the masterminds and key manufacturers of illicit drugs. But having very stiff penalties for scammers is an important and necessary marker, in my view. So the second level, members and recruiters of scam syndicates. Now, many of these members and recruiters of scam syndicates are based in or come through Singapore, unlike the scammers. If scammers are as harmful to our society as manufacturers of Class A drugs, in my mind, scam syndicate members and recruiters are as harmful as traffickers of Class A drugs. Now, the amendments before us today introduce, again, mandatory caning for such scam syndicate members and recruiters, minimum 6 strokes, but the law also provides for maximum imprisonment of only 5 years. So for scam syndicate members and recruiters, I'd like to suggest much stiffer penalties. Again, a minimum of 6 strokes and 5 years, and a maximum of 15 strokes and 20 years, to bring these penalties in line with those for traffickers of Class A drugs in most instances. So the third level, scam mules who enable scammers by laundering scam proceeds, providing SIM cards, and or providing SingPass credentials. To my mind, these are the lowest levels of the scam crime production chain. Yes, they do harm, they have culpability, but they are the lowest levels. I will peg them closer to traffickers of Class C drugs. And therefore, in my view, the penalties introduced by the amendments before us today for scam mules appear somewhat disproportionately harsh compared to the penalties being introduced for scammers and scam syndicate members and recruiters higher up the scam crime chain. For example, if the bill today is passed, a mule who provides accounts or arrangements to launder scam proceeds in particular will face discretionary caning of up to 12 strokes and also maximum imprisonment of 10 years compared to, as I said before, maximum imprisonment of 5 years for being a scam syndicate member or recruiter. So I suggest more proportionate penalties for all types of scam mules. Discretionary caning with a maximum of 6 strokes instead of 12, and maximum imprisonment of 5 years. But also, I'd like to suggest a minimum of 2 years to bring these penalties more in line with those for trafficking Class C drugs. I believe these suggested penalties, especially the minimum imprisonment of 2 years, will sufficiently deter specific offenders and would-be offenders from offending in future. So notwithstanding the above suggestions, I support the bill.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Mr. Speaker,
This bill makes significant changes to 17 of our criminal statutes. Overall, I'm supportive of the bill. I wish to speak today on two matters that I find most significant. First, on tackling scams. Second, on the reduction in the use of caning for other offences. I also have some queries on the new offence of doxing of public servants. My party colleague, Member Fadli Fauzi, will speak later on related issues and other aspects of the bill. First, on tackling scams. It is clear that despite significant efforts poured into anti-scam measures, Singaporeans are still falling prey to scams and losing significant sums. Banks have made efforts to strengthen digital banking to detect and delay unusual transactions. Public education has intensified. There is now even an anti-scam warning on the Parliament website. But scammers too have raised their game. Scam organizations are brilliant at social engineering and tailoring their ruses to suit the intended victim. Scammers are going further. In one case I came across, the scammers even coached the victim as to what to tell police if she was questioned, which she dutifully complied with as if under some sort of spell. Clearly, we are dealing with highly sophisticated operators. So the bill has 19 provisions that are targeted at scam offences. Although there are existing laws to cover these situations, the new provisions create new specific offences or enhance the punishment if they are committed through scams. For instance, the Organised Crime Act is being amended to create two new offences of being a member of a locally linked organised scam group and being a recruiter for organised scam groups, whether locally linked or not. Besides setting high fines and jail time of up to 5 years, mandatory caning of at least 6 strokes is to be imposed. How effective the provisions will be will depend on how tightly they can be enforced. No point having strict laws if offenders are not pursued. It is also likely that even if persons are caught, offender displacement will occur, meaning that there will be no shortage of persons willing to replace them if the rewards are lucrative enough. For organised scams, effective enforcement will require agencies across borders to share information and conduct joint operations as well. At this point, it is not clear to me how committed every government in Southeast Asia is towards combating scams. In the past week, there was extensive media coverage on a scam ring in Cambodia, apparently led by a Singaporean and staffed by scores of compatriots. It was reported that the Cambodian police conducted a joint operation with Singapore police on 9 September, after which 15 suspects, including 12 Singaporeans, were arrested and charged here. It was further reported that Cambodian police found evidence of the involvement of other suspects, and this evidence formed the basis for the SPF to issue Interpol red notices against them. While the handling of this case so far shows strong cross-border cooperation, I wonder if such extensive cooperation happens on a regular basis. Further, does the ministry expect in future to utilize the expanded powers under the Extradition Act to request ASEAN neighbours to hand over such suspects to Singapore through extradition? So it is public knowledge that Southeast Asia is a hotbed for organised scam groups, and some ASEAN countries are reported to be where the main operations are located. To respond to this, some governments are using other tools besides the criminal law. 2 months ago, the American Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, issued a statement highlighting that criminal actors across Southeast Asia had, and I quote, increasingly exploited the vulnerabilities of Americans online, unquote, resulting in an estimated loss of $10 billion last year. He announced that the American government would impose sanctions on various persons and entities involved in running a scam center in Myanmar and forced labor compounds in Cambodia. He opined that such sanctions would have the effect of disrupting the ability of criminal networks to perpetrate their fraudulent and abusive activities. To that end, it would be useful to know to what extent the Singapore government will also consider other tools outside the criminal law to disrupt such organised scam groups. The bill also introduces caning as an additional option in scam cases involving the misuse of SingPass credentials under the Computer Misuse Act. The same is being done under the Miscellaneous Offences Act for scams involving the misuse of SIM cards. As for cheating under the Penal Code, there will be mandatory caning if done through remote communications, such as the internet, telephone, or electronic or other technology. So the most significant aspect of all the scam-related amendments is the introduction of caning as a punishment. Given the tremendous material loss and psychological harm caused to scam victims, I have little sympathy for those who perpetrate these cruel acts. That said, the sentence of caning is a harsh punishment. While it is a legacy of our colonial past, it is a punishment where the state inflicts violence and physical pain on a prisoner. From reported accounts of some who underwent the punishment, caning led them to bleed and, by some accounts, to suffer such pain that it led them to go into a state of shock. So I accept that there is a strong imperative to curb scams, and it could well be at the stage now when we have to pull out all the stops. In that light, could the ministry elaborate on why it has assessed that caning will be effective to reduce scam activity? Did the ministry consider alternatives, such as providing for longer jail terms and heavier fines? This brings me to my second point, which is related. I strongly welcome the reduction in the use of caning for other offences. The bill proposes a total removal of caning as a punishment for certain offences, and for others, making caning optional instead of mandatory. In its press release on 14 October, the ministry stated that it made these moves considering factors such as whether the offences were still of significant public concern and whether other punishments sufficed. This review, to remove unnecessary punishments, brings important balance to this bill. The amendments proposed to the Vandalism Act are particularly significant and welcome. The bill removes the rigidity of the current Act, where mandatory caning of between 3 to 8 strokes must be imposed on vandalism of both public and private property, except in limited circumstances. The bill instead proposes that mandatory caning be removed for all vandalism offences. Instead, caning will exist as an option for the court in cases where the vandalism is deemed more serious. So even after the bill is passed, I hope the government will, from time to time, review offences which currently attract caning to see if caning is still warranted. Social conditions change over time, and our laws should be fit for purpose. Singapore is currently on a short list of about 30 countries that still have corporal punishment on its criminal statutes. Of course, we must decide for ourselves what is appropriate for our criminal justice system. That said, I believe Singaporeans will support a criminal justice system that is effective and at the same time humane. Finally, doxing of public servants. Clause 25 creates a new offence in the Miscellaneous Offences Act of doxing of public servants. Under the proposed Section 14E, it will be an offence for anyone to publish identity information and false statements about public servants if connected to the discharge of their duties. I have 3 questions related to this. First, the section will apply to protect public servants. As to who would be considered a public servant, the proposed definition refers to the definition of public servant in the Penal Code, as well as any person who, under other written laws, is deemed a public servant for the purposes of the Penal Code. If so, would someone holding a political position, such as a minister or member of parliament, be covered under the section? Second, the section prohibits the publication of identity information not just about the public servant, but also a related person. The definition of related person is stated as another person about whose safety or well-being the public servant would reasonably be expected to be seriously concerned. This definition is inexact and potentially includes almost everyone, including family members, colleagues, and acquaintances. What is the intended ambit of the definition of related person? So the third query relates to the use of illustrations to clarify the law. There is an illustration clarifying that the doxing offence would be made out where the false statement and the identity information were carried in 2 separate online posts. However, this illustration is found in the explanatory statement to the bill and is not part of the text of the law. I would like to know why the illustration is not legislated together with Section 14E, but instead is relegated to the explanatory statement. It would seem to me to be more appropriate to carry the illustration up front in the law itself to make it clearly visible to anyone looking up the law in the future. Instead, having it in the explanatory statement makes it harder to locate and may lead to unnecessary arguments down the road. So let me conclude. The bill confronts us with decisions about the use of caning as a judicial punishment. In view of the devastating harms scammers have caused and continue to cause to Singaporean families, I believe the public supports the amendments regarding scam offences. At the same time, there is a concerted effort in the bill to remove or reduce the use of caning for various other offences. This is a move I fully endorse as we work to scope our criminal laws more tightly and appropriately. Finally, I look forward to the answers to the questions I've posed regarding regional cooperation and other approaches to disrupt scam organizations and on the offence of doxing of public servants. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill which seeks to future-proof and strengthen our criminal justice framework, particularly in response to emerging threats involving technology, public safety, and organized crime. I would like to speak on 3 areas today: sexual offences, protection of public servants, and the revision of caning penalties, including for scams. First, I applaud the ministry's move to update sexual offences to protect our people, especially the young and the vulnerable, in an ever-evolving digital landscape. The amendments proposed have been designed to be able to factor in future developments and trends in technology and social media. The bill proposes enhanced penalties for the sale, distribution, or large-scale electronic circulation of obscene objects, particularly those depicting minors, with the age threshold also being raised from 16 to 18. These amendments bring us in line with international standards and are crucial to allow us to respond to cases like the SG Nasi Lemak Telegram group, which saw thousands exposed to such harmful material. Importantly, the amendments make it clear that consensual and private sharing of intimate images between adults will not be criminalized, reaffirming the law's focus on protecting but not policing citizens' private lives. While this is the case, I hope that people continue to be careful about who they share their intimate content with, especially in the face of potential love scams or even blackmail, amongst other possibilities for abuse or misuse. I would also like to suggest that such potential harms are addressed in sex education classes in schools. The amendments also seek to deal with the risk of synthetic AI-generated intimate images, including deepfakes and computer-generated child abuse materials under our criminal laws. These images, though not constructed from real photographs, are equally harmful and can devastate reputations and cause emotional damage. The law must remain ahead of technology, and this amendment sends a strong deterrent message to would-be offenders that virtual crimes are, in fact, very real, with equally real and painful penalties. It would also reinforce what our society considers to be obscene. While these are laudable steps, I would urge the government to pay closer attention to bullying cases in situations where it could entail the distribution of intimate images of minors, which can be weaponized as a form of sexualized bullying. While legal deterrence is very important, the penalties imposed on the perpetrators are by themselves not able to help support the recovery of the victims or to cope with the aftermath of the bullying attacks. Therefore, I hope that there will be clear guidelines and robust victim support systems to protect the vulnerable young victims. The bill introduces stronger measures to deter harassment, doxing, and the making of false allegations against public servants, recognizing the negative impact these acts have on public officers and, by extension, public confidence in our institutions. No longer must the victim prove harassment, alarm, or distress. Intent to harass is enough, and this is a much-needed strengthening of deterrence without placing undue burden on the doxing victim to prove that they had suffered. A new offence targets the disclosure of a public servant's identity accompanied by a falsehood when intended to prevent or deter the discharge of their duties. This recognizes that false narratives can rapidly undermine confidence in public institutions and make it difficult for public servants to perform their jobs. Finally, I support the revision of caning penalties, especially the landmark move to introduce caning for scams and scam-related offences. In the past 5 years, scams have shattered lives and torn families apart, with Singaporeans losing billions of dollars. This pain extends far beyond financial loss. Some victims feel so desperate that they resort to tragic ends. Families are broken by trust betrayed, and savings painstakingly built over lifetime are wiped out in a moment. Mandatory caning for scammers and syndicate members and discretionary caning for so-called mules will send an unequivocal signal: Singapore will not tolerate those who prey on our people, be it from behind a keyboard or through sophisticated networks. Deterrence must be robust, and as past experience with loan shark harassment shows, caning is effective in reducing recalcitrant crime. While the punishment is severe, the harm caused to victims whose lives are often ruined justifies the tough response. However, cross-border cooperation is still very important in the enforcement of these laws in order to bring the criminals to justice. Sir, in Mandarin. 对诈骗犯以成员处于边刑，对所谓的洗钱裸子酌情处于边刑，将发出一个明确的信号：新加坡不能容忍诈骗为生的人，无论他们是躲在键盘后，还是通过复杂的犯罪网络行骗。威慑必须强有力，正如过去打击高利贷的经验那样，鞭刑能够有效减少顽固犯罪。虽然惩罚严厉，但对受害者造成的伤害，他们的生活往往因此被毁。足以证明这种严厉措施的合理性。然为了将犯罪分子绳之以法，跨境合作在执行这些法律方面还是非常重要的。Mr. Speaker, the amendments before us today make our laws more relevant, responsive, and robust in the face of new threats. I support the bill even as I urge for continued vigilance, including in victim support, clarity for bullying cases, and stronger protection for public servants in the age of ease of doxing. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, I'm declaring my interest as a lawyer in private practice, and I've been a defense counsel in criminal cases. Sir, the bill advances some timely updates to our criminal laws. I am supportive of the bill's intentions, especially the changes which allow us to keep pace with the ever-evolving nature of crimes. The bill addresses important lacunae in the law that have emerged as a result of technological advances, some of which may have extraterritorial implications. For instance, I support the provisions to explicitly penalize the production of computer-generated obscene images, to strengthen penalties for obscene objects involving minors below the age of 18, and to expand the scope of sexual grooming offences to cover meetings outside of Singapore. The bill also affords public servants better protections from harassment. As an MP overseeing the running of a town council, I fully understand the need for these amendments. I've seen how our hard-working town council staff have been unfairly targeted, with their names and identities spread around by some unhappy resident. The bill provides our public servants with the necessary assurance that they can safely and securely discharge their duties without the threat of public harassment. I support how the bill increases prison terms for causing or allowing the fatal abuse of vulnerable victims. This includes children and domestic workers who are often defenseless and cannot fight back. We are sending the right message by increasing the sentences, which can go up to 30 years or life imprisonment, to ensure that the vulnerable are protected. Mr. Speaker, the bill also revises our penal policy with respect to caning. On one hand, caning has been introduced for certain categories of scam and fraud-related offences. On the other hand, caning has been removed or made discretionary for other offences, such as specific vandalism offences. I mentioned the Vandalism Act in particular because there were some disquiet, both in public and in Parliament, when caning was first mooted as a penalty. For instance, the Vandalism Act has been described by legal academic Jyoti Raja as a significant departure from penal practices in prescribing a violent punishment for a property offence when it was introduced in 1966. It is worth noting that the then Law Minister, E.W. Barker, recognized the unique nature of Singapore's caning policy on vandalism. He said, and I quote, "At the outset, it must be conceded that the present-day penological trends are against the infliction of caning as punishment, and that legal opinion is in general against the imposition of corporal punishment in cases not involving violence or brutality," end quote. In the same debate, then PAP backbencher Mr. Tang Si Chim also warned, and here I am quoting him, that the severity of the punishment may not, in fact, necessarily be a deterrent. The way to deter any crime, I submit, is to impress on the wrongdoer the certainty of his being found out if he commits one. End quote. Sir, we seem to have come full circle from 1966. Now we are about to seize mandatory caning as punishment for vandalism. At the same time, however, we are introducing corporal punishment for a new class of offences related to frauds and scams. It goes without saying that we need to protect Singaporeans from scammers. Their modus operandi grows ever more sophisticated and multifarious, and it can seem as though we are trying to fight a hydra. And of course, we would want to use all the weapons we have at our disposal to confront this hydra-headed challenge. As we consider caning as punishment against scammers, I do believe the points raised in the debate on the Vandalism Act in 1966 can still be relevant. In particular, they were concerned about whether caning is an appropriate deterrent against crime. I do not wish to understate the severity of the monetary losses as a result of scams. It can run up to life-changing amounts or even the entirety of an elderly person's retirement funds. Many of us in the House, myself included, will have encountered scam victims seeking assistance at our Meet the People sessions. The scale of their losses can be heartbreaking. The question still remains, how should we fight the hydra of these scam networks? Would caning be effective, and is it appropriate? As many of us are aware, scams are now increasingly being perpetrated by organized crime networks. These groups often operate transnationally. It is quite likely that the ringleaders will be cocooned safely somewhere, far from Singapore, in countries that may not have extradition treaties with us. Meanwhile, the lower-level operatives are the ones on the front lines and liable to be caught. Would caning the latter group of individuals cause a dent on their criminal operations? Furthermore, would introducing the prospect of being caned substantially change the calculus for the ringleaders? From the perspective of disrupting these scam operations, it may actually make more of a difference if we strengthen cross-border law enforcement cooperation and extradition arrangements. I acknowledge that this is being done by the government. My point, however, is that we can better deter the ringleaders by increasing the likelihood of them being caught, rather than the prospect of more severe punishment. Another possibility is to offer leniency to lower-level operatives who assist the authorities in dismantling these crime networks. Many of these lower-level operatives, including the mules, may be unwilling participants who have been themselves tricked into working for these criminal networks. On another note, I want to ask whether there is the possibility of the government imposing sanctions against criminal organizations involved in scamming Singaporeans, similar to what has been done in other jurisdictions like the United States. Can financial sanctions or asset confiscation be viable options to pursue with a view of perhaps using the recovered funds to finance a scam victim restitution fund of sorts. I am aware of the operational details of something like a victim restitution fund would have to be worked out carefully. However, unlike caning, this offers a more tangible benefit to the victims. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize again that I am not speaking out of some misplaced sympathy for the potential scammers who might be caned. I fervently believe that scam victims deserve justice for the psychological and material losses they have to endure. I can also understand the appeal of bringing the full force of the law onto these scammers who have left so much misery and pain in their wake. But sir, the law is not a blunt instrument, but something to be used with precision. It is worth reiterating that this is not a question of whether scammers should be harshly punished. Of course they should be. However, the pertinent question is whether the marginal deterrent value of a longer prison sentence matches or even exceeds the marginal deterrent value of imposing caning as a penalty. Mr. Speaker, I do not doubt that the government sincerely wants to do the right thing for Singaporeans. I hope my reservations about caning for scam-related offences are also seen in the right way. That is, as a constructive intervention to ask whether caning is truly the most effective means of protecting Singaporeans from the scourge of scams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. Our laws must keep pace with the way harm spread today through closed chats, fast-moving platforms, and AI tools that can humiliate in seconds. This bill makes targeted amendments across several key acts, including the Penal Code, Criminal Procedure Code, Computer Misuse Act, Corruption, Drug Trafficking, and Other Serious Crimes Act, and the Miscellaneous Offences Act. This bill makes updates in key six areas. It strengthens deterrence against scams and tech-enabled crimes, increasing penalties for abuse of vulnerable victims, and update laws on sexual offences, including AI-generated intimate images. It introduces a new offence for spreading false statements or doxing public officers, aligns caning and sentencing provisions for greater consistency, and refines procedures for youth offenders to balance rehab and accountability. Now, together, these changes modernizes our criminal laws, ensuring firm deterrence, comprehensive protection, and a justice system that remains fair and trusted. Now, given the breadth of this bill, I will focus my remarks on two key areas. First, the measures to deter scams and technology-enabled crimes, particularly how they protect vulnerable residents, including seniors in estates, older estates such as mine in Kolam Ayer and across the Jalan Besar GRC. Second, the protection of our frontline public service officers, our teachers, our healthcare workers, our home team officers, among others, who serve with dedication but are increasingly vulnerable to online harassments and false allegations. As a Labour MP, I will also touch on how these changes strengthen workplace protection and mental well-being for those who serve the public every day. Mr. Speaker, scams continue to be a scourge in our society. They prey on trust, create financial pain, and leave victims, especially seniors, feeling ashamed or helpless. In Kolam Ayer and across Jalan Besar, I've met elderly residents who have fallen prey to scams. Some were tricked into disclosing their bank details, others believed they were helping a family member in distress. For many, it was their life savings, painstakingly built over decades, that vanished in mere minutes. The emotional trauma often outlasts the financial loss. Now, this bill introduces caning as an additional penalty for scam syndicates and their enablers. Those who knowingly sell SingPass credentials, provide SIM cards, or launder criminal proceeds. These acts are not trivial. They enable syndicates to prey on the unsuspecting and amplify harm across the community. This is appropriate because behind every scammer or mule stands a victim who loses not just money, but confidence and dignity. However, deterrence must be matched with precision and prevention. To that end, I seek two clarifications from the Ministry. Firstly, on role indicators, will sentencing guidance clearly define the markers of key roles such as recruiters and organizers? For example, when they procure SIMs, multi-wallet control, profit shares, and script coaching, so that courts can distinguish masterminds from the low-level participants. Now, I ask this because clearer distinctions help to ensure that penalties fall proportionately on those who profit most, while preventing unfair outcomes for those who have limited involvement. Second is on reasonable steps. Will there be positive checklists defining what counts as reasonable steps for first-time offenders or mules? Now, this will prevent sham compliance and give fair notice to those tempted by easy money. I ask this because clear guidance can deter borderline cases before they can actually occur, especially among the young or financially desperate individuals who may not grasp the full consequence of aiding a scam. So beyond punishment, I do believe prevention remains critical. Our laws are strongest when our people are informed. Many seniors and low-income residents remain vulnerable to scams because of their limited digital literacy. So I hope with this enforcement, we continue to be complemented by sustained public education through our digital ambassadors, our community volunteers, so that every resident can navigate the digital world with confidence. Now, a strong deterrent must be matched by proactive education so that no Singaporean feels unprotected in this increasingly digital landscape. My second point, sir, is on protecting frontline public service officers. Sir, the bill also strengthens protection for those who serve the public, our officers, our educators, healthcare workers, and enforcement personnel, by criminalizing doxing and false allegations against them. This is timely and necessary step. In recent years, we have seen public officers unfairly targeted online. Their names and photos circulated with false claims. At Tan Tock Seng Hospital, a patient uploaded a police report online and falsely named a doctor as being involved in an alleged mistreatment. Now, the hospital later clarified that the named doctor was not involved, but by then, the harm to his reputation and peace of mind was already done. The MOE, Ministry of Education, has also acknowledged that educators and even students had been doxxed and attacked online following the Sengkang Green Primary School incident. Teachers who dedicate their life nurturing our children should never have to fear harassment simply for doing their jobs. And our home team officers who enforce laws and respond to emergencies have at times been filmed, misrepresented, and vilified online, such as the 2021 Yishun case, where a video falsely accused police officers of bullying an elderly woman. Investigations later showed that the police were actually helping the woman, not harassing her, and a performa correction was issued. Now, these incidents illustrate how misinformation can quickly erode trust and endanger the morale of those who serve the public. This bill rightly introduces a new offence under the Miscellaneous Offences Public Order and Nuisance Act for publishing an officer's identity together with a falsehood when done to deter or punish them for carrying out their duties. It also amends the Protection from Harassment Act to remove the need to prove that the officer suffered harassment or distress. Now, this shifts focus where it belongs, on the offender's intent, not the victim's reaction. However, three clarifications may help strengthen this protection further. Firstly, on falsehood threshold, will the government confirm that materials falsehood suffice and that offenders cannot escape liability by claiming the lie was minor or disguised in humor, sarcasm, or emojis? Now, I ask this because such tongue-in-cheek posts can still mislead the public and incite, ridicule, or harass our officers who are carrying out their duties. Second is on policy distinction. When will agencies invoke POFMA to correct misinformation, and when will they use the new doxing with falsehood offence to protect individual officers? A short policy note would be helpful to agencies, employers, and even unions who can help to apply the law consistently. Now, I ask this because operational clarity prevents hesitation. Agencies and unions must know which legal route to take swiftly to safeguard their officers and restore public confidence. My third point is on coverage clarity. Will protection also extend to outsourced essential workers such as cleaners, healthcare assistants, or transport enforcement officers who perform public duties but are not statutory officers? Now, I ask this because similarly, these workers will face some public exposure, same risk as civil servants, yet they lack the institutional protection or recourse channels available to them. As a Labour MP, I'm heartened that this bill recognises both public servants and public service workers. The latter includes nurses, our town council staff, and contract personnel who keep Singapore running every day. Now, their service deserves the same protection and respect. Unions such as the Healthcare Services Employees Union, HSCU, and the Singapore Teachers Union, STU, have long advocated these protections, standing beside our workers who face harassment or stigma during the course of duty. We must ensure that every person who serves the public, regardless of employer, can do safely and with dignity. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan, rang-rang undang ini memperkukuh keadilan dan keselamatan masyarakat kita. Ia bukan sekadar menghukum pesalah, tetapi melindungi mereka yang terdedah dan menjaga maruah pegawai awam yang berkhidmat dengan penuh dedikasi. Melalui pindaan ini, kita mempertingkat hukuman terhadap penipuan cyber, memperluas perlindungan kepada pegawai awam serta pekerja barisan hadapan dan memastikan undang-undang kita kekal relevan di era digital sebegini. Pendek kata, keadilan bukan hanya tentang menghukum, tetapi tentang menjaga kepercayaan, keselamatan dan kemanusiaan. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents an important step in strengthening both justice and trust. By deterring scams, we protect our seniors, our workers, and our families. By protecting our officers and public service workers, we safeguard those who uphold the values of duty, care, and compassion. Good law leaves no easy exits for bad actors and gives confidence to those who protect us. With this bill, we will send a clear signal that Singapore stands firm against harm and stands with those who protect and serve our people. Notwithstanding the clarifications I sought, I support this bill.
Mr. Henry Quek.
I support this bill and the suite of changes it makes. Given its breadth, I'll focus my remarks on three areas: tackling global scams and online crime, a calibrated approach to accountability for 14 to 17-year-old, and improving proportionality by resolving the inflexibility of mandatory caning. Let me first talk about our efforts to target operators of crime. I support forward-looking legislations that go after the operators, scam networks, credential abuse, deepfakes, child sexual abuse material CSAM creators without impending technology progress. Indeed, the impact of such crime is immense. Just take scams. Since 2019, Singaporeans have lost over $3 billion to scam. In 2024 alone, losses were over $1.1 billion. In the first half of this year, government impersonation scams, government official impersonation scams almost reached 1,800, nearly triple year on year. Victims, like many of my fellow members have mentioned, are disproportionately elderly, vulnerable, or desperate. Many lose their life savings and suffer deep hardship. Now, Mr. Speaker, technology is like the wind, swift, powerful, and unstoppable. But when a forest fire breaks out, we do not try to stop the wind, we go after the arsonists of that forest fire. This bill does just that. It focuses on those who exploit technology for harm, organized crime networks, scam operators, and credential traffickers. Criminalizing the misuse of another's identity or SIM registration cuts off the pathway in which such scams spread. Each stolen credential is a spark, each mail account a dry branch. And so, therefore, this bill builds the fire breaks we need while keeping the wind free so that legitimate innovations can go. Now, let me next turn to calibrating charging for 14 to 17-year-old. This bill implements and clarifies the 2019 CYPA changes to treat age 14 to below 18 as young persons and expands youth court coverage while preserving the ability to transmit serious or repeated cases to the state or high court so that adequate penalties can be imposed when warranted. Many teenagers today are better informed and more matured compared to youth decades ago. For very serious crimes, we should hold them responsible. But maturity is a continuum. One does not gain wisdom and fortitude at a precise birthday. To avoid the cliff effect, where the full weight of adult liabilities fall on a 14-year-old, say, I urge the government, led by Min Law, to adopt a graduated, age-sensitive charging approach for those from 14 to 18, which means that calibrating charging positions in legal submissions based on age, maturity and context, and reserve adult-style positions for truly serious crimes. Lastly, I welcome the calibrated caning penalties for 22 offences, while introducing caning as a penalty for scamming. Today, multiple statutes impose minimum strokes and leave the court with no room to calibrate punishment. It's a one-size-fits-all penalties for those laws. But justice can be tempered with mercy. The new framework, the new flexibility from this bill for 22 offences provide judicial discretion to weigh mitigation factors on a case-by-case basis. For example, first offender status, coercion or duress, genuine remorse or early pleas. Now, proportionality is not leniency. It is the law taking fully account of both harm and human circumstances. At the same time, given the severe impact of scamming, I fully support the inclusion of caning penalties for scamming crimes. So let me conclude. This bill goes after the operators of technology scams and online scams, the arsonists who, without stifling the impact of technology. It also aligns accountability with maturity, and it restores judicial discretion when it's due. It protects our people and our progress while keeping justice fair and firm. With that, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill. This bill does a few important things. It strengthens our law against scams, amends sexual offences, raise penalties for causing or allowing fatal abuse to vulnerable victims, and revising sentencing for young offenders and update older provision to fit today's realities. At its core, it defines new offences, allowing caning for some scam-related crimes, remove caning from others, and refines how we deal with youth and vulnerable persons. In this response, I will focus on deterring scams through tougher and more targeted measures. This is close to my heart. In Clementi, I've walked the ground and sought help from my residents who fell into victims of scams. Their stories are heartbreaking and even more painful when I learned how their families and loved ones are affected. Let me place this on record by saying that I agree with the direction to introduce caning for scam-related offences. However, I would like to highlight 4 clarifications and considerations. The first is on discretionary caning and proportionality. For scams-related offences, such as offenders who facilitate the scams, such as misuse of SIM cards, disclosing access credentials, such as SingPass account, this bill allows for up to 12 strokes of cane under discretionary caning. I support this direction. You see, scams can wipe out life savings of many and shatter families. A strong deterrence is justified. However, I would like to better understand how the upper limit of 12 strokes was set. For instance, was the upper limit of 12-stroke benchmarked against other offences with similar harm and culpability? Were existing caning eligible offence considered as used as comparison when setting this upper limit? And if so, what was the principle for this alignment? I'm also glad to hear earlier that the upper limit has room for review. On this note, we should be clear what caning is not. It is not a silver bullet. This brings me to my second point on the economics of deterrence. As someone who has spent a few years teaching economics, I tend to think of deterrence as a simple equation. Does the expected cost outweigh expected benefit? In my view, expected cause of committing a crime depends on three things. First, severity, how harsh the punishment is. Number two, certainty, how likely are you to be caught and punished. Number three, speed, how fast the punishment happens. So in short, deterrence, in my view, depends on three things: severity, certainty, and speed. Because the scammers believe that they never will or unlikely to be caught, perhaps because hiding behind a fake account or an anonymous account or operate outside of Singapore, then harsher penalties might not make much of a difference. So beyond raising penalties, we should raise certainty, visibility, and speed of enforcement and punishment. At the end of the day, we measure what is important to us. In this regard, the government should consider publishing regular updates on scam activities, how many were reported, caught, and continue amplifying public communications. Why? Because this sends a clear signal that Singapore just doesn't punish harshly, but we also catch swiftly in this context of scam activities. My third point is cross-border scams. Many scams that hit Singapore are not run from here. They are operated overseas, layered through syndicates. In late October, police named 27 Singaporeans and 7 Malaysians suspected of running a Cambodian-based syndicate scam ring targeting Singapore, believed to be behind at least 438 cases and 41 million in losses. Police said that they are working with Interpol to issue raid notices because these suspects are out of Singapore. These facts underline a simple point. The threat of caning here may not deter someone who sits overseas or never plans to set foot in Singapore. The answer then, in my view, has to be stronger and faster cross-border cooperation, coordination, and enforcement. Singapore already works with partners within ASEAN, Interpol, and other countries. My point is there needs to be a continued deepening of mutual legal assistance channeled bilaterally and multilaterally. This may involve memorandum of understanding between authorities and their counterparts abroad on things like digital evidence requests, standard operating timelines, as well as having dedicated officers to oversee and expedite such cross-border coordination and collaboration. My last point, beyond strengthening our laws against scammers, we must continue to build a scam-resilient society. This is because the law cannot carry full load. We have to build habits, skills, systems that help Singaporeans to determine scams early and act fast. We want a vigilant public, not a fearful one. Singapore must never become a place that we suspect every single message and live in constant anxiety. We can teach this balance from young. Pause, check, then decide when encountering something suspicious. In this regard, we should consider incorporating more practical scam education within our schools and community to enable our ability to detect scam activities. Today, Character Citizenship Education, our CCE classes, teaches students to evaluate and verify credibility online information sources, to recognize and report different types of online scam, including phishing and online purchase scams and internet love scams. However, as scams continue to evolve, we must continue to do more to educate all, such as being able to identify deepfakes. We have made progress through Police Anti-Scam Command, ScamShoe, but I think we can go further. You see, just as from time to time at work, we have to take cybersecurity quizzes, I wonder if we can have scam quizzes built into ScamShoes. And perhaps users who complete could also earn some rewards or incentive. For example, if you can get 20 or 30 questions right, pretty high bar, you could entail you to have additional CDC vouchers. The goal, it's really just to be more scam resilient. On another note, I also just want to mention that part of scam resilience is also fighting the stigma associated with the person falling prey to scams. Speak to scam victims, you know that oftentimes they feel shame and fear, viewed as silly or naive by their loved ones or others, or even being blamed for their own troubles. Therefore, many may choose to stay silent and not even report being scammed. And scammers will rejoice in their silence. So we must hence fight this stigma, make early help the norm. Our public message must be simple. Report quickly, you are not alone, every minute counts. Also, a report once pathway would give each victim a single case reference, would spare them from repeating the painful details from agencies to agencies or bank to bank. Just one reference number, find the details all there. Give scam victims discretion and privacy is equally important as well, including ensuring private spaces for conversations and the option to bring someone else alone. We should also consider inviting those who wish to step forward to tell their stories in a safe and respectful settings. Because I've learned that sharing stories is powerful, because when survivors choose to share, even anonymously, they show others it is okay to seek for help. It reduces the shame that keeps many silent and turns painful experiences into lessons that protect and empower others. In my view, if we pair strong laws and with early help, empathy at the front line, and survivor voices that breaks the stigma, we reduce shame, shorten response time, and improve recovery. This is how we stay vigilant without becoming fearful, keep trust alive while protecting one another. I would like to close by noting that the bill strengthens our hand against scammers, and I welcome it. But deterrence or true deterrence doesn't just come from harsher punishment alone. It comes from a system that is swift, certain, and smart. Swift in catching offenders, certain in delivering justice, and smart in building public awareness. Because at the end of the day, the best deterrent isn't fear of punishment. It is a society that is alert, resilient, and one step ahead of scammers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I stand in support of the bill, which seeks to amend the Penal Code and other related legislation to update our criminal laws. So the scope of this bill is vast. I will focus my speech today on scam-related crimes and the proposal to revise caning penalties for certain offences, including introducing caning for scams and scams-related offences. I read with great concern about the recent media coverage of Singaporeans being involved in scam syndicate operations in Cambodia. In one of the reported cases, a Singaporean was alleged to be the leader of the crime ring, targeting Singaporeans in government impersonation scams. Their use of the Singaporean accent was meant to reassure the victims that the calls were genuine. Scams are a major source of crimes in Singapore. Today, we are far more likely to get scammed online than to be robbed in the streets. In the first half of 2025, victims lost $456 million, with almost 20,000 cases reported. These figures are a representation that scam cases continue to plague our country. According to statistics by the police, scam victims lost $1.1 billion in 2024 and more than $651 million in 2023. When I first joined the police in 1995, cheating cases were common, but limited largely to face-to-face interactions. Over time, as Singapore's digital penetration grew, scam archetypes evolved to love scams on WeChat to the current situation where so many variants of scams affect different segments of our population. The bill's proposal to introduce mandatory caning for offenders of scams is therefore highly welcome and timely, as we need to send a clear signal that our legal system has no tolerance for those who scam and prey on others. However, when it comes to enforcement, it is often the most vulnerable who are recruited as mules who are caught. Syndicate bosses are often based offshore, and it can be tough for our local law enforcement to take them to task. I would therefore like to ask how the SPF is working with the foreign enforcement agencies, including with Interpol and member agencies of the Anti-Money Laundering Case Coordination and Collaboration Network, or AC3N, to take these criminal masterminds to task. For offences, we've proposed discretionary caning, such as those involving individuals who launder scam proceeds, supply SIM cards, or provide SingPass credentials. I would like to ask whether sentencing guidelines will be made available to the courts, and if so, what would these sentencing guidelines be? Would vulnerable offenders, such as youths and those with mild intellectual disabilities, be given greater leniency if they are preyed upon and roped into scam operations? How can we do more to protect these vulnerable individuals from being taken advantage of by the scam syndicates? So let me next talk about a small but growing variant of scams that threaten Singapore's ambition to become a live entertainment hub. Between 2023 to 2024, 1,500 people lost about $1.1 million in scams due to the sale of concert tickets by online third-party resellers. Ticket scams pertaining to live entertainment events have been a growing concern for the Consumers Association of Singapore. Consumers tell us that ticket scams are a particular area of concern, as many event goers try to get tickets to A-list events at all costs. Many of them simply cannot buy tickets on the primary market due to the presence of bots. They try all means possible to attend the events by their favorite artists, even at the risk of purchasing fake tickets. Members would recall reading news articles about ticket scams whenever an A-list event takes place in Singapore, from Taylor Swift to Coldplay to Andy Lau. The Taylor Swift Eras Tour concert that was held in Singapore in March 2024 became an unfortunate incident where many locals and international consumers became scam victims. The Consumer Protection Review Panel, which I co-chair, is looking into this issue deeply. For example, the panel is actively engaging ticket service platforms to explore establishing authorized ticket sales platforms to provide consumers with a greater certainty that tickets resold on proper platforms are legitimate. Other suggestions include phasing out paper tickets and to only have digital tickets with dynamic QR codes. But while the industry players and CASE do our best to tackle this issue, we cannot succeed in eradicating the problem of ticket scams without support from the government. Some overseas jurisdictions with thriving entertainment industries, such as in Japan and in Taiwan, have already rolled out anti-ticketing scam laws to tackle this issue, something which I hope the government would also consider adopting. Sir, we must address the variant of ticketing scams more seriously, despite its relatively smaller losses when compared to the other scams. Because if left unaddressed, these scams could threaten to derail Singapore's efforts to anchor ourselves as the region's entertainment hub. In closing, the amendments proposed under the bill are timely, as it will send a strong signal that tackling scams continue to be a national priority. We must continue to act firmly against scam syndicates while having a care on how we treat vulnerable citizens who are roped into scam operations. I also urge the ministry to also look into how we can deal with ticketing scams more decisively, as it affects a large number of consumers. Mr. Speaker, with that, I support the bill.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Mr. Speaker, my speech will focus on the introduction of caning for scams-related offences. It is an understatement today that scams are the scourge of societies. According to SPF's Mid-Year Scam and Cybercrime Brief 2025, there were 22,476 scam and cybercrime cases from January to June of this year, and the amount lost to scams was about 456 million. So to put this into perspective, this averages out to be about more than 120 of such cases each day, more than 5 cases an hour. In terms of losses, an average of $2.5 million lost each day to scams. These figures are astonishing, to say the least. In fact, the monies lost to scams are not representative of the entire cost of such criminal enterprises on society, because if we tabulate the man-hours and other valuable resources deployed to combat scams, then the total amount would be many times that of just the lost quantum. The motivation of scammers is clear. Their ill-gotten rewards are enormous vis-a-vis the risks, and all these at the expense of their victims. I believe all of us have met scam victims at our MPS and have heard their pleas for help, as many members have pointed out. It is heartbreaking to hear of Singaporeans having their honest and hard-earned monies despicably stolen from them. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, a family member of mine almost fell victim to one such scam. I don't know whether the scammer knew that I was going to make a speech in Parliament so soon. So she received a call from someone claiming to be an MAS officer who told her that her bank account had been compromised for illegal transactions, and then assured her that he would help her to resolve the issue. He then told her to lock herself in the room as he guided her through the process via video call, and he told her many times not to let anyone know in the family. So flustered and helpless, my family member ended up spending several hours on the call with this scammer. And in this time, she set up a cryptocurrency account. She has never learned about crypto before. She terminated an investment savings account and transferred the funds from the investment savings account to her savings account. But fortunately for her, she informed my wife after the call, who then informed me, and we were able to stop any losses in time. But this is a very common modus operandi of scammers now. They get into the minds of their victims by first sending them into a panic mode and then assure them that they can help by impersonating themselves as public officials. Very sinister. And I told my family member, I said, when they told you to lock yourself in the room and not tell anyone, alarm bells should have started ringing in your head. But she told me that during that entire process, she was almost in a trance-like state. And I think similar to what some of the other members have shared. So my family member was fortunate to have family members around, but I worry very much for my residents who are seniors, who stay alone, and I have also met residents who are even younger than me fall prey to the similar tactics that I've just shared. So no condemnation leveled against scams and scammers, to me, would be considered unjust. And clearly, the existing sanctions are not adequate and do not effectively deter scammers and potential scammers. So it is therefore timely that this bill seeks to enhance the penalties for scam offences. And with this as context, I would like to raise several points and clarifications for the SMS's response. First, Clause 63 of the bill inserts a new section, 416B, in the Penal Code. In this new section, with respect to the element of deceit by way of remote communications, the operative threshold is mainly via digital or remote means. But in this current day and age, almost all our daily communications are arguably mainly done through digital and remote means, whether it's emails, social media, text messaging. So I want to find out what is the rationale for this statutory requirement, and how should the word mainly be legally interpreted? Second, the bill introduces mandatory and discretionary caning. Scammers, members, and recruiters of scam syndicates will face mandatory caning of at least 6 strokes, while scam mules who enable scammers in certain ways will face discretionary caning of up to 12 strokes. Recently, in Straits Times, 17 July 2025, 15 people were reportedly being investigated for sharing their SingPass credentials, some used to open bank accounts and register for mobile phone lines for scam purposes. Over the weekend, Channel News Asia also reported that the police have arrested 38 people acting as money mules for scammers, having sold or rented their U-Trip accounts for monetary gains. The same article also reports a surge in such scam cases in the months of September and October. So in light of what I've shared, my question is, why is caning not made mandatory for the scam mules as well? In particular, the mules who know that they are enabling or likely to enable a scam. Because, Mr. Speaker, scammers, members, and recruiters of scam syndicates and the scam mules, all these participants are essential to the operations of the scam enterprise. So what is the rationale for a distinction between caning to be meted out to the various players in the ecosystem? Third, impersonation of public officials. SPF's mid-year Scam and Cybercrime Brief 2025 also reported that government officials' impersonation scams have almost tripled in the first 6 months of 2025. And recently, on 26 October, the police shared that they have arrested 24 persons, investigating another 9 for their suspected involvement in a case of government officials' impersonation scam. Impersonation of government officials is probably the most deplorable of the various types of scams we have discussed today, because it carries the very real danger of also undermining the public's confidence in the government and the integrity and security of our services. We have all heard feedback that in a bid to avoid scammers, many Singaporeans have chosen either not to answer any calls from unknown or private numbers. When they receive SMSs that are sent by official sources, they read it with apprehension and suspicion. So the fear of being scammed has affected us all. And in this vein, will the ministry consider imposing even more severe penalties for scam-related offences where there is an element of government impersonation, such as by doubling the mandatory number of strokes, for example? Mr. Speaker, I heard Mr. Fali Fauzi's concerns earlier with the use of caning as a punishment, and he raised how we are moving away from mandatory caning for vandalism offences in this same bill. Instead, he suggested that we strengthen enforcement bite to be more effective. I will argue that we need both effective enforcement and deterrence in the form of caning to deal with the scourge of scams. I will go further to say that we are able to remove mandatory caning for vandalism today and discussing it in this bill because we have successfully deterred the act of vandalism from taking root in society in Singapore, where there was a very real threat several decades ago. So we should do the same now for scams, and if we are similarly successful as we were or we are with vandalism, we can review this in the future as well. Mr. Speaker, the amendments in this bill demonstrate the government's practical and hard-nosed approach to be more effective in protecting our people, while also reviewing policies in keeping with the times. We enact harsh laws, but not after deep and careful consideration, to protect the everyday Singaporean, honest, hardworking, resilient, and really just doing his or her best for their families. So, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chai Ing-tou.
Mr. Speaker, the bill updates the Penal Code and other legislations, strengthening the legal framework for urgent issues like scams and serious crimes like abuse. This aligns with Singapore's history of strengthening laws against trends in crime. I support the bill but seek clarification, firstly on complementary social and support measures to tackle the scourge of scams between deterrence and dialogue. The bill distinguishes money mules from scam syndicate leaders, introducing mandatory caning for scammers and discretionary caning for money mules. This toughens measures against scams, addressing a national issue. The message is clear: if you dare to scam Singaporeans, this is the price you pay. This move is crucial due to devastating losses, over 3.4 billion since 2019, with a record 1.1 billion in 2024. But beyond financial figures, victims have experienced ruined family relationships, depression, and some even turned to suicide. Caning is therefore an effective deterrent in reducing loan shark harassments. But I have two clarifications on this. The first is for those above 50 years old where caning is unsuitable, how will alternative penalties be applied? And whether these enhanced penalties will immediately apply to the 27 Singaporeans allegedly found to be part of the Cambodian scam syndicate if found guilty. While the bill assigns lower culpability to money mules, their punishment is still significant. I support the new offences, but suggest new ways to augment the effectiveness. As criminal lawyers note, deterrence isn't the only crime control method. Focusing solely on increased penalties might ignore root issues. Mules might be financially disadvantaged, incentivized by hardship to sell SingPass details or personal access. A worrying trend involves youths becoming scam mules, and a misconception that only elderly are victims, when those 21 to 59 age group who might be digitally native and overconfident, thereby constituting most victims. Greater deterrence, therefore, may not address economic hardship or coercion, but our approach needs to be balanced, focused on financial literacy and legitimate employment. Given the heavy penalties for potential money mules, public education on offense severity is needed, especially demographics of those less aware. We must also incorporate these messaging using technology like the Scam Shield app, a powerful intelligence network against scam trends. And another suggestion includes encouraging money mules to become informants, aligning with government efforts against local scam enablers. Where those actively cooperating with authorities by providing information on scam operations could receive reduced sentencing. But often, the investigation of potential money mules might be complex and lengthy. It's hard to distinguish those who participate as a mule versus those whose personal information might have been misused and compromised. During investigation, these individuals might face strict restrictions, including frozen bank accounts, affected credit ratings, making it hard to receive salaries, to pay bills, or to receive government benefits. This significantly impacts those already struggling financially. Can the Minister therefore clarify interim measures and collaborations with banks to support the increasing number of Singaporeans implicated in scam-related investigations but might not be convicted? Next, I will speak about strengthening protection for vulnerable victims against abuse. The bill proposes increasing maximum jail term for fatal abuse of vulnerable victims from 20 years to life imprisonment of up to 30 years. This too ensures penalties for the worst of the worst egregious cases. Despite serious penalties for abuse, advocates for vulnerable groups like domestic helpers highlight root causes in power disparity and victims' fear-driven difficulty in seeking help, sometimes due to social isolation. Increased abuse penalties also need to come with complementary protection and empowerment for potential victims, especially for early intervention, For example, migrant domestic worker abuse averaged 320 reports annually from 2020 to 2024. Existing support measures can be expanded through awareness of help avenues and increase checks on these foreign domestic workers. Enhanced penalties also apply to abuse of children under 14 and vulnerable persons. Beyond age, if I may suggest, stipulating definitions of vulnerable persons for seniors or even those with disabilities, using metrics like the Activities of Daily Living Score, which is an established tool for measuring functional ability. In conclusion, I strongly support this bill's decisive move to address crime threats and introduce tougher penalties. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Lee Hui-ying.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. The nature of crime is rapidly changing, and I'm glad the government is taking steps to update our laws to keep pace. The legislative amendments protect our people, both by enhancing deterrence and ensuring that where deterrence is met with recalcitrance, the offenders receive rehabilitation and a chance to mend their ways. In supporting this bill, I would like to expand upon two areas for the government's consideration. First, the reach of penalties for scam-related offences. Second, the revision of caning penalties. In chess, the king is the most important piece. It can determine victory or defeat, and is the most strategic center of the game. Like the chess king, the kingpin is crucial to the overall strategy. The kingpin is the one that defines the game. First, can I ask the Minister, what steps are we taking to target the leaders of scam syndicates? In other words, the kingpin. The new penalties currently apply to three categories of offenders. First, those who perpetrate scams or other forms of cheating, those who are members of or recruit members for scam syndicates, and those who facilitate the scams, such as through mail activities by supplying the scammers with bank accounts, SingPass accounts, and SIM cards. These persons who should be charged with these penalties are likely to be low-level operatives. While this would improve deterrence and disrupt scam networks, we would not be rid of scams until we apprehend the principals and the financiers and demolish scam networks entirely. Scams today are intricate supply chains, which include clearly defined functions of data acquisition, scripting, operations, and even technology. The key to sustaining such operations are the key decision makers, and in other words, the kingpin, to put the supply chain together. May I ask, if the new penalties are intended to also target the kingpins for a more comprehensive approach, or if the Organised Crime Act may be invoked here for investigative powers. For a solution to be sustainable, it must lower the incentive for scammers by cancelling out the profitability. Scams have grown increasingly sophisticated and transnational, exploiting digital platforms and encrypted communications channels that make enforcement challenging. May I ask, what plans does the government have in terms of implementing more robust industry safeguards, disrupting communications channels for syndicates, especially intractable ones like Telegram or the dark web, and strengthening cross-border collaborations to tackle the globalization of scams? How are we handling the transnational nature of scam offences? While local laws have their place, many cyber-enabled scams cross international boundaries, such that the lines in jurisdictions are blurred. Scam centres are based in other countries, such as Cambodia and Myanmar, but their victims are our Singaporeans. Does the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill apply, or are we using our diplomatic channels to motivate enforcement? Are we able to send the SPF to those countries to provide support or technical assistance. While we fight to support Singaporeans from scams, it is worrying to hear that there are Singaporeans being involved in leading scam networks. For example, 3 Singaporeans and 17 Singapore-registered entities were recently sanctioned by the US for alleged involvement in transnational crypto scam activities linked to a Cambodian conglomerate. Why were these links not discovered by us earlier? What action is our government taking, and are there checks being done to ensure no other Singaporeans are implicated? There may also be a need to implement sufficient safeguards for persons based in Singapore vis-à-vis foreign law risk. Beyond the legal aspect, the importance of public education cannot be understated. As such, as each individual is his or her own first line of defense against scams. How can we detect and respond more quickly to new modalities of scams? How do we then shorten the time and respond quicker between detection and public education efforts? What plans are in place to monitor the impact of current outreach and education efforts and to increase their effectiveness amid the evolving nature of scams? On the flip side, it is critical that these measures avoid a chilling effect, whereby people cross the threshold from reasonable caution to pervasive distrust of all online activity, even the legitimate ones. In this ever-evolving digital world, we must empower our people to be prudent without pulling back unnecessarily. Similarly, security measures should be carefully assessed before implementation to ensure that they do not make legitimate online processes unjustifiably onerous for users. Second, our approach to exclude caning penalties based on age. Currently, Singapore's maximum age for caning is 50 years old. If age was intended to be a proxy of physical suitability, we should review if it is appropriate to increase the maximum age to 60, in view of our lengthening health spans. Our average health span, defined as years of good health, is now at 75, as shared by PM at the National Day rally. Revising the caning age limit upwards would align with the trend towards an aging society, whereby, assuming status quo in crime rates, the average age of offenders is expected to increase year on year. This ensures that deterrence stays relevant and effective, even as the age profile of our population changes. This also avoids situations that may seem unjust, where offenders may be spared simply because they are caught and sentenced after they pass the age of 50. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我支持这项法案，它加强了刑罚的阻吓作用，也同时确保犯罪者有改过自新的机会，两者兼顾。诈骗罪案层出不穷，然而新的刑罚针对诈骗罪犯、团伙成员或招募者，还有那些提供手机、SIM 卡或 SIM Pass 资料给不法分子的人。这些人在诈骗集团中地位或许不高。所谓“擒贼先擒王”，希望部长能说明，从更全面的角度来看，新的刑法是否能旨在针对犯罪集团的幕后首脑。法案也涉及我国的鞭刑，目前我们的鞭刑年龄上限设在50岁，但随着人们健康寿命延长，加上社会老龄化，我们是否有必要检讨和上调这个限制至60岁呢？我相信这更符合我国社会目前的情况，也更有效地起到阻吓的作用。Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding these points for clarifications and consideration, I express my full support for this bill. These amendments are timely, not just in offering tangible protections to Singaporeans, but also in inspiring public confidence that our criminal justice system is sensitive to emerging needs. Especially in the realm of scams, it sends a clear signal that new ways to commit all crimes will be met with new penalties. Thank you, sir.
SMSC man.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank members for their questions and their strong support for the amendments. Let me first touch on the amendments to sexual offences. Ms. Joan Pereira highlighted bullying cases which involve the distribution of intimate images of minors. We agree that a firm stance should be taken against such acts. Let me assure Ms. Pereira that this is already an offence under the Penal Code which attracts severe punishment. I also thank Ms. Pereira for her suggestions regarding upstream preventive measures and downstream victim support, and agree that these are important to complement the proposals in the bill. Measures have indeed been put in place to help victims of sexual offences, including minors, through the criminal justice process. Mr. Xie Yaoquan suggested introducing discretionary caning for administrators of online locations circulating obscene material. MHA will continue to monitor the situation and assess if there is a need to review the penalties further. Next, on the enhanced penalties for fatal abuse of vulnerable victims. Mr. Tsai Ying-zhou highlighted that beyond increasing the penalties for abuse of vulnerable victims, it is also important to have upstream preventive measures. We agree. Such measures have been put in place by MSF and MOM. Mr. Tsai has also suggested including seniors and persons with disabilities within the definition of vulnerable persons. Under our current laws, a vulnerable person refers to those who, due to mental or physical infirmity, disability, or incapacity, are substantially unable to protect themselves from abuse, neglect, or self-neglect. Seniors and persons with disabilities who meet this definition will be protected by the enhanced penalties we propose to impose on their abusers. On the new offence to criminalize the doxing of a public servant, Dr. Wan Rizal asked if offenders could escape liability by claiming that the falsehood was minor or was disguised in humor or sarcasm. The courts apply an objective standard in determining what constitutes a false statement of fact and will not take such claims at face value. Dr. Wan Rizal sought to clarify when agencies would use levers under POFMA versus the new offence of doxing accompanied by a falsehood. POFMA levers focus on the likely impact of the false statement of fact on key public interests such as Singapore's security, public health, safety, tranquility, or finances, or public confidence in our institutions. On the other hand, the new offence is targeted at protecting public servants and thus requires that the false statement of fact relate to the public servant. Different cases may require one lever or the other, or even a combination of the two. Such a determination would have to be made on a case-by-case basis. Dr. Wan Rizal and Ms. Sylvia Lim had questions regarding the scope of the new offence. Dr. Wan Rizal asked if the new offence would extend to public service workers who perform public duties but are not public servants. The new offence will only cover public servants. False statements against public servants can directly undermine confidence in our public institutions and so warrant a higher penalty. That said, doxing of a public service worker is already an offence under the Protection from Harassment Act, and that carries enhanced penalties. Ms. Lim asked if the new offence would extend to politicians such as ministers and MPs. Political office holders are covered as they are part of the executive. MPs are currently not covered, but MHA is separately reviewing this. To be clear, persons who harass MPs are nonetheless still liable for an offence under the Protection from Harassment Act or other offences like criminal intimidation and criminal defamation, depending on the facts of the case. Ms. Lim asked if the definition of a related person of a public servant could be made more precise. A related person of a public servant is defined as a person whose safety or well-being the public servant would reasonably be expected to be seriously concerned about. The rationale for extending the offence to cover doxing of related persons of a public servant is because offenders may target persons close to a public servant to get to the public servant. The question of whether a person falls within the definition of a related person is an objective one that the courts will determine based on the facts of the case. The concept of a related person is not new and already exists within POHA. Ms. Lim asked about the placement of the illustration in the explanatory note instead of within the provision. We assess that the provision is clear enough. Not all offence provisions need to have illustrations. In any case, the explanatory note is available in the public domain and can be referred to by all stakeholders, including council and courts if necessary. Let me now move on to comments on the scam caning proposals. Comments from members are largely divided into three categories: the government's general anti-scam measures, adequacy of the proposed penalties, and clarification on the proposals. First, on the government's general anti-scam measures. Ms. Li Huiying asked about the government's plans to implement more robust industry safeguards to disrupt the communication channels used by scam syndicates to approach victims. In the first half of 2025, scammers used online platforms to approach victims in about 82% of all scam cases. To address this, the government has worked with online platforms to implement anti-scam safeguards and remove scam-tainted content and accounts. For example, in September 2025, the Online Criminal Harms Act competent authority issued an implementation directive to Meta to put in place measures to target scam advertisements, accounts, profiles, and/or business pages impersonating government office holders on Facebook. The government will consider further legislative levers as necessary. Given the transnational nature of scams, Mr. David Ho asked if Singapore can establish a permanent joint disruption cell, bringing together both governments and private entities in different jurisdictions. Mr. Melvin Yong and Ms. Lee asked if Singapore takes actions against overseas scam syndicates. I agree with Mr. Ho, Mr. Yong, and Ms. Lee that it is critical for governments to work together to disrupt scams and recover assets. To cite one example, in October 2024, the police formalized Frontier Plus, an initiative to strengthen real-time intelligence sharing, improve asset recovery, and coordinate joint operations among the anti-scam units of several jurisdictions. Frontier Plus now covers 13 jurisdictions, including Hong Kong, the Republic of Korea, Malaysia, and Thailand. We are actively encouraging other jurisdictions to join Frontier Plus. Between May and June this year, SPF conducted one of the biggest anti-scam operations with 6 other jurisdictions under Frontier Plus, which led to the arrest of 1,800 persons and the recovery of more than $26 million. Mr. Ho also asked if the ministry publishes regular updates on the number of scammers caught and their penalties for deterrence. SPF regularly publishes its enforcement efforts through press releases following key operations and via the biannual Scams and Cybercrime Briefs. For example, in the Scams and Cybercrime Brief for the first half of 2025, the police reported that more than 3,500 suspected money mules and scammers were investigated, of whom more than 500 were charged. The police also arrested 93 persons and investigated another 119 persons for their suspected involvement in providing fraudulently registered SIM cards for monetary gain. The message is clear. If you enable scams, even indirectly, you will face the full force of the law. Mr. Yong asked if we could do more to prevent vulnerable individuals, such as youths, from becoming scam mules. The government has been running many public education initiatives to educate youths about the consequences of facilitating scams. For example, MHA has worked with MOE to conduct school talks and insert anti-scam messaging into advisories, which are disseminated to students in primary and secondary schools, as well as institutes of higher learning. Mr. Ho asked if more could be done to support scam victims and encourage them to come forward and make reports. The police have developed a resource guide on what victims should do and the community support that they can seek. The guide is available in all 4 official languages and has been delivered to all households. with online copies available on the SPF and Scam Shield websites. Where necessary, the police may also refer victims to a victim care officer for psychological first aid and crisis intervention. Mr. Ho also highlighted the need to build a resilient public and suggested gamification and making scam quizzes more accessible. I thank Mr. Ho for raising these ideas, which my colleagues will look into. I agree with him that we should consider new and creative ways to get the message across. I hope businesses too will consider these ideas and proactively help shore up their employees' digital defense against online threats, including scams. Ms. Lee also asked about the government's efforts to monitor the effectiveness of anti-scam public education tools. SPF periodically commissions surveys on the outreach and engagement performance of the government's scam education initiatives. A recent survey to measure the effectiveness of Singapore's I Can Act Against Scams campaign found that 89% of the respondents felt that the campaign messages were easy to understand. 84% said that the campaign motivated them to adopt anti-scam protective measures. Mr. Yong also asked if the government would consider introducing anti-ticketing scam laws to tackle concert ticket scams. I thank the member for his concerns and passionate advocacy on this issue. Over the past year, MHA and the police have worked with secondary resale platforms like Carousel and Facebook Marketplace to disallow listing of resale tickets for high-demand concerts. MHA is also working with MTI, MCCY, and STB to explore other measures to address concert ticket scams, including the establishment of authorized ticket resale platforms and consumer education campaigns. More details will be announced when ready. Mr. Tsai Ing-jo highlighted that stiffer penalties alone will not be effective in dealing with the scams problem. Ms. Sylvia Lim asked if the government had considered other measures outside the criminal law to disrupt scam syndicates. I would like to assure the members that introducing stiff penalties is not the only anti-scam measure that the government employs. The government adopts a whole-of-society approach to deal with scams, ranging from upstream measures to prevent scammers from approaching victims, to the usage of technology to scale up disruption efforts. The member may also wish to refer to the mid-year Scams and Cybercrime Brief published by the SPF for an overview of these measures. Second, on the adequacy of the proposed penalties. Mr. Ho asked if we relied on any benchmark in deciding the maximum number of strokes for scam-related offenders and if a ceiling of 12 strokes provides sufficient deterrence. In deciding the maximum number of strokes, the ministry considered factors including the existing penalty regime for offences of a similar nature, such as unlicensed moneylending. We assess that 12 strokes is sufficient for now, but will monitor the situation closely. The courts will have discretion to decide the actual number of strokes and will take into account the principle of proportionality that Mr. Ho talked about. Mr. Fu Zhexiang asked if caning should be made mandatory for scam mules as well, given that mules are essential to the scam enterprise. Mr. Fu also asked if caning should be mandatory for scam-related offenders with a nexus to government official impersonation scams. Mr. Xie Yaoquan suggested for the penalties for scams and scam-related offences to be increased and aligned with drug offences. I thank the members for their suggestions and for their recognition of the severity of the problem. Scammers indeed rely heavily on the enablers provided by scam mules to deceive victims and profit from their scams. Dismantling this local ecosystem of enablers is essential to addressing the scam situation. Notwithstanding the need to deter scam mules, MHA recognizes the need to be calibrated in our approach. In reality, scam mules have a range of culpability. Therefore, we have proposed for caning to be discretionary to allow the courts to decide if the facts of the case warrant the application of caning. MHA will monitor the situation and adjust the penalties further if necessary. Mr. Fadli Fauzi and Mr. Tai asked if leniency could be shown for mules who stepped forward as informants. An offender's degree of cooperation with the authorities and degree of remorse are already mitigating factors that courts may consider. Mr. Tai made the point that scam mules are often from vulnerable backgrounds and incentivized to facilitate scams because of financial hardship. Perhaps he has seen a recent Straits Times article on crime gangs quoting an expert drawing connections between economic inequality and family-linked crime. The government has many measures in place to uplift and support families and individuals in financial need. MHA's view on this matter, therefore, is that financial hardship cannot be used as a justification to facilitate or commit scams, or any crime for that matter. And as many members have pointed out, scams are not victimless crimes. The victims can suffer permanent, irreparable harm, not just financial harm, but also severe psychological and, in some cases, physical harm. To reduce such harm, we must be prepared to deter potential scam mules with sufficiently stiff penalties. Third, sir, on clarifications on the proposals. Dr. Wan Rizal asked if there would be sentencing guidance to clearly define the key roles in a scam to aid the courts in distinguishing between the masterminds and low-level participants. Mr. Yong asked if the sentencing guidelines would accord leniency for youths and those with intellectual disabilities. Today, the various scam-related offences already differentiate penalties based on the fault element. In general, the higher the level of culpability, the higher the maximum penalty for that offence. Where an offender has been charged for a particular offence, the legal burden will be on the public prosecutor to prove that all the elements of the offence, including the fault element, have been met. In sentencing, the courts will consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including mitigating factors such as the offender's young age or intellectual capabilities. In August 2024, the Interagency Sentencing Advisory Panel, chaired by Justice Tae Yong Kwang, issued sentencing guidelines for scams-related offences. Dr. Wan Rizal also asked if there was a checklist defining what counts as reasonable steps that an individual can take to ensure that an enabler would not be used to commit or facilitate commission of a scam. It would not be practical to provide an exhaustive checklist. It will be for the courts to decide whether the steps taken, if any, meet the legal threshold based on the totality of the facts and circumstances of the case. That said, all individuals should protect their SingPass credentials, payment accounts, and SIM cards, and should not provide them to unknown individuals no matter what the unknown individuals claim they would be used for. Mr. Tai asked if enhanced penalties can apply retrospectively to the 27 Singaporeans who are alleged to be part of the scam syndicate in Cambodia if found guilty. The proposed penalties will apply prospectively. In other words, only those who commit offences after the enhanced criminal penalties come into force can be liable for them. This is provided for under the Constitution. Mr. Fu asked about the need to scope scam offences to deceit, mainly by way of remote communication. A defining characteristic of scams is the substantial use of remote communications to reach and engage victims. Using remote communication allows scammers to significantly scale up their operations and frustrate law enforcement efforts by allowing them to reach victims without entering Singapore. They can therefore be far more insidious than traditional cheating cases and warrant the application of the enhanced penalties. We have been careful in the choice of words. In particular, we have chosen not to scope scam offences to deceit only by way of remote communication, as we cannot rule out the possibility of scammers making some form of physical outreach to victims as part of their modus operandi. Such scammers should not escape liability for caning because of this technicality. It will be for the courts to decide whether each case meets the definition of scams as set out in law. Ms. Lim asked what led MHA to decide on tightening the penalties for scam and scam-related offences. MHA periodically reviews the adequacy of our criminal penalties. Specific to scams, MHA needed time to examine the deterrence effect of the new money laundering and SingPass offences that were operationalized in February 2024 and the new SIM card offences that were operationalized in January this year. We think there is strong public interest to tighten the penalties further now, and caning would be commensurate with the severity of the scam problem. Mr. Fadli suggested using recovered funds to finance Scam Victim Restitution Fund. As we stated in Parliament on 28th of February 2025, we are studying various proposals, including the return of seized scam assets. However, there are significant difficulties with returning recovered assets through a restitution fund, and any such approach has to be carefully considered, as Mr. Fadli himself has also pointed out. Lastly, there were also some comments from members that go beyond the scope of this bill. Let me touch on these briefly. Ms. Lee raised the ongoing case involving Prince Holding Group. As this is beyond the scope of this bill, I invite Ms. Lee to file a separate PQ with her detailed questions. But I will say that this case demonstrates the police's ability to advance investigations against highly complex, large-scale transnational criminal networks. We will continue to work with our foreign law enforcement counterparts and financial intelligence units, as well as leverage domestic coordination platforms like the AC3N, which Mr. Yong had earlier highlighted, to act against such organized crime groups and money laundering networks. Ms. Lim asked if the Extradition Act can be used in future to transfer suspects from foreign jurisdictions to Singapore, and whether joint operations with foreign jurisdictions would occur more frequently. I invite Ms. Lim to file a separate PQ on the usage of the Extradition Act, as it goes beyond the scope of this bill. But I would like to highlight that SPF regularly collaborates with their foreign counterparts to enforce against transnational criminal syndicates, and in the first half of 2025, 8 scam syndicates were dismantled through such joint collaboration. These syndicates must know that they cannot take refuge anywhere. The law will eventually catch up with them. Mr. Tai asked about the application of caning to offenders who are above 50 years old, and Ms. Lee also suggested reviewing the maximum age limit for caning. The government has previously explained that we do not intend to do so. First, the number of men above the age of 50 at the point of arrest for serious offences that attract the punishment of caning is significantly lower than that for men aged 50 years and younger. Second, as mentioned earlier, an additional imprisonment term of up to 12 months can be imposed in lieu of caning. Finally, on the amendments regarding young offenders, Mr. Henry Kwek suggested that the adoption of an age-sensitive charging approach. Finally, on the amendments regarding young offenders, Mr. Henry Kwek suggested the adoption of an age-sensitive charging approach for younger offenders. This is already the case today. Cases involving offenders below the age of 16 will generally continue to be heard in the youth court. The amended Children and Young Persons Act only provides that cases involving offenders aged 16 to below 18 may be transmitted to the state court or high court if they have committed serious or repeat offences. Even for such offenders, I would highlight that the prosecution retains discretion in deciding on the appropriate charge and whether to apply for these cases to be transmitted out of the youth court. In exercising this discretion, the public prosecutor will consider the full facts and circumstances of the case, including the age of the offender. Sir, the government regularly reviews our criminal laws to ensure that they remain effective, fair, and responsive to the changing environment. The proposed amendments enhance our efforts to maintain a safe and secure Singapore, and I thank members for their support. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Are there clarifications for SMS, Ms. Sylvia Lim?
Thank you, sir. I have one clarification for the Senior Minister of State. Earlier, she mentioned Operation Frontier Plus, which is supposed to be a cross-border collaboration across jurisdictions for joint intel sharing as well as joint ops. My question is that she mentioned there are 13 countries currently on the jurisdictions under the platform. For the recent joint operation with Cambodia in September, which I mentioned in my speech, it was not mentioned that it's under Frontier Plus. So does this mean that Cambodia has actually not signed on to Frontier Plus?
SMS Sim.
At the moment, Cambodia is not part of Frontier Plus. However, we have both plurilateral as well as bilateral means of engaging our counterparts. So even as we expand networks with different jurisdictions, it also doesn't prevent us from working bilaterally with them.
Any other clarifications for SMS? The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Committee stage what day?
So I beg to move that Parliament do resolve itself into a committee now.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 77 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. Item 2, Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill, second reading.
Order. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 4:10 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 2, Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill, second reading.
The Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Earlier this year, we passed the Workplace Fairness Bill. This was a significant milestone in our journey towards fair and merit-based workplaces. The new Workplace Fairness Act, or WFA, is a landmark legislation that strengthens protections for job seekers and employees against workplace discrimination. It complements the existing tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices, or TGFEP, by first prohibiting employers from making adverse employment decisions based on protected characteristics. These are nationality, age, sex, marital status, pregnancy, caregiving responsibilities. 4, race, religion and language ability. And 5, disability and mental health conditions. Secondly, it requires firms to have grievance handling processes to promote better communication and amicable resolution of workplace issues. And third, increasing the range of calibrated enforcement levers to strongly deter against unfair employment practices. As I had explained to this House when passing the Workplace Fairness Bill, we want to take a sure-footed and prudent approach to maintain the hard-earned harmony we have today in our workplaces and society. And this is why the WFA focuses on strengthening protections against the most encountered forms of discrimination, covering more than 95% of all of the complaints received by the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, or TAFEP. We had extensive debates in this House over the scope of the law and how it meets the needs of the various stakeholders. Ultimately, I'm glad that the House was in unanimous agreement that the Workplace Fairness Bill passed in January is the right move to ensure that employees and job seekers in Singapore continue to be assured of fair treatment in the workplace. As mentioned in this House previously, the WFA will be introduced in 2 bills. The first bill covered the substantive rights and obligations under the WFA that I just summarized. And the second bill before us pertains to how individuals can make private claims under the Act. We have taken considerable time to work closely with our tripartite partners, the National Trades Union Congress, NTUC, the Singapore National Employers Federation, or SNEF, SNEF, as well as the Ministry of Law and the Judiciary on the multifaceted processes involved. And I would also like to thank the many stakeholders who gave feedback, ranging from HR and legal professionals to non-governmental organizations, as well as members of the public. We have considered your views carefully, and the resulting dispute resolution process strikes a judicious balance between the needs of workers and employers. Fundamentally, we aim to provide an amicable, accessible, and expeditious dispute resolution process for parties in workplace discrimination claims, while preserving our workplace and our social harmony. I will now cover how the bill will, first, encourage parties to resolve disputes amicably amongst themselves, including through mediation. Second, provide more workers with access to an affordable and expeditious forum to adjudicate workplace discrimination claims as a last resort. And third, include safeguards to deter and deal with frivolous claims so as to ensure a fair and a just adjudication process. Finally, I will also cover how we will support stakeholders in understanding and implementing this new law. Now, let me begin First, by taking members through the dispute resolution process, which we have designed to bring about amicable resolution of workplace discrimination claims. Parties are encouraged to resolve disputes amongst themselves through the firm's internal grievance handling process. Now, if that is unsuccessful, the individual must attempt mediation, with adjudication only as a last resort. The first bill passed in January introduced the requirement for all firms to put in place a grievance handling process for workplace discrimination. This allows employees and employers to settle their differences amicably while preserving the employment relationship. Now, notwithstanding this, we are mindful that not every instance of grievance handling within the firm will be successful. So the next step in the dispute resolution process is for parties to attempt mediation. Clause 36D of the bill sets out the requirement that claimants must attempt mediation before they can bring a claim to adjudication in the court. Mediation allows parties to have open conversations in a safe space to arrive at a mutually agreeable outcome, tailored to their respective needs. Now, we have heard feedback that workplace discrimination cases could involve complicated situations that are not as straightforward. So the mediator managing such disputes would need to be well-trained to facilitate the process sensitively. And we agree with the feedback, and I want to assure you that MOM will do its utmost to build up the capabilities of our mediators so that they have the requisite skill sets to mediate workplace discrimination disputes fairly and professionally. We have already started the work to uplift the capabilities of mediators at the Tripartite Alliance for Dispute Management, or TADEM, to prepare for the WFA. Today, TADEM mediators handle a range of employment disputes of up to $30,000. We will further strengthen the capabilities of TADEM mediators so that they will have the skill sets and the competencies to navigate workplace discrimination claims when the Act comes into force. This includes customized training programs to equip them with varied mediation approaches to deal with complex workplace discrimination disputes. Coverage of inclusivity and sensitivity training to better serve a range of individuals, including persons with disabilities and persons with mental health conditions. We will also appoint other mediation service providers, such as the Singapore Mediation Centre, to mediate higher value claims above $30,000. We will set more stringent requirements on mediators for higher value claims, including possessing legal qualifications or having the relevant experience mediating employment disputes. These measures, I believe, are crucial so that the mediation process is robust and that it effectively resolves disputes. Finally, the option of last resort. Now, if parties are still unable to come to a resolution amongst themselves after mediation, an individual can commence a workplace discrimination claim at the Employment Claims Tribunals, or the ECT, or the High Court, as stipulated in Clause 36A. Now, let me now set out how we have designed the adjudication of workplace discrimination claims. We want to avoid workers and employers being embroiled in lengthy litigation, often associated with high legal costs for both sides. We have therefore designated the ECT to be the main forum to hear workplace discrimination claims. This provides more workers with access to an affordable and expeditious dispute resolution forum to seek redress. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for the benefit of members who may be unfamiliar, let me elaborate on how the ECT works. The ECT was established in 2017 to hear employment claims up to a claim value of $30,000. It adopts a judge-led approach with simplified rules and procedures, and legal representation is not allowed. Parties should find it easier to navigate the ECT's simplified process with the judge's proactive approach, compared to the process in the civil courts that is governed by formal procedural rules and where parties have to take the lead in proceedings. Now, without the need for lawyers in the ECT itself is also more accessible to individuals who might otherwise be unable to pursue legitimate claims due to financial constraints. With these unique features, the ECT provides a more affordable, expeditious, and easier to navigate alternative to the civil courts. For instance, most cases at the ECT are resolved within 6 months, while employment-related cases in the state courts are resolved within 18 months, about 3 times more. Now, let me explain what the claims process looks like in practice. Judges will actively lead the proceedings by directing parties to speak, asking questions to gather relevant facts, and making it clear when issues raised by parties are out of line and irrelevant. After each party has presented their case, the judge will consider all the facts and relevant evidence given by the parties before making the judgment. Overall, this is a far more outcome-oriented and expeditious process. To make the ECT's affordable and expeditious adjudication process accessible to more workers, we will expand the ECT's jurisdiction to hear workplace discrimination claims up to and including $250,000. Now, this mirrors the limit for civil claims heard at the district courts. The expansion of the ECT's monetary jurisdiction does not mean that we expect workplace discrimination claims to be of a higher value than other employment claims today. Instead, the intent is to allow for the vast majority of workplace discrimination claims to be heard in the ECT. The higher limit ensures that the majority of workers, including PMEs who earn higher salaries, can access the ECT's more affordable and expeditious process for workplace discrimination claims. The higher claim limits will only apply to workplace fairness disputes and not other types of employment claims, such as salary-related claims and wrongful dismissal. Workplace discrimination issues, they are inherently sensitive and they can be socially divisive, especially when they concern matters such as race and religion. Designating the ECT as the main forum to hear workplace discrimination disputes will provide a less adversarial setting for such claims to be resolved, preserving our workplace and social harmony. Now, while we've strived to make the dispute resolution process accessible, we recognize that some parties may still require guidance through the process. I would like to assure our workers and employers that additional support is available to parties who may need it. First and foremost, TAFEP remains the first port of call for workers and employers who need advice and assistance on workplace discrimination. For instance, TAFEP can guide claimants on the criteria for a WFA claim, direct them to the relevant guides and resources, and outline the options for them. In addition to TAFEP's advice, unions can also help their members, both workers and employers, and union representatives can represent parties at mediation sessions and ECT hearings. Workers may be represented by their union per the status quo for ECT proceedings today. Unionized companies can now also be represented by their unions, such as SNAF, for claims between $30,000 and $250,000. And if the worker filing the claim can also be represented. So, in other words, the union for the employers can represent them if it's above 30,000, up to 250,000, but only if the worker filing the claim can be represented. This is a new feature for employers who currently cannot be represented by their unions in the ECT, as they may need support for higher value claims. Now, I've outlined how claims up to and including $250,000 will be managed at the ECT. For higher value claims above $250,000, these are better heard by senior judges on the High Court bench with legal representation. Now, this is also the case for other types of high-value employment claims today. I do not expect many workplace discrimination claims to be commenced in the High Court. Given the inherently sensitive nature of workplace discrimination disputes, all workplace discrimination claims, whether in the ECT or the High Court, will be heard in private. This means that media or members of the public cannot attend the hearings. Private forums create a safe environment where parties can share their honest views and focus on the ongoing case, without third parties present who may publicly misrepresent and sensationalize issues, resulting in inflamed social tensions. This process protects the reputations of both the workers as well as the employers. Finally, Clause 36E also sets out specific time bars or specified time bars within which individuals must submit the mediation request to initiate their claims. These time limits typically vary from 1 to 12 months, depending on the claimant's circumstances. Time bars encourage individuals to come forward earlier before the evidence degrades over time. And it also provides our employers with some certainty that incidents from the past will not be dredged up years later. We believe this is a balanced approach as it is practiced for other employment disputes and in other jurisdictions as well. Now let me move on to the third part of my speech, which covers the safeguards to ensure a fair and just adjudication process. In our public engagements, we heard a concern, particularly from employers and HR professionals, about the risk of frivolous and vexatious claims and of unreasonable inflation of claim values. Let me take some time to address these concerns. To be clear, individuals with genuine cases of workplace discrimination should be able to seek redress. However, frivolous and vexatious claims weaken our workplace harmony, and employers should not be burdened by such claims. Employers will be able to apply to the judge for frivolous claims to be struck out. Judges will also be empowered to strike out claims on their own motion and can award costs against an individual who pursues a claim that is without merit. In addition, individuals filing such claims can be investigated by the police for abusing the court's processes. And if they persist in raising unmeritorious claims, they can be restricted from commencing further legal proceedings. We also heard feedback that with the increase in the ECT's jurisdiction, there is a risk of claim amounts not being pegged appropriately. Workers may not know how to go about justifying their claim amounts, and employers may be concerned about unnecessary inflation of claim values. MOM will work with tripartite partners to explore ways to address this in the implementation. Claimants will still need to prove their losses to justify the damages claimed, and judges will also make a fair and balanced assessment of the reasonableness of the claim amount. Let me move into the final issue, which is the implementation of the WFA. When we moved the Workplace Fairness Bill in January this year, I had at that time said that the Act was expected to come into force in 2026 or 2027. Now, we have heard feedback from various stakeholders. MOM recognizes that ample preparation is critical for successful implementation. Employers need to review their HR processes. Workers need to know their protections and what constitutes a legitimate discrimination claim. We will also need time to ensure that our mediators are well trained to effectively facilitate workplace discrimination cases. As such, we currently target to implement the Act in end 2027, but we will continue to monitor readiness of all parties and adjust this timeline as necessary. In the meantime, we will step up our education and outreach efforts. TAFEP is working closely with partners such as SNEF, the Institute for Human Resource Professionals, or IHRP, Singapore Human Resources Institute, and the trade associations and chambers, such as the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, to educate employers on the new legislation. TAFEP will also proactively reach out to SMEs to ensure that they are aware of their responsibilities. In addition, TAFEP is also designing step-by-step guides and templates that SMEs can easily access, understand, and customize for their needs. There are also resources such as briefings, clinics, a webpage housing information on fair employment practices, and HR e-learning modules that companies can incorporate into their own in-house corporate training, just to name a few. It's just as important that individuals are also aware of their rights and where to seek help. So we will provide guidance to job seekers and employees on what matters can be raised as a workplace discrimination claim. This includes ensuring individuals know where to turn to for help. For instance, within their firm, their unions, or to TAFEP. To make the Act simple to understand and apply, we will also develop a handbook to capture the legal provisions and the key principles behind the law, for instance, through illustrations and case studies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, please allow me to say a few words in Mandarin. 这项第二项法案是落实职场公平法的重要一步。它说明了当雇主和员工有纠纷时，应该怎么样公平地解决。我们的目标是打造一个更公平、和谐的职场，增进雇主和员工之间的信任，同时维护双方的利益。我们希望各方先内部协商，有需要时再找第三方调解。只有在真的解决不了的情况下，才交由仲裁或法庭处理。我们也会让雇佣纠纷所长庭，就是我们的那个 ECD， 成为主要处理职场歧视案件的平台，并提高所长上限，让更多员工，包括专业人士和经理，都能受惠。同时，我们会设立多重保障机制，防止无理或恶意申诉，保障守法雇主的公平待遇。人力部将以劳资政职场公平与良好雇用联盟 TAFEP、新加坡全国雇主联合会 SNEF 跟我们的全国志工总会 NTUC 紧密合作，帮助雇主和员工为职场公平法在2027年底实施时前做好准备。Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a landmark bill. Deputy Speaker, sir, please also allow me to say a few words in Malay. But please forgive my pronunciations if I get it wrong, but it's very, very important. Rang Undang-Undang kedua ini tetapkan proses bagi pekerja yang hadapi diskriminasi untuk mencari huraian daripada majikan. Proses ini membantu pihak majikan dan pekerja untuk selesaikan konflik sesama mereka. Ini membantu pastikan keharmonian di tempat kerja. Seorang pekerja harus jalani proses mengurus aduan di syarikat dahulu. Jika gagal, kedua-dua pihak harus cuba mediasi. Pengadilan di ECT atau Mahkamah Tinggi ialah jalan terakhir. Kami ingin berikan lebih ramai pekerja akses kepada forum yang terjangkau dan yang boleh selesaikan tuntutan dengan cepat. Ini sebabnya kami tingkatkan had di ECT untuk tuntutan diskriminasi di tempat kerja. Kami juga tetapkan langkah-langkah untuk cegah dan tangani tuntutan yang remeh. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Workplace Fairness Act, as I've shared in the past bill, is not a panacea to resolving workplace discrimination. Notwithstanding this, this is a significant step in our ongoing journey towards fairer and more harmonious workplaces. There's no room for discrimination in our workplaces. When such cases unfortunately arise, we want the parties involved to be equipped with the necessary tools and resources, which will then allow them to resolve the issue amicably and expeditiously. The model that we have carefully designed enables workplace discrimination issues to be discussed and to be resolved quickly while ensuring just outcomes. In doing so, we aim to preserve, reinforce, and improve all of our existing norms on fair and harmonious workplaces for all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Ng Chi Meng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand in support of the bill, and I declare my interest as the SecGen of NTUC. At NTUC, we believe that every worker deserves a fair chance to succeed. Fairness must rest on skill, performance, and potential, and not on personal traits that have no bearing on a person's ability to do a job. That is why NTUC has long championed for stronger, clearer, and more enforceable protections against workplace discrimination for all workers, including our PMEs who have told us that they want greater assurance of fair and equal opportunity. For instance, in 2020-2021, as part of the SNAF NTUC PME Task Force, we spoke with over 10,000 PMEs, employers and stakeholders. We heard many stories of workers, especially our mature PMEs over 40, about being passed over due to their age or nationality. After a while, they doubted their own value, and this chipped away at their confidence. I'm heartened that through NTUC and our tripartite partners' efforts over the many years, the Workplace Fairness Act was passed in January to strengthen protection against the most common forms of discrimination faced by our workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I raise in support of the bill today, which represents a significant step forward in ensuring that workers can seek redress when they suffer discrimination. For the first time, workers who face discrimination, whether in hiring, promotion, or dismissal, will be able to obtain individual recourse, including compensation for losses suffered. For workers, including PMEs, the process must be fair, accessible, and expeditious, while preserving the trust and harmony between workers and employers. That is why NTUC supports the mediation-first, judge-led approach to resolving workplace fairness disputes under this bill. A mediation-first process opens the space for workers and employers to understand each other's perspective,
and fully explore the possibilities for amicable settlement at the earliest possible stage. The Employment Claims Tribunal, ECT, judge-led approach will help workers navigate the claims process without the need for costly legal representation, which often places the workers at a disadvantaged position vis-à-vis employers. This claim process has worked well for other employment claims, such as salary and wrongful dismissal. And according to MOM's 2024 Employment Standards Report, more than 80% of employment claims were resolved at TADEM within 2 months, with more than 90% of claimants fully recovering their salary payments at TADEM and the ECT. In other words, many workers, including the PMEs, whose claims are not likely to exceed 250,000, they will have access to a tried and tested process to resolve workplace fairness claims fairly and quickly without the need to incur legal costs. This is therefore not only about giving each worker fair recourse, but it is also a clear and trusted system that encourages employers to reflect on their own practices and uphold fairness at every stage of employment. When workers know that they can raise issues safely and employers know what fairness requires, workplace culture improves for all. At the end of the day, all of us want a fairer Singapore, where workers are valued for their skills and contributions, not penalized for traits that have nothing to do with their workplace performance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, even within a fair system, many workers may still feel anxious about facing this process alone. It can be daunting. Laws are complex. And while firms are required to have fair grievance handling processes, workers want that assurance that they will be treated fairly and protected against retaliation. So if you are a union member, you will not have to face this alone. NTUC and our unions are here to guide you every step of the way, from the moment a dispute arises through mediation, and if needed, all the way to the ECT. For many years, unions have been quietly supporting our workers, drawing on deep industrial relations experience and established relationships with employers. Around 95% of workplace disputes surfaced to NTUC-affiliated unions are resolved at the company level, avoiding the need for further escalation. I'm glad that the bill recognizes and affirms the vital roles played by our unions. And with the ECT claims limit being raised to $250,000 for workplace fairness claims, our unions now can support and represent even more members, including more of the PMEs. Like MOM, NTUC is also stepping up training for our union and NTUC officers. NTUC's Ong Teng Chong Labour Leadership Institute is working with TAFEP on courses for our union leaders and industrial relations officers to equip them to handle workplace fairness claims. We are also actively exploring mediation training provided by the Singapore Mediation Centre for our union leaders and industrial relations officers. In addition, we'll be looking at how to provide legal support for more complex cases. For NTUC members in non-unionized companies, our staff team of industrial relation experts and tripartite mediation advisors at NTUC stand ready to support and advise you on any claim. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a new piece of legislation, and ground awareness and understanding among workers and employers are key. I'm glad to hear the Minister's speech about how government with tripartite partners will plan to see how we can help workers and employers navigate this process. I had wanted to ask that question, but thanks to Minister Tan See Leng's speech, I have clarity that tripartite partners will follow through with the implementation and up our game in supporting a fair resolution of any disputes. But I do have a couple of questions that I would propose to the Minister. For workers, I know that the time limits to file claims, while broadly in line with time bars for other employment claims today, still can be quite tight. Workers have 1 month, 6 months, and 1 month, respectively, to file claims for pre, in, and end employment claims. Could the government consider a little bit more flexibility in exceptional cases? For example, if a worker did not reasonably know that they were discriminated against. The ground can be very uneven, and some of our workers may not have access even to the English language and may face many difficulties in understanding that they have been discriminated against. So it would be appreciated if the government can consider a little bit of flexibility in such exceptional cases. Finally, as workplaces evolve, new challenges will emerge. AI-based hiring tools could be used for efficiency, but could also unintentionally favor certain groups over others. I hope that together with tripartite partners, we can study how to ensure that such AI systems are fairly used, transparent, and accountable, so that the technology can help workers rather than hinder them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Chinese, please. 这种生性，每位工友无论年龄或背景，都应凭技能、表现和潜力，拥有公平的机会。这项法案是我们迈出的重要一步，也肯定了工会在推动职场公平方面的关键角色。一直以来，我们的工会默默帮助面对歧视的工友，大约95%的职场纠纷案，在工会的协助下，都在企业层面解决。随着法案的调整，我们的工会将可以帮助和代表更多的工友，包括专业人士、经理员和行政人员，让他们有一个公平、可行的申诉途径。这种和我们的工会将继续与工友同心同行，在面对挑战时，给予他们引导、建议和支持。我们也要鼓励雇主趁这个计划，好好见识公司的文化和人力资源做法，确保公平和唯才是举，不是挂在墙壁上的一个口号，而是真正落实的事。我们也会与劳资政伙伴携手合作，共同打造一个能让每一个工友都被重视、都被尊重，并拥有成长机会的职场环境。Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have come a long way in strengthening protection against workplace discrimination. NTUC and our unions are heartened by the progress made together with our tripartite partners through the Workplace Fairness Act. But laws alone cannot create fairness. There is still work to be done to shift mindsets, raise HR standards, and nurture strong labor management cooperation so that fairness becomes part of our workplace culture. NTUC and our unions will keep working steadfastly with employers and the government to make fairness a lived reality, where every worker is valued for their contribution, treated with dignity, and given a fair chance to progress, because every worker matters. I support the bill.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, I spoke during the debate on the introduction of the Workplace Fairness Bill, where together with my fellow Workers' Party MPs, we raised several proposals to strengthen the bill, such as prohibiting indirect discrimination, plugging the gaps in terms of characteristics which are not currently protected, and legislating the right to request for reasonable accommodations, among others. I emphasized then that while the bill was both timely and necessary, it also posed significant questions: whether the scope of protection is adequate, whether access to justice will be meaningful, and whether the reality of power asymmetries in the employment relationship will be sufficiently addressed. Today, we turn our attention to the second bill on this matter, covering dispute resolution. An inclusive and just society demands robust protections against discrimination, not just regulatory compliance. I will address 5 linked themes. First, a review of claim limits across legislation. Second, access to the claims process. Third, evidential burden and power imbalance. Fourth, transparency and information availability. And fifth, reconsidering the time bars. Under the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill, which sets out the grievance handling process for workplace discrimination claims, parties involved in a workplace discrimination claim must first undergo mediation. If a settlement agreement is not reached, the case would be adjudicated at either the Employment Claims Tribunal, ECT, for claims up to and inclusive of $250,000, or the High Court for amounts beyond that. On the tangential point about the claims limit for cases heard before the ECT, the $250,000 benchmark far exceeds the claim limits for salary and wrongful dismissal claims, which are $20,000 and $30,000 respectively, depending on whether one attends union-facilitated mediation. Often, discriminatory practices, salary disputes, and wrongful dismissal claims are intertwined and point towards poor workplace culture and hiring practices. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the call made in 2016 by WP MPs then during the debate on the Employment Claims Bill for the claim limits for salary and wrongful dismissal claims heard before the ECT to be reviewed and raised, which is now all the more pertinent today, given the claims limit under the ECT are now raised to $250,000 for discrimination. Next, on ensuring access to the claims process. The claims process must be accessible to the worker who is already disadvantaged compared to the employer, be it economically or in terms of information and other resources. Many workers with protected characteristics may not have the resources to engage in proceedings that they are unfamiliar with, to gather extensive documentary evidence, or to take time off work to pursue claims given the significant opportunity cost involved. It is shocking, yet telling, that according to the MOM's Fair Employment Practices Report for 2023, 70.7%, a significant majority of respondents who reported having experienced discrimination at work, did not seek help. Employers are now required to establish an internal grievance process for discrimination claims, and these serve to resolve issues at the ground level and preserve working relationships where possible. Should these efforts be unsuccessful, parties must attend mediation, currently a mandatory step before adjudication. The heavy emphasis on mediation for dispute resolution, according to the Tripartite Committee's report, is aimed at preserving workplace harmony and maintaining a non-litigious workplace culture. MOM's 2024 Employment Standards Report does suggest its effectiveness in resolving employment disputes, with over 80% of all employment claims that make it to the TADM resolved through mediation. However, I'm concerned that all is not as it seems, despite the report highlighting that 94% of employees who lodged salary claims fully recovered their salaries via the TADM and ECT. The fine print also states that the amount agreed between the involved parties during mediation is also considered as a full salary payable, even though this agreement might be reached due to compromise on the part of the claimant, thus resulting in them settling for less on the worry that something is better than nothing. Further, concerns remain about mandatory mediation, especially after employment termination. Mediation works best when both parties participate in good faith, but claimants may be unwilling or unable to further engage, especially after experiencing psychological distress or toxic environments. Although the Tripartite Committee's report recommended compulsory mediation for both parties prior to the adjudication stage, it also acknowledged that workplace discrimination cases could be challenging to mediate. This observation is echoed by AWARE's position paper on discrimination in the workplace, which highlights that where the claimant suspects that they had been discriminated against, they would prefer seeking redress via adjudication over mediation, as they do not wish to settle the matter. Whether the government could reconsider its position or leave the door open on mandatory mediation in future, at least for acute or egregious claims, empowering victims to opt for adjudication instead if they so choose. In such cases, the ECT may still retain the option to direct the parties for mediation first, if it believes it to be appropriate, or accept the case and hear the case directly. My third theme is on the evidential burden. In employment discrimination claims, the power lies almost invariably with the employer who controls data, documents, HR decisions, appraisals, records, future opportunities, while the employee may have very limited evidence. The structural imbalance demands that the law provides a fairer evidential structure. Recommendation 15 of the Tripartite Committee's report notes that when lodging a workplace discrimination claim, the claimant should provide prima facie evidence such as emails, mobile phone messages, or signed oral testimonies to support their case that discrimination has occurred. Can the Minister clarify the burden of proof and what would constitute sufficient evidence at the ECT should the claimant wish to file a claim? It is often difficult to prove that the employer's adverse employment decision is due to discrimination on the basis of one's protected characteristic. Moreover, Singapore's employment laws do not require any reason to be furnished when terminating the services of an employee. Meanwhile, some errant employers may deploy performance improvement plans as a formality despite already being intent on terminating an employee's services. These actions might obfuscate discrimination beneath a veneer of legitimacy, thus making it harder for claimants to prove their case. The Disabled Persons Association of Singapore put forth that a victim should be required only to establish a prima facie case by adducing facts from which it may be presumed that the employer had discriminated against them. The burden should then shift to the employer to prove that it did not commit the alleged prohibited action. As I have shared in my speech earlier this year, the point about circumstantial evidence is an important one, given the colossal task faced by employees in proving discrimination. It is not easy to detect workplace discrimination as employers would attempt to hide it. For example, employers would not indicate in black and white that an employee is being terminated due to their age, but rather the employee would perhaps hear it via word of mouth from a fellow colleague. In fact, they might even hear it directly from their line managers, but have no concrete recording of it, allowing him or her to subsequently deny having said such a thing at all. It will further add insult to injury if the employee were compelled to resign on his or her own accord, at least on paper, when he or she is compelled to do so given the discriminatory workplace environment. Hence, the employee would most likely have at best indirect or circumstantial evidence of any wrongdoing by the employer in such cases. The establishment of a framework for the handling of indirect evidence would be helpful for workers who might be afraid of seeking redress as they feel that they lack substantial evidence. The fourth theme I wish to touch on is transparency and information availability. While I respect the government's emphasis on workplace harmony and confidentiality to safeguard all parties involved, secrecy may also undermine public confidence. One of the requirements regarding workplace discrimination claims is that the claims will be heard in a private setting. According to the MOM, this provides a private forum for all the parties involved to air their views freely without worrying that third parties may misrepresent or sensationalize issues in the public domain. However, court judgments provide an important reference point for prospective claimants to understand from precedent whether their own case holds water. Moreover, it also educates the general public on the types of behavior that would be unacceptable under these regulations and provides employers with an opportunity to review their own policies and processes. In a reply to a parliamentary question raised earlier this year by my Sengkang GRC colleague, Ms. Herting Rue, the Manpower Minister shared that starting from the second half of 2026, the judiciary will publish selected ECT judgments, while judgments will continue to be made available to individuals upon request, as well, and with the court's approval. Furthermore, ECT judgments are not subject to a gag order as well. For High Court judgments, while Section 36(0) of the Bill calls for all proceedings held in the High Court under the Workplace Fairness Act to be conducted in private, Section 45 of the Bill empowers the General Division of the High Court of the Registrar of the Supreme Court to publish information regarding a judgment pertaining to the Act. In the interest of open justice, I hope that the government will publish all ECT and High Court judgments pertaining to workplace discrimination cases by default on an anonymized basis. This would help enrich the public's understanding of workplace discrimination while factoring in the need for confidentiality. Additionally, revealing the company names that are charged under this bill, as mentioned by the Leader of the Opposition, Pritam Singh, would help educate employers and the general public about discriminatory workplace practices, while sending a strong signal that this is a matter that should be taken seriously. Finally, I recognize the MOM's rationale on having time bars to encourage individuals to come forward in a timely manner before evidence degrades, while providing employers with some certainty that incidents will not be dredged up. The limit is 1 month after the date of notice for pre-employment, 6 months after the date of notice for in-employment, and 1 month after the last day of employment for end-employment claims. However, for pre- and post-employment claims, the claimant would also be busy with the job search process, thus leaving them with very little time, energy, or mind space to build their case. Hence, would the government clarify how it determined the duration of the time bars, and would they consider extending them, especially for pre- and post-employment cases, in the interest of our workers? To round up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my speech, I have sought to emphasize 5 critical themes: the need to review claim limits for salary and wrongful dismissal alongside the new $250,000 cap for discrimination, ensuring access to the claims process for workers who are already disadvantaged, clarifying the evidential burden and establishing protections against the structural power imbalance that favors employers, strengthening transparency through publication of anonymized judgments and company names, and reconsidering time bars that may otherwise exclude workers still navigating job transitions. The Workplace Fairness Bill represents meaningful progress. Yet an inclusive and just society demands that we do not rest on our laurels, but to constantly ensure that dispute resolution mechanisms serve workers fairly and that our laws reflect not merely regulatory compliance, but a genuine commitment by all to worker protection. I hope the government can remain open to the refinements posed in my speech as well as those of other colleagues as we work towards a fairer and more equitable employment landscape. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill. This bill builds upon the Workplace Fairness Act passed in January this year, a milestone that made workplace discrimination unlawful in Singapore. Today's bill adds the second pillar. It sets out how fairness is to be applied and resolved. It establishes a clear and compassionate process that encourages internal resolution first, followed by mediation and, if necessary, adjudication at the employment claims tribunals or at the High Court. Protection and due process now go hand in hand, empowering workers to seek redress safely, swiftly, and without fear. Mr. Deputy Speaker, fairness at work is not a slogan. For many workers, especially women, caregivers, and those in lower wage roles, it is deeply personal. The Act's protected characteristics, including sex, marital status, pregnancy, and caregiving responsibilities, matter to real people. I thank the government and the Ministry of Manpower for taking this brave step to give substance and clarity to workers' hopes for dignity, respect, and protection in the workplace. Our women workers have written and spoken to me, sharing that even today, bias still shadows their careers. One woman was asked during an interview whether she planned to start a family, a question that had nothing to do with her job. Another, a manager, found her duties reduced when she returned from maternity leave. And a daughter, who took time off to care for her elderly parent, told me her performance appraisal never recovered after she returned. These stories show why the Workplace Fairness Act is necessary. They send a clear message that no worker should face adverse treatment because of gender, age, or family responsibilities, and the law now stands behind them. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while fairness is a noble aspiration, it must be translated into a language and action to mean something for our people. We must empower our workers to name what feels unjust and to stand up for what is right, especially those who may not yet have the words, knowledge, or confidence to do so. Indeed, the quiet feelings I mentioned, the uneasy thought that one's family plans might have cost a job offer, the sense of being sidelined after having a baby, or the discouragement of seeing targets met but promotions withheld, are all very real experiences. The question is, how do workers give words to these feelings, and how do they know when an act of bias becomes true discrimination? Between 2024 and the first half of 2025, of over 3,000 individual workplace grievances recorded by the labor movement, around 40 involve pregnancy, discrimination, or harassment. Each number represents a worker who found the courage to speak up, and perhaps many more who still remain silent. One resident from Punggol told me this: "Ms. Yeo, my boss said he wanted younger people, fresh faces. I never complained. I don't know how to write, and I don't want to cause any trouble." Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are not isolated cases. They are common experiences of silence, of quiet resignation. And that is why it is critical that this bill requires employers to establish proper grievance handling systems and to protect employees from retaliation when they raise concerns. For the last resource and the less articulate, this provides not just a process, but a safe channel to be heard. I appreciate that by requiring mediation first and limiting formal legal representation, the bill levels the playing field. It prevents David versus Goliath situations where legal resources might otherwise determine the outcome. Still, many workers may not know how to use these rights. They may not know how to file a grievance, record evidence, or represent themselves before a tribunal. And that's where the labor movement and our unions play a vital role. Unions help workers frame their cases clearly, mediate early before conflicts escalate, and provide protection against power imbalances. Allow me to share Kelly's story. It's not her real name, but it's a real person. She's a resident in my Punggol constituency and an NTUC union member. Kelly had just signed an offer for a full-time job when she discovered that she was pregnant. Out of integrity, she informed her future employer about this. She was told that the offer would be changed to a 2-month contract or made part-time instead. Kelly felt something was wrong, but could not quite put it into words. When she sought NTUC's help, we discovered the employer had attempted to avoid maternity benefits, unaware that part-time employees are equally entitled after 3 months of service. With union support, Kelly left the arrangement without penalty and later found meaningful work as an educator near her home in Punggol. Had this bill been in place, Kelly would have sought further redress for pre-employment discrimination under this law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 这项法案对我们基层工友尤其重要。很多工友在面对工作上的不公平时，并不是不敢讲，而是不知道怎么讲，也不懂得要向谁反映。正因为如此，工会的角色更加关键。工会可以帮助他们把那种觉得哪里有一点不太对的感觉转化成事实和语言，让问题说得更清楚，讲得更有理。工会也可以教导他们如何记录证据，如何在申诉和调解过程中表达自己。通过这项法案，工友的声音会更有分量，申诉的途径更安全、更明确。当工友懂得如何表达，懂得如何运用这项法案，赋予他们的权利，公平不再是纸上有纸，而会成为他们真实能感受到的保障。Mr. Deputy Speaker, in English, for union members and unionized workplaces, the presence of union leaders and industrial relations officers gives workers courage to come forward and gives employers confidence that matters will be handled fairly and privately. But not every worker is unionized. For those in between jobs, new to the workforce, or unaware of available help, we must strengthen this ecosystem of representation. And we might look towards having a longer time bar so that our people would be able to get more advice. Through union branches, tripartite committees, community access to legal clinics, and education efforts, we must ensure that every worker, regardless of background or literacy, has access to justice at work. I call on the government to continue to build resources, formal and informal, with the tripartite to support our workers through the grievance process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every worker deserves to work in an environment free from discrimination and unfair practices. But I recognize that implementing new requirements can be challenging for smaller companies, especially those without HR teams or resources. Many SME owners have shared with me their concerns that this bill could open them to frivolous or vexatious complaints, but they remain deeply committed to fairness. Our SME owners run lean operations, treat staff like family, and work side by side with their teams. For such employers, an unfounded accusation can cause distress, not just financially, but personally. I therefore welcome the safeguards in this bill requiring credible evidence from formal investigation, encouraging early mediation, and ensuring confidentiality in proceedings. These mechanisms protect both workers and employers, deterring bad faith claims while preserving trust. However, SME resourcing remains a challenge. In a 2022 survey by the NTUC Women and Family Team and the PAP Women's Wing of 3,000 respondents, just 1 in 3 shared that their companies have communicated policies against workplace discrimination, and these were more likely to be respondents who worked in companies with more than 200 employees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that most SMEs want to do right. They simply need the tools to do so. We can support them through HR advisory clinics, templates for fair employment practices, and accessible training on inclusive leadership. Compliance should not feel like a burden, and it must not add to already increasing business costs. It should be seen as a good business practice and a high ground for companies to attract and retain a quality workforce. And that is why the NTUC's SME partners and women and family units have been working with SMEs to build capability and promote gender-inclusive workplaces. Today, over 2,000 SMEs in our labor movement network have already committed to providing fair, progressive, and safe workplaces. Initiatives like the NTUC Better Workplace Program, which supports wellness and breastfeeding lactation spaces, show that fairness can be lived out in everyday ways. I hope that the government will continue to provide templates, training, and resources to help our SMEs operationalize fairness and to recognize firms that adopt these practices early. Again, fairness should not be a compliance burden. It should be a shared standard that uplifts both workers and businesses. Ultimately, fairness benefits everyone. Employers gain loyal and productive teams, workers feel respected and motivated, and our society, our Singapore society, grows even more cohesive. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I support the bill.
Mr. Mohammed Malik.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill before this House seeks to establish a crucial mechanism for individuals to seek recourse against workplace discrimination. This bill, together with Workplace Fairness Act passed on 8 January 2025, represents a significant step forward in protecting Singapore's workers. However, I wish to raise several important questions and concerns regarding the implementation of this dispute resolution framework. Firstly, on the matter of representation at mediation, Section 36I provides that individuals may be represented by persons prescribed under the regulations made under Section 44. I seek clarification on whether these regulations will mirror the first schedule of the Employment Claims Regulations 2017. Under the current framework, trade union members face restrictions. They cannot be represented during settlement discussions, and executive employees have even narrower representation rights. While I understand the intent to facilitate direct communication during mediation, we must ask, are these restrictions appropriate for discrimination cases, which often involve complex power dynamics and emotional distress? Moreover, I am even more concerned about vulnerable workers who are not trade union members. What support will be available to them? Will pro bono channels be expanded to ensure all parties can access legal advice about their rights under the WFA? Additionally, The current regulations only mandate parental representation for those below 18 years of age. I urge the ministry to consider extending support to young workers who have just entered the workforce. Fresh graduates who may be experiencing discrimination but lack the knowledge, resource, or union membership to navigate the system effectively, particularly those with less than 5 years of full-time permanent employment. My second point concerns the discretion to extend the time limits under Section 36E4. The bill stipulates that dismissed employees must file for mediation within 1 month of their last day of employment, with special provisions for pregnant employees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have encountered residents during my Meet the People sessions who, having just lost their jobs, were overwhelmed by distress, mental health challenges, or the urgent need to support their families. In such circumstances, 1 month passes quickly, and by the time they seek help, the deadline has expired. Section 36F1A allows the Commissioner to accept late requests if there is a reasonable excuse. However, this term requires greater clarity. I ask the Minister what constitutes a reasonable excuse. Will the Commissioner adopt the broader, just and equitable approach found in the UK's Equality Act 2010, which the Employment Appeals Tribunal has interpreted as requiring a wide discretion based on the factual matrix? According to a parliamentary reply by SMS Dr. Kopo Kun in 2022, approximately 6% of wrongful dismissal claims filed with TADM each year exceeded the time limit. TADM still assisted parties willing to settle amicably. I would like to know, is this proportion still accurate? How many of such cases actually achieve settlement? And critically, in 2024 and 2025, how many appeals for time extensions were filed and how many were granted? These statistics will help us understand whether the current framework adequately serves workers who may need additional time due to genuine hardship. My third point addresses the implementation of grievance handling processes. Section 36D2 requires that mediation requests follow internal grievance handling, which Section 27 of the WFA mandates employers to establish. While tripartite standards and implementation guides exist, I ask how many TADM claims involve employers who lack proper grievance handling processes. This data is essential to assess compliance and effectiveness. More importantly, have HR professionals in affected companies received adequate training on these processes? What support has the ministry provided? For small and medium enterprises, which may lack dedicated HR teams, implementation presents particular challenges. I urge the ministry to work closely with SMEs to boost their HR capabilities. Does the ministry have a roadmap, perhaps over 5 years, to help companies with fewer than 25 employees implement robust grievance handling processes? Without such support, the dispute resolution framework risks being undermined at its very foundation. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must address a significant gap in this bill, the exclusion of outsourced workers. Section 36A limits civil action to alleged discriminatory employment decisions made by employers under Section 17(1) of the WFA. An employer is defined as a person who employs another under a contract of service. This excludes workers on contracts for service, platform workers, and critically outsourced workers. Outsourced workers are among our most vulnerable, often older workers, in lower income jobs. Currently, the tripartite advisory on outsourced workers does not cover anti-discriminatory practices by service buyers. This creates a troubling situation where service buyers can specify preferred race, age, or religion of the workers, forcing service providers to implement discriminatory practices or face contractual penalties. It is unjust to penalize service providers when service buyers are the ones making discriminatory demands. We are, as the saying goes, barking up the wrong tree. The UK's Equality Act 2010 addresses this through Section 41, which defines contract workers and principals. A principal is one who makes work available for individuals employed by another party, and contract workers are those supplied in furtherance of such contracts. This framework effectively extends protection to outsourced workers. I ask the Minister, will the tripartite advisory on outsourced workers be updated to cover anti-discriminatory practices by service buyers? Does the Ministry plan to extend WFA protection to outsourced workers in future amendments? And if so, what is the timeline? How is the Ministry currently educating service buyers on fair employment practices and monitoring discriminatory clauses in service contracts? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Deputy Speaker, Rang Undang-Undang Keadilan di Tempat Kerja Penyelesaian Pertikaian bertujuan untuk membantu para individu yang menghadapi diskriminasi di tempat kerja. Rang undang-undang ini bersama dengan Akta Keadilan di Tempat Kerja merupakan langkah penting dalam melindungi para pekerja Singapura. Walau bagaimanapun, saya ingin mengemukakan beberapa soalan dan kebimbangan saya mengenai pelaksanaannya. Pertama, mengenai perwakilan dalam pengantaran, kita perlu menimbang semula beberapa sekatan peraturan yang diletakkan ke atas para pekerja semasa mereka melalui proses ini. Buat masa ini, ahli kesatuan sekerja tidak boleh diwakili semasa perbincangan. Malah, pekerja eksekutif pula mempunyai perwakilan yang lebih sempit. Bagi para pekerja yang bukan ahli kesatuan sekerja pula, mereka tentunya memerlukan sokongan yang lebih. Tambahan lagi, saya juga mengesah agar para pekerja muda diberikan lebih sokongan agar mereka tidak mudah mengalami diskriminasi atas sebab kurang pengalaman dan pengetahuan. Perkara kedua dalam isu had dan lanjutan masa. Para pekerja yang telah diberhentikan kerja perlu memfailkan pengantaran dalam tempoh 1 bulan sahaja dari hari tahari mereka. Tuan Deputy Speaker, saya ada berjumpa dengan beberapa individu semasa sesi bertemu penduduk MPS. Lazimnya, mereka berada dalam keadaan yang terdesak dan mengatakan bahawa masa 1 bulan itu terlalu singkat. Antara lain, saya mengesah agar pendekatan yang bersandarkan budi bicara boleh dipertimbangkan dalam menerima permintaan lewat jika ada sebab yang munasabah. Perkara ketiga, berkaitan dengan pelaksanaan proses pengendalian aduan. Oleh kerana pihak majikan perlu menyediakan aduan dalaman, kita perlu memastikan bahawa pegawai HR di dalam syarikat mempunyai latihan yang mencukupi. Ini penting terutama sekali bagi perusahaan kecil dan sederhana, yang mana kaki tangan mereka mungkin kurang berkemampuan untuk mengendalikan proses aduan dengan sempurna. Tuan Deputy Speaker, perkara yang terakhir, kita perlu menangani jurang ketara di dalam rang undang-undang ini, iaitu para pekerja dari sumber luar. Akta Keadilan di Tempat Kerja WFA tidak merangkumi para pekerja kontrak, pekerja platform dan pekerja sumber luar. Mereka merupakan golongan yang paling terdedah kepada diskriminasi. Saya menggesa agar diwujudkan rangka kerja yang memperluaskan perlindungan kepada para pekerja sumber luar. Ini akan memastikan amalan pekerjaan yang lebih adil untuk semua golongan pekerja. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill is a welcome development. However, for it to truly deliver justice, we must ensure that vulnerable workers can access representation, that time limits accommodate genuine hardships, that employers, especially SMEs, have the capacity to implement proper processes, and that our most vulnerable workers, including those outsourced, are not left behind. I call on the Ministry to address these concerns so that the promise of a workplace fairness becomes a reality for all workers in Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the questions and concerns that I present earlier, I support this bill.
Mr. Chai Yin Cho.
Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill is a landmark legislation towards creating fairer and more equitable workplaces. I stand in support of this bill and offer 3 points for considerations. First, I acknowledge MOM's rationale for expanding the ECT monetary jurisdiction to $250,000 for discrimination claims, a positive step for many professionals, managers, and executives. However, non-unionized workers are disadvantaged due to the inability to have legal representation during mediation or ECT proceedings, especially given the complexity of proving discrimination. While union members in non-unionized companies have access to tripartite mediation advisors, a proportion of the workforce may not and may struggle to understand the discrimination and the experiences or articulate the details of unfair treatment. Can the Minister clarify specific resources to support non-unionized workers through the ECT procedures? Second, I understand the position that court proceedings would generally be held in private to foster open discussions without public misrepresentations. However, there is significant public interest in serious workplace discrimination cases, and to hold employers accountable, the current bill appears to offer limited discretion for the High Court to publish these information. Would the Minister confirm that the High Court's discretion to publish is flexible enough to ensure public accountability of employers found to have committed discriminatory acts, even without criminal prosecution, to avoid undermining the deterrence effect of this legislation? Third, I note that this bill does not amend the scope of the Workplace Fairness Act, which excludes outsourced workers and freelancers, including platform workers. While the bill covers about 3/4 of the local workforce, this excludes the 67,600 platform workers recorded in 2024. As the enhanced bill comes into force, I look forward to seeing the Ministry reviewing these aspects of expanding protections to outsourced workers and freelancers. I commend the government and congratulate all stakeholders, including NTUC, TAFEP, and SNEF for their efforts in bringing this bill and its dispute resolution mechanisms to fruition. This bill is a tripartite win, demonstrating the collaborative spirit of employers, unions, and the government in establishing clear roles and a robust framework for workplace fairness. Notwithstanding these 3 clarifications, Deputy Speaker, sir, I stand in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in August 2016, at the debate during the second reading of the Employment Claims Bill then, I had said that employment claims disputes are often mired in the context of contending allegations of breaches of employment contract, and unfair dismissal or discrimination could well be part of the factual matrix in some cases. I also suggested for one tribunal to hear all types of labor disputes, including employment claims and claims for unfair dismissal and discrimination. Today, I'm happy to support and welcome this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the intent of this bill, which establishes a dispute resolution framework to address workplace discrimination. Employees will have a direct right to seek redress on discrimination through a defined process of mediation and, when necessary, adjudication by the ECT or the High Court. This is a welcome development, especially in the context of our aging population and changing social landscape, which puts the spotlight on fair employment practices. However, as with many new frameworks, the true test of its effectiveness will lie in how it works in practice, where ordinary workers can navigate the process and whether smaller employers can comply without being unduly burdened. It is therefore important that the bill's implementation is accessible, balanced, and workable for all parties involved. Accessibility for workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The bill, together with other existing legislations, empower affected employees to initiate mediation or claims against employers relating to discrimination claims and discrimination-related disputes and dismissal claims. However, for many lower income or less educated workers or employees, they may still not be aware that they have such rights or may be intimidated by the process of filing a claim, as it is often not just the information itself, but the practical process that is challenging. Understanding what happens next, for example, what to expect after filing a claim, what documents to bring, or how to respond during mediation, can be intimidating for those unfamiliar with formal dispute processes. Ensuring that help is not only available, but understandable and usable will make the right to redress truly meaningful. I would therefore like to ask the Minister, will the Tripartite Alliance for Dispute Management be publishing information and guidelines on filing discrimination claims, similar to what has been done for salary-related employment or dismissal claims? Will there be any public education efforts in vernacular languages to ensure that low-wage workers are also aware of their rights pertaining to workplace discrimination and recourse available to them as outlined in this bill? Will there be practical step-by-step support available, such as assistance with completing claim forms or responding to procedural queries for workers who may lack the literacy or confidence to file a claim? For instance, the Community Justice Centre currently provides volunteers to assist litigants in person in our courts. A similar scheme could perhaps be adapted for TADEM mediations to ensure that workers who need it can receive practical guidance and reassurance throughout the process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from my contact with quite a number of my Hougang residents who were embroiled in neighbours' dispute, for example, many were deterred by the procedural requirements for the Community Dispute Resolution Tribunal and would even rather not sought resolution through CDRT, even if the procedure for filing claims at CDRT may have been relatively simplified as compared to civil or criminal procedure for the state and high courts. Lay people are often not comfortable even with, say, the need to file sworn evidence to start the claims. So in this connection, I urge the government to continue to work towards simplifying claims procedure for lay people across different applications, including for the discrimination claims at ECT or in the High Court. Next, I would like to seek clarification in respect of work pass holders. Do they have a right to bring a claim for discrimination? I believe the answer is yes. If so, should we be concerned that employers have the ability to cancel work passes and repatriate their employees upon termination of employment before or in the midst of pursuing or initiating a claim? And they may not be able to remain in Singapore to attend mediation or hearings, weakening the practical effect of the protections offered under this bill. I'd like to seek the Minister's assurances that work pass holders will receive adequate protection, but without overtaxing employers, pending the claim's outcome. Employers should, of course, not be penalized for unsuccessful claims. For example, they should not be responsible for employees' additional expenses resulting from their unsuccessful claims, including expenses for prolonged stay in Singapore. Next, impact on smaller employers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also wish to highlight the impact on SMEs or even smaller employers amongst the SMEs. Many SMEs operate on lean manpower and limited administrative support. Even though the system is designed to be a lawyer-free process at ECT level, the reality is that such an employer still needs to gather facts, compile documentation, and prepare explanations to defend its case. A small enterprise with, say, 25 to 30 employees, for example, is unlikely to have the HR or legal support that a larger company can afford. Given that this bill introduces new procedural obligations and the possibility of claims being lodged against employers, how can it be ensured that smaller enterprises are not overwhelmed by the process? What kind of clear guidance or advisory support will be given for SMEs to understand the process and their responsibilities? What safeguards will be in place to identify and dismiss clearly unsubstantiated or frivolous claims early, so that small employers are not subject to unnecessary administrative or even reputational burden? This is not to discourage legitimate complaints, as every genuine claim should be heard fairly, but the system should also ensure that smaller employers are protected from disproportionate strain. Next, accountability through transparency and prevention of repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while confidentiality for employees and employers must be respected, complete opacity also limits public learning and deterrence. A people-centered balance will be to keep case details confidential, but at the very least require the publication of anonymized, aggregated outcomes and quarterly data. Such data, for instance, the number of cases by sector, the types of discrimination alleged, and their outcomes, would help identify trends and systemic issues. If certain sectors consistently show higher proportions of age-related or gender-related claims, the ministry can then target outreach, training, or policy interventions more effectively. Beyond transparency, data can also strengthen accountability by helping to detect repeat offenders. The proposed new Section 45 of the Workplace Fairness Act bill allows the Commissioner or the Registrar of the High Court to share data to a public agency for the purpose of policy formulation or review, or to a public agency and is necessary in the public interest. There is room to build on this by establishing a more systematic internal process to monitor and flag repeated breaches by rogue employers. This would enable earlier intervention and signal that the framework is responsive to patterns of behavior, not just individual disputes. It can also help to study undesirable practices or behavior on the part of errant employers or even employees, which MOM can use to consider improvements and revisions to prevailing laws. Ultimately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the true measure of workplace fairness lies not only in the number of disputes resolved, but in how many are prevented. By embedding a capacity for early intervention within this framework, we make fairness not just a recourse, but a shared habit, woven into the daily life of our workplaces and the moral fabric of our economy. New civil cause of action and quantum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the new Section 3A provides that a new civil action may be brought for a newly created statutory tort of discrimination by an individual who is the subject of an alleged discriminatory employment decision made by an employer under Section 17(1). The bill has provided for the jurisdictional limits of discrimination claims between the Employment Claims Tribunal and the High Court. I'd like to ask the Minister whether there will be new heads of claim peculiar to this new tort. Aside from possible loss of earnings, possible loss of benefits, and even possibly expenses arising from discrimination, such as actual medical expenses to treat stress caused by discrimination, for example, which may arguably be supported under current laws on quantum, would there be new or other heads of damage? For example, can losses such as injury to feelings be claimable? And if so, how will such claims be quantified? The government's answers can provide helpful and important preliminary guidance and reference via the Hansard for implementation of the new law. I hope the typical quantum of claims arrived at by the ECT and the High Court for the new tort will be reasonable for both employers and employees, so that there will be fairness for both employers and employees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 副议长先生，这项职场公平法案配合现有的规定，让员工在遇到不公平对待时，可以找雇主调解，或向仲裁机构申诉，无论是因为年龄、性别、怀孕、生育、婚姻状况、照顾家人、国籍、种族、宗教、语言能力或残疾而被歧视，还是被不当解雇，员工都能依法维护自己的权益。这确实是一个往前迈出的重要一步。可是有权利不代表人人都能行使权利。对于一些收入或教育程度较低的员工来说，他们可能还不知道自己有这样的权利，就算知道，也可能不敢、不懂或不知从何下手。就算听过，也可能会觉得，哎呀，这些程序好复杂，我讲不清楚， 也不懂那些表格。有些人会怕讲错话，怕得罪上司，怕麻烦，结果有理也不敢讲，有冤也不敢伸。对他们来说，去申诉就好像走进一个陌生的地方，一头雾水，不知从哪里开始。所以我想请问部长，第一，劳资政纠纷调解联盟是否会发布适当和足够的资料和指南，让工友清楚地明白怎么提出职场歧视的申诉？第二，政府是否会用多种语言，包括华语、马来语、大米尔语，让更多员工也知道他们的权利？第三，是否会对那些教育程度较低的员工提供实务上的协助，比如教他们怎么样填写表格、准备文件，以及解答程序疑问，帮助读写能力较弱或没信心的工友把第一步走稳？副议长先生，我接触过不少护港居民在邻里纠纷中因担心程序与证据要求而不敢走到社区调解中心或邻里纠纷仲裁庭，即使这些程序已比普通法庭过程简单，但对普通人来说还是有挑战的。所以我希望政府在落实这项法案时，不要忽略这些实践上的困难，尽可能让申诉程序更容易理解，好让不太懂或不太会写英文的员工能顺利地走完程序。副议长先生，职场公平法案的方向是正确的，为了确保其成功，关键是我们必须致力于让员工肯会并能用得上，而雇主则承担得起，社会更是都能信其公正。Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Workplace Discrimination Bill represents an important move towards fairness at work. To ensure its success, we must focus on making the process accessible to ordinary workers and manageable for small employers, while maintaining the confidence of all stakeholders through transparency and fairness. I look forward to the Minister's clarifications on the questions I've raised. Notwithstanding the questions and concerns I raised, I support this bill.
Ms. Mariam Jafar.
Mr. Speaker, fairness at work is not an abstract idea. It is what every Singaporean hopes for when they look for a new job, when they ask for a promotion, or when they return from maternity or hospitalization leave. I rise in strong support of this bill. When this House passed the Workplace Fairness Bill in the last term, it was a milestone in our tripartite journey. It affirmed the simple truth that every worker in Singapore deserves to be judged on their ability, not their age, gender, caregiving responsibilities, nationality, race, or religion. But principles mean little if people do not know how to seek redress when those principles are violated. This bill turns principle into practice, giving both workers and employers a clear, fair, and accessible way to resolve disputes. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the true test of fairness is not only in how the law is written or how processes are set up, it is in how workers experience it every day. Fairness must not only be fair, but must feel fair to the people who live it. In my maiden speech in this House in 2020, I spoke of residents I met in my first months on the ground in Woodlands. The 50-something PMEP who was told he was overqualified, the 40-something banker who watched a foreigner take his job, the 30-something Malay accounts clerk who finds that job ads ask for Mandarin speakers only, and the 20-something graduate who gets lowball offers. Since then, I have met many more. Just last night, a resident came to my MPS for help. She had been terminated with notice just after returning from hospitalization leave for IVF treatment. Employers too, especially SME bosses, have shared their worries that one wrong move or one problem hire could land them in trouble, even as they face real economic pressure and constant policy changes. All want fairness, all want clarity. Other countries have grappled with this challenge. In the UK, over 70% of early conciliation cases via ACAS are resolved without going to tribunal, usually within 4 to 6 weeks. In contrast, the formal employment tribunal system, where 100,000 claims are filed yearly, is slow, with a 1-year wait time, costly, and legalistic. Australia's Fair Work Commission resolves around 60 to 70% of discrimination cases at conciliation. Quick, informal, inexpensive. In New Zealand, the Human Rights Commission closes 94% of discrimination complaints through mediation or early resolution, with 77% satisfaction. So the mediation-first model we are adopting, in a 3-tiered framework that progresses from internal grievance handling to mandatory mediation to adjudication, is wise. It keeps trust at the center of justice and allows employees to pursue claims without the need for legal representation if filed under the Employment Claims Tribunal. But mediation must be real and not ritual. So mediators must first be professionally trained in employment law, discrimination claims, and cross-cultural communication, and they must reflect the diversity of our workforce. Second, the process should be guided. Seeking redress is already intimidating, as the burden of proof usually rests on the worker. The same Woodlands resident I mentioned earlier told me that the mediator she spoke to said she could be liable for the entire claim amount if she pursued it at the ACT. Now, that is not quite what the law provides, so she might have been misunderstood. But you see how even the perception of risk can chill a worker into silence. We must therefore work to make the process clearer for workers. MOM and TAFEP can provide plain language templates, sample grievance letters, timelines, FAQs, so that even an elderly auntie cleaning tables at the coffee shop can navigate the process confidently. Workers could also be given confidential pre-mediation advisory where they can understand their rights and options through TAFEP or train resources in the community so that workers who are unsure or afraid have safe local places to seek advice before taking action. And crucially, workers must feel protected from retaliatory actions. The bill rightly prohibits retaliation, but in practice, fear of retaliation remains the biggest reason people stay silent. In jurisdictions like the UK and Australia, the burden of proof for retaliatory action shifts to the employer once the employee has established a prima facie case. Could the Minister clarify how retaliatory action claims will be processed under the Workplace Fairness Bill? We should have strong retaliatory protections so that fairness is not only about the right to be treated fairly, but also the confidence that if you stand up for that right, you will not stand alone. Mr. Speaker, we cannot build fairness for workers without making it feasible for employers. Our SMEs employ 7 in 10 Singaporeans. Many want to comply, but run without HR departments. So let us make compliance intuitive. MOM could issue sector-specific starter kits, 1-page grievance procedures for retail, F&B, logistics, care services, and other key sectors in multiple languages. And a short certification course for SME supervisors on workplace fairness, grievance handling, and mediation would also help, so they know what doing the right thing looks like in real life. And for firms that exemplify fairness, we can create a fair employer mark, recognizing companies that lead by example. Because compliance by fear is fragile, compliance by pride is lasting. Sir, we must also guard against over-litigation. The bill rightly channels most cases to the Employment Claims Tribunal, keeping the process proportionate. But in the initial years, we should review outcomes through a tripartite monitoring panel to check if cases are rising for the right reasons and to spot sectors where culture, not law, is the root issue. that allows us to adjust early before disillusionment sets in. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to return to a point raised by several members in the last debate. The bill rightly protects against discrimination on many important protected characteristics, but there are still Singaporeans who may not see themselves reflected in it. Neurodivergent employees, platform and freelance workers, they form a growing part of our workforce. Yet many may not feel fully included, even though TAFED guidelines apply. Fairness that feels selective is fairness that can breed resentment. So I hope that MOM will commit to a phased review of protected characteristics in good time, guided by data from mediation cases and tripartite feedback. Let us evolve our protection as our workforce evolves, steady, consultative, but unafraid to broaden the circle of inclusion. But ultimately, no law can legislate respect. Fairness must live in the daily decisions of our workplaces, who we hire, how we train, how we promote, how we treat one another. Many Singaporeans tell me, I don't mind working hard, I just want a fair chance. That, Mr. Speaker, is what this bill helps secure. A fair chance for every worker to show their worth and a clear process when they feel otherwise. We must keep building workplaces where Singaporeans feel seen, valued, and given room to grow. Not passed over, not second-guessed. We must keep them engaged in their work. Because fairness is not only about protection, it is about participation, giving our people the confidence to stay in the workforce, reskill, and take on the next challenge. TAFAP and MOM can play a key role here by training not just HR managers, but supervisors and team leaders, because fairness is not a compliance function, it is a leadership habit. And when employers model that habit, they earn something no law can command, the loyalty and trust of their workers. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not just settle disputes. It strengthens our compact as a society. It says to every worker, you will be judged by what you contribute, not by who you are or where you come from. And it says to every employer, you will be treated fairly and given a clear process when disputes arise. That balance between protection and partnership is what has made Singapore work. If we can keep that balance strong, then every Singaporean, whatever that background, can look at the system and say, it is fair and it works for me. That is the promise we renew today. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. He Ting Ru.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, following this House's legislating against workplace discrimination earlier this year, the bill before us provides clear steps for aggrieved employees to seek recourse against errant employers who have wronged them, and I support the bill. However, I would like to raise several issues that we should consider to ensure that the path to justice is kept accessible to all workers. First, there usually exists a great imbalance between the employer and employee when it comes to employment disputes. While it is encouraging that both parties cannot have external legal representatives before the Employment Claims Tribunal, the ECT, this may not be sufficient to level the playing field, especially as some employers may have legally trained in-house legal teams who would be appointed to represent the company. Will the Minister consider setting up a specialized office to provide legal information and advice to aggrieved workers who require assistance in filing their claims? In this regard, I note that there appears to be no legal clinic focused on workers' rights or employment law. Notably, while the NTUC runs a Law Works legal clinic for union members, the Pro Bono SG website appears to state that this legal clinic excludes employment issues. The Ministry should also continuously work with civil society and community organizations to ensure that workers are empowered to obtain justice under the Workplace Fairness Act through initiatives like education and awareness campaigns, the development of guidance materials, and pro bono referral schemes. Second, I appreciate the importance for proceedings under the Act, including mediation and ECT hearings, to be conducted in private in the interests of workplace harmony. However, as mediations and hearings are formal processes, they will undoubtedly be daunting for workers. It would thus be particularly nerve-wracking for a worker to journey through this process alone. Can the Minister confirm if employees will be entitled to have support persons accompanying them in these proceedings? If so, can the Minister confirm if this will be set out in the regulations or guidelines as to who can serve as support persons in proceedings under the Act? Third, like my colleague, MP for Hougang, Mr. Dennis Tan, I would like to ask that the Minister also clarify about the support available to workers who struggle to navigate the various proceedings because they are not so conversant in English or struggle with digital literacy. Such support should at the very least include help to submit claims, file documents, and generally navigate the procedural parts of the entire process. All of us have seen residents who find it particularly challenging to commence claims or to continue pursuing claims through the tribunals because they are either unable to or lack confidence in navigating the system. And this is particularly important since legal representation is not allowed in ECT proceedings. 4, there are 3 particular groups of workers whom we should pay particular attention to in relation to the dispute resolution mechanisms. 1, workers with disabilities. 2, workers who have suffered both workplace discrimination and workplace harassment. And 3, workers who have been traumatized by their workplace experiences. On workers with disabilities, the dispute resolution mechanisms should be accessible for different types of disabilities. As it currently stands, the SG Court's website may be requested contains an accessibility statement stating that a sign language interpreter may be requested only in certain types of cases. This should be expanded to include employment cases before the ECT. It is also not clear whether claimants who are blind or who have low vision will be able to effectively use the Community Justice and Tribunal System, CJTS, to file and manage their claims under this Act. Can the Minister confirm that accommodations will be made to workers with disabilities at all stages of the dispute resolution process when they make a claim under this Act? On workers who have suffered both workplace discrimination and workplace harassment, the current framework could create unnecessary barriers as they attempt to seek justice. First, they must file a claim with the ECT in respect of the discrimination they have experienced. Then they must file a separate claim with the Protection from Harassment Court, PHC, in respect of the harassment they have been subject to. This imposes another layer for those seeking redress to navigate and may deter a worker from seeking recourse. This, in turn, may contribute to underreporting and allow errant employers to get away with their bad behavior because workers are not able or willing to meaningfully engage with the legal process. Would the Minister consider allowing a worker who has experienced both workplace discrimination and workplace harassment to have both their claims under the Workplace Fairness Act and the Protection from Harassment Act heard before the ECT? Finally, on workers who have been traumatized by their workplace experiences, I have 3 recommendations. 1, the requirement for mandatory mediation may unnecessarily risk the re-traumatization of the worker and cause more harm. Instead, the Commissioner should be given the discretion to make an exception from the mandatory mediation requirement in serious cases where a worker is able to obtain supporting evidence that participation in the mediation will put their mental and emotional well-being at risk. 2, approved mediators, ECT tribunal members and judges should be provided with training and support so that they can conduct the dispute resolution process in a trauma-informed manner to minimize inflicting further harm on the aggrieved worker who is navigating a complicated legal process to seek justice. In this regard, it is also important that they receive sensitivity training that helps them to understand the lived experiences of workers with the different protected characteristics so that they can make meaningful and fair decisions. Third, the timelines for the dispute resolution mechanism should be fast as administratively possible to minimize workers having to deal with the uncertainty and anxiety that come with such legal proceedings. In particular, it would be helpful to provide claimants and employers with clear guidance on the expected timelines. The guidance can also help the Ministry to evaluate whether more resources and manpower need to be dedicated to the dispute resolution mechanisms so that claims can be processed and resolved in accordance with target timelines. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as former President Halimah Yacob said, discrimination of any form and against anyone has no place at all in our society, and most certainly not at the workplace. To eradicate workplace discrimination, we must ensure that the processes for workers to seek recourse do not themselves create barriers or cause further harm to the workers who have decided to stand up for themselves. Thank you.
Ms. Goh Zi Ki.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me to first declare my interest as a practicing lawyer. Making the law is, of course, very different from practicing the law. When we make laws, we should always consider the broader intent and spirit of the law and how it should be implemented and used. We also have to consider the implications for our society and the lived experience of those it will touch. It especially matters for this bill, since it will guide us on how sensitive matters involving race, language, and religion are dealt with in our workplaces. We mean for our workplaces to be harmonious, non-litigious, and for disputes to be settled without escalation as much as possible. The proposed process is designed to reflect this intent. I agree that adjudication should be the last resort for any workplace discrimination disputes. I also think we should not become an overly litigious society. Not every issue should be fought in court, and not every grievance should be escalated into a legal arms race. In fact, I advocate for mediation whenever I can in my professional capacity. Justice is best served when it's quick, fair, and accessible. And of course, it helps very much if it can be cheap too, because lawyers can be very expensive. The ECT was designed precisely for all of that. I welcome the expanded role and scope that this bill will give. There are some concerns about the lack of direct legal representation at the ECTs. It was pointed out that this may result in an asymmetry of power between the parties for WFA claims, especially so when some companies do have in-house counsels. First, I must note that even though direct legal representation is not allowed, there is nothing to stop neither side from engaging lawyers to advise and prepare their case. The same scope for legal professions that exist under the ECTs still exists. In fact, it will get bigger. The intent of the ECT is to deliver adjudication in a fair and quick, accessible way. Making it cheap makes it more accessible. Allow direct legal representation makes it more expensive, and it will likely make the whole process more adversarial and dragged out more than it should have to be. This runs contrary to the intent of the ECT. Furthermore, I imagine if an employer is big enough to have an in-house counsel, then clearly there's already a stark and wide symmetry of power, a David and Goliath situation. Allowing legal representation will not do much to alter this inherent imbalance, but it will add another layer of costs to both sides, particularly for David. In a real legal arms race, the pockets of David will hurt far more. It is also less clear in real life who is David and who is Goliath. We can imagine a small claimant or a small company being disadvantaged by a sophisticated claimant. But I do believe that in-house counsels could be a problem. In fact, I did highlight this issue to the ministry earlier in my capacity as a member of the GPC and suggested that in-house counsels should be restricted at the ECT. True, we typically see in-house counsels only in larger organizations, so this issue may exist only in a minority of cases. But justice and fairness must not only be done, but it also needs to be seen to be done. Parties coming through the system must have confidence that they are not handicapped and that the system is fair and equitable to all parties. More than just optics, I speak from experience. Many in-house counsels were experienced litigators. I know what the capable ones can do. Allowing them to directly represent companies in the ECT would almost certainly prejudice the employee and lead to unfairness. There are many ways to define the scope of in-house counsels and specifically exclude them. A regulation to that effect could be made by the Minister. I urge the Minister to consider this point again. Next, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have strong reservations about leaving out smaller firms with fewer than 25 employees from the very start. The reason for doing this does not sit well. There are many laws in place that all employers, big and small, are expected to comply, including the Workplace Safety and Health Act, the Personal Data Protection Act, and the Employment Act, and so on. Thus, I can see no reason why we should assume smaller firms will struggle with compliance and why they would need more time than bigger ones. In fact, I would argue that it is precisely because the smaller firms lack competencies to comply with this law that makes their employees more vulnerable to workplace discrimination. I cannot find the exact numbers, but I consider that SMEs make up for the overwhelming bulk of companies in Singapore. I think it is safe to assume that these smaller firms make up a significant percentage of employers. To exclude their employees from the coverage of the WFA is to do them a great disservice. I suggest that the Ministry of Manpower should actually devote more resources to assist these smaller firms with the process of compliance instead of taking the path of least resistance. Sir, I also welcome the role of unions in this framework. I'm glad to see a pathway for unions to directly represent the parties at the ECT. They will be invaluable in representing the interests of parties without the added baggage and costs of lawyers. But the requirements are perplexing. Direct union representation can happen only if the company and the employee are members of their respective unions and the company itself is unionized, but not in any other scenarios. Union members cannot tap on their union to represent them if their company is not unionized. This strikes me as an odd segregation of union members. If I was to use the perspective of the unions, I would naturally presume that employees of non-unionized companies are actually more vulnerable. I'm thinking of the PMETs in particular, who make up about 63% of our workforce. But their rate of union membership is a lot less, making up about 45% of union members. Many working in such capacities are employed by non-unionized companies. This arrangement leaves out a very significant segment of our workforce. Would the Minister and all the union leaders in the House please clarify the reasons for this segregation, why union representation at the ECT cannot be extended to union members at non-unionized companies? Mr. Speaker, in my maiden speech in this House, I spoke on the issue of trust and the importance of thinking through how each policy and decision lands on the ground. The people derive their trust on their lived experience with this system. The process and implementation of this bill will matter as much as the bill itself. I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, I will always advocate for mediation as a first resort in my professional capacity. I worked with many mediators. I have much faith in mediation, in a large part because I was fortunate to work with many excellent mediators. For the system to be perceived as fair and just, and for all parties to have confidence in this process, the quality and training of mediators, and by extension, the quality of ECT judges at the ECT will be absolutely critical. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on the point about the effectiveness of mediation in cases of post-employment. I feel that mediation still remains meaningful because it focuses more on resolution rather than reconciliation. Even after someone leaves a toxic workplace, mediation provides a very natural platform to clarify issues, address lingering grievances, and negotiating matters like payment. It helps both parties move forward without the weight of conflict. In short, mediation after employment isn't about repairing the past. It is also about creating a respectful closure for the future. At the end of the day, I would like to say this. The proof of this particular pudding is not in the pudding itself, but in the eating. The real test only comes when the first cases go through the process prescribed by this bill. And I'll be watching the process very closely. Mr. Speaker, the law is by nature both prescriptive and reactive. It tells us what should not be done and sets out what happens if it is done. The two workplace fairness bills make it clear that discrimination has no place in our workplaces, and they provide clear consequences where it occurs. But we must remember that the law we make is not an end in itself, but only a means to an end. Ideally, the law succeeds when it never has to be used to punish or correct. We must remember that what we really want in our society is not more claims or more cases. We want fewer. We do not want to punish what is wrong, but to promote what is right. We want fairness to become second nature in our workplaces. We want respect, inclusion, equality to be embedded in our work culture here in Singapore. And this is what we aspire to see. To get there, we cannot rely on legislation alone. We need education, awareness, and outreach. The different stakeholders must step up. The ministry, our unions, our employers, and our workers. Only we can make this happen, and let us not forget that. Sir, notwithstanding my reservations, I do support this bill.
Mr. Sean Low. Hold on, Mr. Low. Understand, Mr. Dennis Tan, you have a clarification of a member that's spoken before you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am sorry to interrupt the proceedings. At the beginning of my speech just now, I did not make a declaration. Can I make a very quick declaration now?
Oh, that you're a practicing lawyer?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, please do.
That's right, sir. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the beginning of the speech of my speech just now, I did not, and I wish to make a declaration that I am a practicing lawyer whose work may from time to time include employment. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you for the declaration. Mr. Low?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill. I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for the reminder, and I first declare that I am the designated Group Managing Director of Commonwealth Capital Group, a conglomerate stewarding more than 1,000 livelihoods. And thankfully, we do not have much experience with workplace disputes. I am also the advisor to the Singapore Teachers Union and the Education Services Union, which collectively represent more than 50,000 workers who mold the future of our nation. The principles of the broader workplace fairness legislation have been debated earlier this year. I will focus only on the dispute resolution mechanism, which is under discussion today. Specifically, I will share some thoughts from the perspectives of the worker, of the employer first, and then the worker, and then our overall social compact. First, employers should welcome this bill. It provides clarity over the process and timelines for dispute resolution. I particularly appreciate the reasonable time bars for mediation. These prevent workers from dredging up incidents that occurred a long time ago and for which evidence would likely be degraded. At the same time, I support Mr. Ng Chee Meng's suggestion for a longer time bar on an exceptional basis. The bill also protects, or at least seems to protect, employers by providing for confidentiality during the dispute resolution process. But I have a few concerns. First and foremost, I am concerned over the possibility of frivolous claims, as well as the potential for claim amounts to be inflated, especially since workers will not need to bear legal costs up to a far larger claim amount of $250,000. It is not yet clear how the Employment Claims Tribunal will impose costs against those who pursue claims without sufficient merit. And I welcome MOM to eventually publish the results of such cases to deter frivolous claims. MOM should also measure the size of claims based on the current claim limit of 20 or 30,000, and whether this goes up correspondingly when the claim limit is increased to $250,000. Now, if you ask me, speaking to many that I know, I suspect that the claim sizes are going to increase significantly in tandem. And this is not a good thing. It will make it more difficult for the tribunal to come to a reasonable and appropriate decision. I also agree with Mr. Dennis Tan that amongst all the employers, our SMEs would be the most concerned if claim amounts are inflated. Second, notwithstanding that the bill provides for confidentiality, there could be a risk that claimants themselves publicize their cases on social media before the process is concluded. How will the MOM prevent this from taking place? Third, there will be some increase in compliance costs from employers. For example, employers will need to establish mandatory written grievance procedures with specific commitments to investigate complaints, protect against retaliation, and inform outcomes. This requires HR policy development, training, documentation systems, and investigation protocols. Now, large companies can do this quite easily, but small companies, not so much. MOM can make it easier, for example, by publishing standardized free templates for small companies to use. Many members from both sides of the aisle have spoken about this, and so I won't belabor the point. However, I would like to respectfully disagree with actually Ms. Gosuki's suggestion to cover companies with less than 25 workers. I think such companies that are too small will need more time to adjust, and I do not think that the implementation timeline would give them enough time. On the other hand, workers should also welcome this bill. Workplace disputes are a difficult time for the worker. As Ms. Goh said, it often feels like you are David fighting against Goliath. The bill provides for a clearer, cheaper, and faster dispute resolution process for the vast majority of legitimate workplace claims. No expensive lawyers are needed, and union members can be supported by tripartite mediation advisors. My main concern for workers is for those that are not unionized. This echoes Mr. Tsai Ing-zou's concern. It could actually be the bulk of PMETs that have disputes today. MOM should share with us the proportion of workers with workplace disputes who are not unionized. Such non-unionized workers may not have access to the tripartite mediation advisors. I suggest that the NTUC consider providing the same service to such workers if they agree to sign up as union members in the future. And is the MOM prepared to increase TADEM's and NTUC's resources to handle the possible increase in caseload for tripartite mediation advisors and other case officers? Finally, low cost does not mean no cost. We need answers to the following questions. What are the total administrative costs of a typical case? I imagine this would include TADEM fees, costs for tripartite mediation advisors, employment claims tribunal fees, and so on. How will these administrative costs be distributed between workers and employers, particularly in different scenarios? For example, where a non-unionized worker loses the case, and separately for a company which loses the case. Finally, how long would a typical case take to be resolved? This would impact the total costs and length of time that workers and employers alike have to prepare themselves for. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I agree with the good intent of the bill. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and the devil will be in the bill's implementation. A policy's objectives can easily be negated or even subverted by poor implementation and a lack of resources. I fully agree with the Minister's commitment for the implementation timeline to be in 2027. It is better to ensure adequate training for our officers, our advisors, and our judges, as opposed to rush through the implementation of a bill, which would lead to reduction in public confidence if the process is not done right. The drafters and stakeholders have thought carefully about the dispute resolution process, and I hope that this commitment to a better paradigm for Singapore's workplaces can be backed by an ecosystem of affordable and accessible professional advisors, easy to understand processes, and well-resourced mediation and court officers. These would make fighting for fairness in the workplace a matter of due process, rather than an asymmetric battle of resources that has sometimes been foregone by the weaker party, to the detriment of a more robust and united society and a more productive economy. Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying that I support the bill, perhaps for a more fundamental reason, and that is that it reflects the values we want to see in Singapore and our social compact. This includes an emphasis on preserving harmony and a nudge towards the amicable resolution of disputes. I am glad that we are not moving towards a litigious society. It also reflects a fair balance between protecting workers as well as their employers, while providing for greater access to justice. And finally, a reliance on tripartism, one of the ingredients that makes Singapore so special, to achieve productive and reasonable outcomes for all parties. I am glad that tripartism is at the core of this bill and not an afterthought. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill and wish the Ministry and our unions the very best in its implementation. Thank you.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. It is an important step towards making our workplaces fair for every worker. The process of seeking redress must not only be fair, but also feel safe, especially for those going through difficult life circumstances or personal challenges. Every worker deserves to feel that if something goes wrong, the system will hear them, not haunt them. And for union members, we will go further. We will assist them. As part of the NTUC family, I see daily how fairness at work changes lives, from job seekers rebuilding confidence after rejection, to workers finding understanding, employers who give them a second chance. For these workers, fairness is not an abstract principle. It is deeply personal. It restores dignity, trust, and hope. Mr. Speaker, while awareness of workplace fairness has grown, many workers still fear speaking up. MOM's Fair Employment Practices report in 2023 found that only about 30% of employees who experienced discrimination sought help, a decrease from 35% of the year before. Most who stayed silent cited fear of being marginalized or harming their careers. And that is why this bill is important. It assures both workers and job seekers that redress can be sought safely and confidentially, and of course, fairly. They must know that they will be heard without fear of retaliation, and their dignity will be protected. Take, for example, a worker who feels sidelined after returning from maternity leave, uncertain if raising her concerns will affect her standing at work. Under this bill, she can first raise the matter through her company's grievance process. If unresolved, she can turn to mediation at the Tripartite Alliance for Dispute Management, or TADM, and if necessary, to the Employment Claims Tribunal, or ECT. If she is a union member in a unionized company, her union can support her at every step of the journey, even to represent her at the ECT. Each step is designed to be fair, affordable, and private, helping both sides find resolution without hostility or fear. Workers are protected from retaliation throughout. This protection is for all workers, regardless of ability or disability, including those managing mental health conditions. For them, assurances on confidentiality and empathy are especially important. And for those who are union members, our unions stand ready to work with them through mediation, to represent them if needed, and to ensure their voices are heard with dignity. Now consider a job seeker who discovers that a potential employer withdrew an interview after learning her age or disability. Under this bill, she too can bring her case to TADM and, if unresolved, to the ECT for resolution. If she's a union member, NTUC will be on hand to support her during her negotiations with the company, the mediation process, and even at the ECT. Now, this ensures that fairness begins not only in the workplace, but from the very start of one's employment journey. These examples remind us that fairness is not just a concept. It is a process that protects dignity and trust, whether a person is seeking work or already working. Even with good laws, fairness is ultimately delivered by people. Frontline officers, mediators, and tribunal staff must be trained to handle cases with care and empathy. Our union leaders and industrial relation officers have deep experience in handling workplace disputes, and will also go further, training to be equipped to handle workplace fairness cases, so that they can recognize distress, manage sensitive conversations, and uphold confidentiality in every interaction. A fair system must not only be efficient, but also humane. So this bill rightly provides private proceedings for workplace fairness claims, whether before the ECT or the High Court. This protects confidentiality, reduces reputational harm, and ensures sensitive disputes can be resolved respectfully away from the public glare. The judge-led ECT model, without the need for lawyers, levels the playing field for workers, including those who are PMEs, and the expanded claim limit of up to 250,000 means more PMEs can seek accessible and affordable justice. For serious breaches, especially those that undermine our shared values of race and religion, I note that MOM can also pursue state enforcement action against employers where public intent requires it. Now, this balanced approach protects individual dignity while maintaining public confidence in the system. Workers and the public alike must have confidence that serious misconduct will not be hidden behind closed doors. How will MOM calibrate when to exercise discretion to name and sanction employers while still preserving fairness and confidentiality for individuals involved? So even with a proper process in place, workers and employers need more guidance to navigate claims. I have 3 clarifications to ask from the Minister. First, a common query I've heard is how the claims amount will be determined. Will the Ministry be providing guidelines so that workers and employers will know what to expect when faced with a claim? Second, while it is important for ECT proceedings to remain private, published judgments are useful to provide guidance to workers and employers alike on what to expect for claims. Will the Ministry consider publishing ECT judgments on an anonymized basis? Third, even with judges playing an active role in ECT proceedings, it can be very daunting and challenging for workers, especially those who are less educated, to understand what is going on. While NTUC and our unions will play our part for all our members, what more can be done to assist and guide claimants who need more help? Mr. Speaker, fairness at work should not begin at the tribunal. It should begin in the way we treat each other every day. The best dispute resolution system is one that workers rarely need to use because trust and understanding are built early. Our unions work hard to ensure employers have fair workplace practices and grievance handling processes in place, as this builds confidence amongst managers to administer employment, promotion, and training decisions meritoriously, and transparency and mutual trust in how grievances are to be handled respectfully. When employers take steps to handle grievances promptly and respectfully, conflicts can be settled before they even escalate. This is especially important for smaller companies, where a timely conversation, a listening ear, or a fair explanation can prevent tension from mounting and turning into a claim. I'm encouraged that MOM and TAFEP will continue to guide employers in setting a fair, simple, and confidential grievance channels, especially for SMEs with limited HR capabilities. When these systems are clear and trusted, workers feel safe to raise issues early, and managers gain confidence in addressing them calmly. Employers and employees should also be encouraged to discuss adjustments or concerns constructively, especially when workers have unique or face new challenges. Now, such understanding does not promote inclusion. It prevents misunderstanding and mistrust, because when workplaces are empathetic, transparent and fair, issues are resolved through conversation and not through confrontation. This is how we move from compliance to culture, from managing disputes to preventing them. Mr. Speaker, tripartism remains the cornerstone of our workplace harmony. Our unions, working alongside MOM and employers, help to make fairness felt, not feared, guiding workers and companies through challenges with calm, respect, and trust. This bill reflects that partnership in action. Workers assured of fair redress, employers confident of clear processes, and a society strengthened by mutual respect. It is truly a bill that is pro-worker, pro-employer, and pro-Singapore. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, kita sering berbicara tentang keadilan di tempat kerja. Tetapi keadilan bukan sekadar tentang undang-undang. Ia tentang maruah, kemanusiaan dan rasa hormat antara satu sama lain. Undang-undang ini memastikan bahawa setiap pekerja tanpa mengira bangsa, agama, umur, jantina atau yang mempunyai ketidakupayaan atau cabaran kesihatan mental dilayan dengan adil dan penuh dengan belas kasihan. Kita tahu bahawa apabila berlaku diskriminasi, yang terjejas bukan sahaja satu individu, tetapi seluruh masyarakat yang terasa kesannya. Bagi pekerja yang kurang yakin untuk mengemukakan aduan atau tidak tahu cara memulakan proses, saya menggalakkan mereka untuk menjadi ahli NTUC sekerja. NTUC akan membimbing dan menemani mereka sepanjang perjalanan mendapatkan keadilan, supaya tiada pekerja berasa keseorangan dalam menghadapi cabaran di tempat kerja. Tuan, rasa terpinggir atau tidak dihargai boleh membawa perpecahan dan kehilangan kepercayaan. Sebab itu, semangat undang-undang ini penting, bukan hanya untuk melindungi hak pekerja, tetapi untuk memperkukuh perpaduan dan harmoni dalam masyarakat kita yang berbilang kaum dan agama. Apabila kita berlaku adil, kita sebenarnya sedang memelihara nilai teras Singapura, kepercayaan, kesepaduan dan harapan bersama. Keadilan di tempat kerja mencerminkan keadilan dalam masyarakat kita. Setiap tindakan yang berasaskan empati dan belas kasihan, walau sekecil manapun, menyumbang kepada keamanan dan keharmonian tanah air kita. Mr. Speaker, fairness at work strengthens the very fabric of our society. When every worker, regardless of race, religion, or background, feels respected and valued, we build not just stronger workplaces, but a stronger, more united Singapore. This is a landmark bill, fair, forward-looking, and rooted in trust. It shows how tripartism turns values into action and how fairness, when practiced with empathy, becomes a shared strength. Fairness is not only written in law, but lived out in every workplace and every act of respect between us. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Dinspoor.
Thank you, sir, for allowing the third Jalan Besar MP to speak consecutively. Speaker, sir, the Workplace Fairness Bill 2025 provides a more robust shield against discrimination than what previously existed. For many, the bill's greatest gift is clarity and a structured state-supported initial pathway for dispute resolution. The anti-retaliation clause and the focus on mediation are foundational steps that can genuinely encourage more individuals to step forward. I would like to speak up for the vulnerable. The proposed law, while empowering in theory, however, does pose significant challenges for employees who are vulnerable, such as those with disabilities, those who are of advanced age, or with low education. There are challenges that could prevent some of these vulnerable employees or potential employees from accessing its protections. For the law to be truly effective, it must be made accessible, enforceable, and empathetic. Let me list a few key concerns here and propose 4 pillars for improvement. Concern 1, inaccessible process for some. Under this bill, the grievance system may be complex and inaccessible for some. Vulnerable employees may struggle to navigate procedures, articulate complaints, or understand their rights, creating a gap between the law's existence and its practical use. Concern 2, the tribunal hurdle. The ECT, or the Employment Claims Tribunal, is meant to be simple and accessible, but it still remains a legal forum. Legal representation, already often costly, is not allowed, and only union members can be represented by their unions. For many, handling their own cases is unrealistic. Tasks such as preparing claims, collecting evidence, digital or otherwise, conducting cross-examinations can be overwhelming for those without legal knowledge or digital skills. Mediation is also a high-pressure process. Vulnerable workers who lack independent advice are at a clear disadvantage. They may feel compelled to accept unfair settlements or give up valid claims because the process feels too difficult or intimidating. Concern number 3, the burden of proof. It is the employee's responsibility to prove that discrimination occurred. This is often quite difficult, especially for vulnerable workers who may not have the resources or skills to collect evidence, such as emails or witness statements, when facing a more well-resourced, more resourced employer. Next, let me propose 4 pillars for improvement for a truly accessible Workplace Fairness Act. So to ensure this bill is a transformative tool for justice and not just a procedural formality, we must build it upon 4 foundational pillars. Pillar 1, simplify the path. Make the grievance process truly accessible. Today, the grievance process remains a maze of complex forms and legalistic language. For a vulnerable worker, this maze can feel like a solid wall standing in the way of justice. We must tear down this wall and make the path to redress more accessible. To do so, employers should be required to provide grievance procedures written in plain and simple language and made available in needed multiple languages and accessible formats, including large print, braille, and audio versions. MOM and TAFED should also work together to design clear, user-friendly complaint forms and visual flowcharts that guide workers step by step, helping them answer a fundamental question: have I been treated fairly? And what should I do next? By simplifying the process, we can transform what is now an intimidating and legalistic system into one that is clear, compassionate, and navigable, empowering every worker, especially the most vulnerable, to take that first step towards fairness and dignity with confidence. Pillar 2 for improvement, empower the voice. Introduce an appropriate adult scheme in the process. No vulnerable worker should ever have to face their employer alone in a formal setting. The imbalance of power in such situations can silence even the most legitimate claims. We must give them a voice and ensure that their dignity and rights are protected throughout the process. To achieve this, we should legally entrench the right for vulnerable workers to have a trained, independent advocate present during all proceedings, from internal meetings and mediations to hearings throughout the resolution process. This advocate, modeled after the successful appropriate adult scheme in the United Kingdom, and in a sense also implemented already in Singapore for the disabled, could be a union officer, a social worker, or a disability specialist, equipped to support the worker appropriately. The advocate's role is not to speak on behalf of the worker, but to ensure that the worker is heard. The advocate helps prevent coercion, translate complex language, and provides emotional and procedural support. In doing so, we balance the scales of power, and make the process fairer, more humane, and more inclusive for all. Pillar 3 for improvement, mandate inclusion. Legislate the duty for reasonable accommodation. Merely banning discrimination is not enough. That is a passive act. True inclusion requires proactive effort. Yet today, the burden still falls on the employee to request reasonable accommodation. And for many, that very burden becomes the barrier that excludes them. So the current response by government to calls for a clear roadmap on mandating reasonable accommodation has been to, quote, focus on education to strengthen understanding and support first. But education has already been ongoing for nearly 2 decades. The Open Door Fund, for example, now the Open Door Program, was established as early as 2007. SG Enable and the Enabling Employment Credit have done extensive work to educate and support employers to hire persons with disabilities. Singapore has had years of employer education. It is now time to take the next step, to legislate the duty to provide reasonable accommodation. Many employers have already demonstrated what inclusion in action looks like. At the Art Bar, a collaboration with Starbucks, 2 employees with autism, Salihin and Caleb, have worked as skilled baristas for almost a decade. Clear signage, visual support, structured routines help them carry out their tasks confidently and independently. Some of you here, including our senior minister, was already a customer, has witnessed their skills. Another example, Siu Ling, who's deaf and blind, has been with her organization SG Enable for over 12 years. She uses a refreshable braille display to read documents and emails, and her colleagues assist with phone calls when needed. These same accommodations enable her to remain productive and valued. There are many, many more examples across both blue, white, new-collar jobs, silver jobs, documented by the various organizations, such as SG Enable and their job placement and job support agencies partners, such as SPD, ARC, and MINDS. It is timely, therefore, to explicitly codify into law the employer's positive duty to provide reasonable accommodation and to recognize that failure to do so is an act of discrimination. Employers should also be guided by a clear, illustrative list of accommodations. For a wheelchair user, not just a ramp, but also an adjustable desk. For a worker with visual impairment, screen reading software and braille safety signs. By legislating this duty, we move the workplace culture from a defensive, why should I, to a collaborative, how can we, unlocking the full potential of our diverse and capable workforce. Lastly, Pillar 4 for improvement. Prevent harm. Conduct proactive fairness audits. A fair system should stop discrimination before it happens, not fix it after people are hurt. We should ask all medium and large employers to carry out regular workplace fairness audits. These audits should look at how employees are hired, promoted, and retained and developed across groups such as age, gender, and disability, and publish anonymized findings. But the purpose of this is to build a culture of transparency and trust, not fear. It helps companies spot and correct hidden biases early, so disputes become a last resort instead of the only way to seek fairness. It shifts our approach from punishing unfairness to building fairness right from the start. In conclusion, sir, the Workplace Fairness Bill represents a historic step toward a fairer Singaporean labour landscape. By consolidating dispute resolution into a single statutory pathway, it aims to provide clarity and accessibility. However, the bill does not fully level the playing field. It merely provides a better defined one on which the inherent disadvantages of the vulnerable employee still play out. The journey from experiencing discrimination to securing redress is a marathon. The system, while improved, still places a significant onus on the vulnerable individual to navigate complex processes against a typically well-resourced opponent. The ultimate success of this bill for Singapore's most vulnerable workers will therefore depend not just on the letter of the law, but on the ecosystem that supports it. This includes robust funding for truly accessible legal aid and support, such as the appropriate adult scheme, community outreach programs to educate workers on their rights and the importance of documentation, and ongoing training for mediators and even judges to identify and protect against power imbalances. Without these complementary measures, the bill risks being a well-intentioned channel that only the most resilient and resourceful vulnerable employees can successfully pass through. Notwithstanding this, and looking forward to MOM's consideration of my 4 proposals, I support the bill.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sittings from the provision of Standing Order number 2, please.
Question is that the motion moved by the Deputy Leader, those who agree say aye, those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
SMS Desmond Tan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my interest as the Deputy Secretary of NTUC, the Executive Secretary of the Singapore Industrial Services and Employees Union, as well as the co-chair for the Tripartite Work Group for Senior Employment. During the debate on the Workplace Fairness Bill earlier this year, Dr. Heng Chee How emphasized how an aging population is a major challenge for global economies. Beyond affecting individual workers, age discrimination can reduce our economy's overall competitiveness and productivity. And through my engagements with union leaders as well as individuals and workers of different segments, and in particular recently of senior workers, I have also heard concerns from our seniors about ageism in hiring, in training, and in promotion. I've covered some of these topics in the motion of thanks debate this year, and globally, we also see age discrimination at workplaces has led to a significant legal consequences. In the United States, IBM faced lawsuits over layoffs since 2016 that allegedly targeted older workers. More recently, IKEA settled 5 lawsuits for passing over older workers for promotions and unfairly labeling them as lacking potential. These cases show how age discrimination, if unaddressed, can lead to costly legal battles and a fractured workplace culture. This is why the Workplace Fairness Act is an important step that prohibits workplace discrimination based on protected characteristics, including age. Today, I welcome the introduction of the Dispute Resolution Bill, which sets out the process for individuals to make claims against firms if they experience workplace discrimination. These are timely measures as Singapore is expected to become a super-aged society in 2026. For senior workers, discrimination often compounds existing anxieties, including their job security, re-employment, or their skills relevance. It is therefore vital to provide a trusted and accessible avenue for redress, giving them confidence and dignity at work. Therefore, I want to thank the government for working closely with the tripartite partners to design the dispute resolution process that ensures that workers, including our senior workers, have a fair, accessible, and effective pathway to their WFA claims. Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond formal mediation and tribunals, NTUC and our unions play a critical role in supporting our members to obtain fair and early resolution for workplace disputes. As the ES of CCU, I see our union leaders and our industrial relations officers working tirelessly to support our members. Last year, CCU handled over 100 individual grievances, including PMEs and members from non-unionized firms. Most were resolved amicably at the union level through mediation. Let me share an example. CCU supported a wrongful dismissal case involving a PME in his mid-40s, terminated with 1 month's notice despite a satisfactory performance and without clear explanation. Through union mediation, he secured approximately $55,000 in compensation, more than if he had escalated to the ECT. Age discrimination in the workplace is often subtle and difficult to detect, as it can take the form of indirect practices. On the ground, it is not uncommon to hear that when companies downsize, older workers are often the first to let go. CCU highlighted a case where a company asked employees nearing retirement age to resign voluntarily or risk losing medical benefits, only to replace them with new, younger workers. With union intervention, the company eventually recognized the violation and took corrective actions. And while this may have stemmed from a new management unfamiliar with local norms, it underscores how similar cases and practices could be adopted elsewhere, whether they're intentional or otherwise. As Mr. Lee Kuan Yew puts it, and I quote, "Self-respect is what our trade unions have and will give to our workers. That protection for a man's right to his own dignity," unquote. This bill puts that principle into action. Senior workers now have stronger legal protection against disguised bias, where NTUC and our unions can better represent workers in resolving disputes and restoring this important dignity. Now, before any dispute escalates to the ECT, NTUC also provides accessible support for our members. Our LawWorks Legal Clinic, through our partnership with Pro Bono SG and their network of volunteer lawyers, offers complimentary basic legal advice to members, including for employment and workplace-related matters. And I know that Ms. Member Hertingrue mentioned that the website of Pro Bono SG did not indicate that. We will check on the website, but in practice, on the ground, we see majority of cases coming to the LawWorks are personal, workplace, and employment-related cases. And we will similarly extend this support and this legal claim to provide advice to members for discrimination cases under the Workplace Fairness Act as well. For members in the unionized company, they can, in addition to the legal clinic, continue to rely on our industrial relations officers who are well-versed with the Industrial Relations Act and in workplace matters, and equipped to represent our workers to the best of ability. I also want to respond to Member Sean Lowe's question whether NTUC will support non-members of NTUC to join NTUC in order to obtain support from us. My response is that all workers should join NTUC today and not wait until they need support from us, because we are here to support every worker, and every worker is important to us. Beyond discrimination at work, many senior workers report applying for numerous jobs but receiving silent rejection. In my earlier motion of thanks speech, I shared one such real-life story and also urged employers to better recognize the expertise accumulated from years of experience of our senior workers. And as recruitment becomes increasingly digital, we must also guard against age bias in AI-based hiring tools. In the United States, for instance, Workday Inc., one of the world's largest HR software provider, is facing a collective action lawsuit based on claims that its AI-powered recruitment system discriminated against candidates above 40 years old. This shows that even well-established platforms are not immune to bias, and that algorithm discrimination is a real and emerging risk. So NTUC asks for stronger guidance and governance standards for AI-powered HR systems to ensure that technology promotes fairness, not perpetuate hidden discrimination. This includes working with tripartite partners to develop fair hiring standards for the use of AI and to equip our HR practitioners with the right skills and tools to detect and mitigate algorithmic bias. Given the varied nature of grievance cases, the government should actively collate data and conduct regular review of the legislation in collaboration with tripartite partners to ensure that it remains responsive to the evolving societal norms and workforce demographics. And one suggestion I want to offer here is to review the ECT limit for all other workforce or workplace claims. Given the advantages of the ECT in granting more workers, including our PMEs, access to justice, we ask that the Ministry do consider expanding the ECT claims limit for other workplace claims beyond workplace discrimination, including salary dispute and unfair dismissal. This is especially if the expanded ECT for Workplace Fairness Act claims works well going forward. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，职场公平法令对维护年长员工的权益和尊严至关重要。新加坡将在2026年进入超老龄化社会，而我们的年长员工往往面对工作障碍、保障、再就业、提高他们的技能方面等等，会感到有一些压力和不安。这项法令将确保年长员工有一个申诉途径，帮助他们在工作中从事尊严和信心。职种公平法令以及职种公平纠纷解决法案，通过由法官主导的雇佣纠纷所长庭，就是 ECT， 以调解为先做法，以调解为先的做法，以及无高昂法律费用的净土，确保包括年长工员和所有的雇员能够得到公平、有效和便捷的方式处理职场公平所相关的索赔。在此，我要感谢人力部和劳资政三方伙伴对维持职场公平，特别是对我们的年长员工的关注。正所谓长者如玉，国之贵宝。在这个数码时代，我们必须持续的支持我们年长者在工作和社交的环境中保持积极的参与，让他们能够有尊严、有信心的安享晚年。In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill gives senior workers stronger protection, along with better access to union representation through the expanded claims framework. This is a significant step forward in ensuring fair treatment. Beyond legal protections, we must build workplace cultures that respect and empower workers of all ages, where experience is seen as an asset, not a liability. This is a key priority of tripartite partners under the Tripartite Work Group for Senior Employment, which I co-chair. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill represents a vital step for employment rights in Singapore. But as I reviewed this bill, I found myself thinking not just about the legal frameworks and tribunal procedures outlined in its pages, but also people from all walks of life who will need to navigate these systems to seek justice. Among these will be persons with disabilities and special needs, who most often draw the shortest end of the stick. Today, I rise in strong support of this bill, but I also rise to ask 4 questions that might help this legislation truly deliver fairness for persons with disabilities. Sir, the bill before us establishes a comprehensive 3-step dispute resolution process: internal grievance handling, mediation at the Tripartite Alliance for Dispute Management, and as a last resort, adjudication at the Employment Claims Tribunal or the High Court. This is sound policy architecture. But architecture must be accompanied with the frameworks to ensure that those who need access to its protection can enter. Let me share a story from a resident who came to see me. My resident is autistic. He had been working in a professional services firm when he began experiencing what he believed was discrimination related to his disability. When he tried to raise his concerns through his company's grievance process, he found the procedures overwhelming. The internal HR process required him to navigate dense policy documents he found difficult to understand. When he attended meetings with HR representatives, they spoke rapidly, using corporate jargon, and expected immediate verbal responses, something extremely challenging for him as an autistic person who needs time to process information. The sensory environment of the meetings, with the bright fluorescent lights, the hum of the air conditioning, and the unpredictability of the discussion, left him feeling psychologically unsafe and unable to articulate his case clearly. Mr. Speaker, sir, my resident's experience is not unique. This is why my first and most urgent clarification is this. Is it possible for HR professionals, tripartite alliance mediators, employment claims tribunal staff, and High Court personnel involved in employment disputes to undergo mandatory disability awareness training? Secondly, can we do more to ensure informed representation? My second recommendation addresses a fundamental asymmetry of power that persons with disabilities face in dispute resolution. The bill wisely provides for representation at mediation sessions. Employers who are corporate bodies may be represented by officers or employees. In turn, parties may be represented by advocates and solicitors if claims exceed certain thresholds. These provisions are sound. But, sir, is there space for the provisions under the bill to go further by allowing social service agencies or non-profit organizations working with such groups of people to represent persons with disabilities during mediation sessions and tribunal proceedings? Why is this so critical? Let me illustrate with another story from the same resident. During a particularly stressful period at work, my resident was required to participate in work calls with IT colleagues that his autism job coach from the Autism Resource Center had explicitly recommended he be excluded from, or at minimum that someone always accompany him during such interactions. These calls were neurologically incompatible for him. They were complex, unstructured, unpredictable, filled with incomplete information and confusing technical jargon. They triggered intense stress and made him feel psychologically unsafe. Despite this professional recommendation for a reasonable accommodation, business needs overrode the advice. During one exceptionally traumatic call that pushed him near to an autistic meltdown, my resident made a comment expressing his extreme distress. He did not use vulgarities. He did not make personal attacks. He was simply overwhelmed. But in the debrief meeting that followed, his managers ignored his distress entirely and focused solely on what they deemed unprofessional behavior. His managers even threatened to negatively impact his performance appraisal, a form of indirect discrimination since his reactions were directly related to his disability, until a more senior leader intervened. Sir, if my resident had tried to challenge this treatment through mediation or tribunal proceedings on his own, he would have struggled immensely. Sitting across from corporate representatives, he would have difficulty articulating the nuanced context of his disability, why being corrected and reprimanded for a disability-related reaction constitutes harassment, why the denial of recommended accommodations created the conditions for the incident, and why threatening his performance appraisal for needing accommodations is discriminatory. Sir, this is why organizations who are trained at working with persons with disabilities must be present at mediations and tribunals. These organizations understand the unique challenges persons with disabilities face. They can help persons with disabilities prepare their cases, organize their evidence, and communicate their experiences differently. They can identify when workplace performance issues are actually disability discrimination disguised as legitimate business decisions. The bill already contemplates that unions can represent parties in dispute resolution, but union representatives, while skilled in employment matters, may not have specialized training in disability issues. Disability organizations bring that expertise. So my third clarification concerns accessibility for the frameworks surrounding the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill. Would it be possible to ensure that all materials, guidelines, and submission portals related to workplace fairness disputes comply with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines? These guidelines are not aspirational. They are already mandatory for high-traffic government websites under our digital service standards, with full compliance expected by 2030. Compliance with WCAG means ensuring that online portals work with screen readers for persons with visual impairments. It means providing text alternatives for all images and charts. It means ensuring sufficient color contrast for persons with low vision or color blindness. It means designing forms that are navigable by keyboard for persons with mobility limitations. It means using clear, simple language for persons with intellectual or cognitive disabilities. It would go a long, long way in ensuring that the information and protection provided by the bill and its guidelines are available to all. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have spoken much about a society of compassion. The Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill is a commendable, intentional, and balanced step to building a system that truly serves everyone. I am deeply grateful to the Minister and the entire Ministry team for their dedication in crafting this landmark piece of legislation, and call on all of us to deliberately and intentionally ensure that the provisions made in this bill continue to build a system that is accessible and fair for all workers. When we train our mediators and tribunal officers in disability awareness, we ensure that persons with disabilities are treated with dignity and understanding. When we enable disability organizations to represent persons with disabilities, we level the playing field and ensure that power imbalances do not predetermine outcomes. When we make our systems accessible, our portals, forms, hearing rooms, we remove barriers that exclude persons with disabilities from seeking justice. And when we design evidence rules that account for the realities of how discrimination operates, we ensure that persons with disabilities do not face impossible burdens when asserting their rights. A workplace fairness system that works for persons with disabilities is a system that works for everyone. It is like a ramp. We build it for those who need it most, persons who use wheelchairs. But once it's there, it helps everyone, parents with strollers, delivery riders, the elderly. Likewise, when we design our workplace systems to include persons with disabilities, we build a Singapore that is more humane and ultimately more just for all. And when Singapore proves that every person, regardless of ability, can access justice with dignity, we will have built not just fairer workplaces, but a more compassionate nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is an important development in our workplace management framework. In today's context, whereby labor is globally mobile and the workplace has essentially become borderless, the competition between economies for jobs is now much more intense. It is now far harder to strike a balance between the needs and interests of employers and employees, especially for a small country with a globally connected economy like Singapore. I'm standing in support of this bill because it is an important bill that aligns Singapore's labour legislation with that of global peers and provides much-needed clarity for companies that choose to operate here. As a business-friendly environment, we have to understand that employers need clarity, flexibility, and certainty so that they can continue to innovate and compete without undue fear of litigation or disruption. The bill sends an important message that discrimination has never been and will never be tolerated in our workplaces. Employees will have more certainty and confidence that decisions around hiring, promotion, training, and termination will be based on merit. Those who believe they have been unfairly treated now have clearer and more accessible recourse avenues. The internal grievance process helps ensure that matters can be raised within the firm. The mediation-first approach means that disputes can be resolved in a less adversarial manner and allows for the possibility that some semblance of relationship can be preserved. This is also in line with what is commonly known as not burning bridges. I hope that employers will view this new development positively and understand that the legislation is helping them to build stronger teams and healthier, more engaged workplaces. With the certainty offered by this piece of legislation, employers now have a clearer framework for setting up grievance mechanisms, conducting fair employment practices, understanding what constitutes adverse employment decisions. As the bill prioritizes internal resolution and mediation, employers have the opportunity to resolve disputes internally or at early stages, rather than getting right into expensive, possibly protracted litigation. This helps preserve employer-employee relationships, maintain morale, and reduce the risk of reputational damage. I wanted to just highlight some potential practicalities that may be faced by employees and employers as this is being rolled out. To realize the full potential of this bill, we need to address the following issues. First, employees and job seekers should be aware of their rights and the processes available to them and feel empowered to raise concerns without fear of retaliation. Employees may not be aware of their rights or may be unfamiliar with the process. Will the ministry be planning to raise their awareness and educate them on the steps they need to take, such as keeping records and evidence of discriminatory practices? Sir, in Mandarin. 员工和求职者应该了解自身权利和可利用的程序，并有权在无需担心遭到报复的情况下，提出他们的顾虑。员工可能不了解自身权利或不熟悉相关程序。该部门是否有计划提高员工的意识，并指导他们如何采取必要的步骤，例如保存歧视行为的记录和证据。Back to English. Second, tripartite partners, unions, employer associations, MUM, TAFEP should continue their education and outreach to ensure that the transition is smooth and that smaller firms are supported. Third, employers should proactively review and strengthen their internal grievance handling procedures, provide training for managers and staff, and encourage a culture of openness and fairness. I know that this does not happen overnight, but it is in the interest of the company to do so. Fourth, I hope that the government devotes some resources to monitor how the entire regime works in practice, examining the average time to resolution, cost to parties, outcomes, and whether the mediation-first approach is achieving the harmony and fairness objectives intended. In addition, while the bill aims to prevent abuse of the system, the safeguards for employers against unmerited claims could be a barrier to employees seeking redress. Some employees may be worried that they will have to go through a longer and more onerous process than simply sending a complaint to the authorities. What is the ministry's assessment of this issue? I urge businesses to view this legislation as an opportunity, not simply as a compliance burden, but as a catalyst for better workplaces where employees feel respected and empowered, where both sides can focus on what matters most, and that is doing good work together. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolutions Bill, which marks an important step in resolving employment disputes fairly, quickly, and transparently. By giving statutory force to fair employment principles, this bill reinforces Singapore's commitment to an inclusive, rules-based labour market where both employers and employees can operate with confidence. As we implement this framework, I'd like to raise several points for clarifications and recommendations. First, this bill introduces mandatory mediation before adjudication. This aligns with our tripartite approach of resolving conflicts through dialogue and conciliation rather than confrontation. But access to mediation is key. Workers without HR support or legal literacy must feel safe in coming forward. How will we ensure that mediation is not just available, but also accessible and impartial, especially for our lower-wage workers? As TAFEP transitions from advisory to enforcement, clear communication is critical so that everyone understands where to go, what to do, and what to expect when disputes arises. Second, while the bill emphasizes the importance of internal resolutions, we must recognize that unequal power dynamics persist in the workplace. Employees may feel intimidated, uncertain, or afraid of retaliation. Could the ministry share what safeguards and training will be in place to ensure employees can resolve grievances without fear or duress? And where harm or undue pressure is likely, could the bill allow employees to proceed directly to mediation? This will protect vulnerable workers while preserving fair and proportionate resolution. Third, employers bear the responsibility to uphold fair practices and cooperate fully with investigations. Yet many SMEs may lack the HR capacity to meet these new statutory expectations. Our collective goal must be to prevent disputes before they even arise. To achieve this, we need to strengthen HR capabilities across all enterprises, ensuring practices are professional, transparent, and consistently applied. In this regard, promotion and appraisal process deserves special attention. These decisions are often subjective, and yet they have profound implications for employee morale, retention, and progression. To reduce misunderstanding and build trust, companies, especially SMEs, should be encouraged to review and clarify their performance appraisal and promotion criteria, ensuring that they are fair, evidence-based, and relevant to their business context. May I ask the Minister for an update on the efforts to professionalize and certify the HR industry and how the Ministry can further support employers, particularly smaller firms, in strengthening their internal HR systems? For example, could TAFEP or MOM provide advisory resources, templates, and capability programs to help companies design fair and defensible HR frameworks aligned with the intent and spirit of this bill? And fourth, we must also guard against frivolous claims. For example, some employees may allege discrimination over return to office policies. The system must remain balanced, protecting genuine cases but preventing misuse. Clear definitions and examples of discrimination will give both employers and employees the confidence to act fairly and reasonably. May I ask the Minister what safeguards are in place to prevent against frivolous claims? Fifth, where discrimination is proven, tribunals may order compensation or reinstatement. To clarify, can the Minister share how compensation will be determined and whether guidelines similar to those at the Employment Claims Tribunal will apply? This bill will expand the roles of MOM and TAFEP in mediation and enforcement. What resources will be provided to ensure timely resolution and consistent outcomes? Because predictability builds confidence for both employers and employees. And lastly, legislation can set the rules, but it cannot change culture. Education and outreach are vital. Workers must know their rights. Employers, especially SMEs, need guidance to put these new requirements into practice. Our tripartite planners play a key role. Through workshops, toolkits, and real examples, they can help both employers and employees understand their responsibility. Because fairness should not just be a legal requirement, it should be a shared workplace value. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill sends a clear message that fairness, respect, and dignity are non-negotiable in the workplace. My clarifications are made in the spirit of strengthening its implementation, ensuring that both employers and employees can operate in a system that is fair, balanced, and trusted by all. Thank you.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to declare my interest as a member of the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices TAFEP Committee. The bill marks a landmark first for Singapore, the establishment of a comprehensive statutory framework for workplace fairness and anti-discrimination. It represents one of the most structured and progressive statutory frameworks of its kind in our region if passed. For me personally, this has been a long-awaited milestone. 10 years ago, in my maiden speech, I spoke about fair employment practices and the need for enhanced anti-discrimination protection. Other MPs have also spoken about it over the years. So after we passed the first part of the Workplace Fairness Act in January this year, this bill now stands between us and finally having statutory anti-discrimination protection that employees can avail themselves of. This is more than a legal reform. It is a social compact for the future of work in Singapore, one that balances fairness, accountability, and economic competitiveness. Singapore's approach, grounded in tripartism and trust between government, unions, and employers, makes this framework uniquely Singaporean and regionally possibly distinctive. Mr. Speaker, sir, I actually wanted to ask a few questions about the implementation of the timeline and the role of TAFEP, but I think Minister Tan, in his opening speech, already answered my question. He mentioned about it being scheduled by end of 2027. But what I want to reiterate here is the fact that for employers to plan ahead, a clear timeline and transparent update ahead of implementation will be useful, especially in the current global economic and trading environment that we are seeing globally. My question, therefore, on TAFEP would be, as Minister Tan has shared earlier, he has elaborated in his opening speech about the role that TAFEP will play. My question is, after hearing what Minister Tan has asked, is given the range of work to be done by TAFEP, would TAFEP's budget and resources be scaled up or down or maintained following the implementation of WFA? I think TAFEP will play a significant role, not going forward, from what I've heard from Minister Tan, given the expectations also from the members in the chamber, especially in the need to simplify things, and in particular, possibly making things in vernacular so that our employees can understand it further, including employers. Second point, Mr. Speaker, is on the claims procedure and internal grievance handling processes. As I understand it, an aggrieved individual would need to go through 3 sequential stages to pursue a claim against an employer or firm. First, the employee must resort to the firm's internal grievance handling process at the first instance. Would there be minimum standards that such internal processes would have to meet, and would they be subject to audit by supervising agencies? I think this is the first sort of hurdle before things get progressive. This is important, especially if we are also subjecting an individual who is complaining about a discriminatory decision not to hire him or her under Section 5 of the WFA. Unlike individuals complaining about discriminatory employment decisions during employment or in respect of dismissal, retrenchment, or termination, such an individual would not have signed a contract with the firm where he or she might have agreed to the firm's internal grievance handling process. In a similar vein, would the Ministry and/or its agencies roll out training on how to institute or improve an acceptable grievance handling process before the WFA goes live, and, as mentioned, end 2027. So we still have a few years to go before then. So when will this be done? Next, Mr. Speaker, claims procedure and mediation. I think many in this room have shared about their concerns on the mediation front. Second, an aggrieved individual would have to attempt mediation as a precondition to filing a claim against the employer or firm. The bill provides that this will be evidenced by a claim referral certificate issued by an approved mediator if the dispute cannot be settled by mediation. What is the duration that the individual has to commence a claim after receiving a claim referral certificate? Will each certificate stipulate a bespoke time limit for that particular claim to be brought in the High Court or the Employment Claims Tribunal, ECT? If so, what should an individual claimant do if his or her claim referral certificate lapses or expires? A bit of a technical sort of question I have. So we must have mediators, as other members have spoken, who are sensitive, mediators who are sensitive to the context of our unique system, emphasizing tripartism and harmonious labor relations. What is the size of the pool of approved mediators that will be maintained? Where will they be drawn from? Practicing lawyers, HR specialists, or public service officers? The new Section 36E to be introduced by this bill provides that a mediation request must be made within 1, 2, or 6 months of the alleged discriminatory employment decision. Depending on the nature of the claim and whether the employer gave notice of the employment decision or not, What is the consequence if a claimant is out of time? Is any and all recourse precluded such that the claimant cannot pursue the workplace fairness claim in mediation or in court? I believe this has been raised by others as well before me. It also appears difficult for a claimant to determine the expiry of the time bar if the employer does not give notice of the employment decision. In the new Section 36E, how does the Ministry expect the time bars in limbs 2B and 3B to work? But where a claim for a discriminatory hiring decision is concerned, is Section 36E 2B even meaningful, since there are express provisions on deemed notice and implied notice where a prospective employer has ghosted the employee after the employment application interview or test. The prescribed time bars also make reasonable concessions for pregnant individuals. In relation to new Section 36E4(a) of the bill, must there be formal certification of pregnancy, or is a clinical diagnosis by a registered medical practitioner enough? Is it truly the intent to subject pregnant women, for example, to dispute resolution under the WFA prior to the end of their confinement, just because they only got their pregnancy confirmed by a doctor after the employer's alleged discriminatory dismissal or termination? Mr. Speaker, my next point will be on claims procedure on ECT or High Court, but will be in Malay, please, Mr. Speaker. Saya merakamkan penghargaan kepada pemerintah atas pengubahan Undang-Undang Keadilan di Tempat Kerja yang bertujuan melindungi para pekerja Singapura daripada sebarang bentuk diskriminasi. Tapi saya ada beberapa soalan. Pada peringkat ketiga dan terakhir, seorang tuntutan berkaitan keadilan di tempat kerja yang tidak dapat diselesaikan melalui proses dalaman syarikat atau melalui pengantaraan mediation boleh dibawa ke bahagian am Mahkamah Tinggi atau Tribunal Tuntutan Pekerjaan ECT jika jumlah tuntutannya 250,000 atau kurang. Bagi kes yang dibawa ke ECT, individu tidak dibenarkan diwakili oleh peguam, sama ada semasa pengantaraan atau masa proceeding tribunal. Ini selaras dengan matlamat ECT untuk mengekalkan satu proses yang mudah, bersifat peribadi dan dikendalikan oleh hakim, judge-led proses. Namun saya ingin bertanya, adakah tinjauan atau kajian kepuasan pernah dijalankan terhadap individu dan majikan mengenai proses dan hasil proceeding di ECT, memandangkan representasi peguam tidak dibenarkan secara umum? Keadaan ini boleh wujudkan ketidakseimbangan peluang kerana syarikat perkongsian atau pertubuhan masih boleh diwakili oleh penasihat undang-undang dalaman atau in-house counsel yang merupakan pegawai atau pekerja sepenuh masa mereka. Saya faham bahawa ini adalah peraturan semasa proceeding ECT. Namun, adalah kementerian mempunyai data tentang berapa banyak kes di mana majikan diwakili oleh peguam dalaman sepenuh masa. Untuk mengekalkan prinsip kesaksamaan peluang atau equality of arms, bolehkah individu yang teraniaya dibenarkan ditemani oleh rakan peguam semasa sesi pengantaran atau proceeding tribunal, dengan syarat peguam tersebut tidak bertindak sebagai wakil undang-undangnya? Jika boleh, saya harap perkara ini dapat diperjelaskan dalam undang-undang subsidiari yang bakal diperkenalkan di bawah Seksyen 3613 dalam rang undang-undang ini. Prinsip kesaksamaan ini juga wujud dalam peraturan lain di mana majikan hanya boleh diwakili oleh wakil kesatuan sekerja jika pekerja turut diwakili oleh kesatuannya sendiri. Jadi saya ingin mendapatkan penjelasan, adakah pekerja perlu benar-benar diwakili oleh kesatuan sekerjanya atau cukup sekadar dia layak untuk diwakili oleh kesatuan tersebut bagi membolehkan majikan juga diwakili oleh wakil kesatuan? Akhir sekali, apakah rasional dasar membenarkan representasi oleh kesatuan sekerja tetapi tidak membenarkan representasi oleh peguam bagi tuntutan berjumlah 250,000 atau kurang? Mr. Speaker, I will continue in English. The need for legal representation is underscored by the need to navigate alternative avenues of recourse for unfair dismissal, such as bringing a claim in Industrial Arbitration Court or making representations to the Minister under the Industrial Relations Act 1960 or the Retirement and Re-employment Act 1993. The new sections 36L and 36M deal with this. From my layman reading, it appears that you cannot commence a WFA claim after making representations to the Minister, but you can maintain both if you commence the WFA claim first before making representations to the Minister. That may seem complicated and confusing for an individual to navigate without a lawyer. And in terms of remedies, Mr. Speaker, the new Clause 36N to be introduced in the WFA, as well as the new Section 12A to be introduced in the Employment Claims Act 2016, stipulate the remedies that an individual can obtain in a WFA claim. In essence, the general relief that the claimant can obtain is damages, and for discriminatory dismissal claims, there's an additional option of ordering reinstatement of the claimant in his or her previous employment. How practical is such an option for reinstatement, especially when trust and confidence would have broken down between employer and employee? From past cases which have been determined by the ECT or dealt with the Tripartite Alliance for Dispute Management TADEM, may I know how many cases actually saw reinstatement and re-establishment of the employer-employee relationship at the end of the process? And what proportion of this were voluntarily agreed by the parties, and how many were foisted on the parties by an order? The proposed additions to the WFA and Employment Claims Act 2016 also suggest, but do not detail, that a monetary limit will be set for claims of discriminatory hiring under Section 5(1) of the WFA. What is the rationale for such a claim limit when no similar limit is suggested for discriminatory employment decisions during the employment or in respect of termination? How will such a limit be calculated? Will there be one limit or multiple limits for different scenarios? Another concern is that it may be difficult to quantify the precise loss or damages that flow from a discriminatory employment decision. For example, what would be the precise loss for someone who has passed over for a promotion because of a protected characteristic, besides any bonus or pay increment that he or she should have gotten? Even for the pay increment, what is the number of months or years that should be used to calculate the total loss? There are a few ways that we can possibly fill this gap based on the existing solutions used elsewhere. One, we can stipulate a default amount or rate of statutory damages where actual loss need not be proven, as already done for an IP infringement under the Trademarks Act or Copyright Act. Two, we can allow the ECT or court to appoint a single joint expert to determine damages if a discriminatory decision is established. Three, we can publish simple illustrations and infographics to educate workers on how to calculate their claim losses, all centralized in one accessible location. Related to this is another suggestion that I raised when we debated the first part of the WFA back in January 2025. Would the Ministry publish and consolidate Workplace Fairness Act decisions on a publicly accessible website as done by the Personal Data Protection Commission? This would help employees understand how damages have been assessed and serve the goals of deterrence and open justice as errant employers are named and taken to task. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, as the Minister had stated when we passed the first part of WFA, he mentioned, we have only just begun. And I'm sure we will continue to fine-tune and strengthen our workplace fairness legislation as we put it in place and in practice. But for now, I thank the Ministry of Manpower for the immense work in giving Singapore our own version of anti-discrimination laws, which have been promulgated in most developed countries and which I have had to cite in my 2019 and 2021 adjournment motions on fair employment practices. Today, we have our own, if passed, to operate and improve in years to come for the benefit of Singaporeans. Notwithstanding the clarification sought, I fully support the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in January this year, this House debated the first part of the resolution process on the Workplace Fairness Bill. In that debate, I shared my own personal experience of encountering racial prejudice in the workplace and how, while the situation has improved significantly over the years, workplace discrimination remains a concern for many Singaporeans. Discrimination today may not always be overt. It can be subtle, in hiring decisions, in career progression opportunities, or in the way performance feedback is given. It can appear in informal networks, in workplace culture, or in the unconscious biasness that shape decisions. These experiences may not always make the news, but for the individuals involved, they can be deeply painful and affect their dignity and confidence. That is why the workplace fairness legislation is important. Together with the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill before us today, it sends a strong signal of our national commitment to fairness, respect, and equal opportunity for all workers in Singapore. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it establishes a clear, fair, and balanced process for resolving discrimination disputes, one that seeks to balance justice with harmony in our workplaces. The framework recognizes that while legal redress is important, the best outcome is not always found in the courtroom. It is often better for both worker and employer to resolve disputes early through open communication, internal processes, and mediation rather than escalation and litigation. This bill, therefore, introduces a three-step framework for handling discrimination grievances. And this stage approach is consistent with Singapore's long-standing tripartite model, one built on trust, mutual respect, and the shared responsibility between the government, employers, and workers. However, for the legislation to be truly effective, most disputes should ideally be resolved within the first two steps: the internal grievances process and mediation. If every case goes straight to adjudication, we risk fracturing workplaces, relationships, and creating an adversarial climate that benefits no one. Hence, my clarifications today will focus on how can we strengthen the first two steps to make them more accessible, fair, and effective for both employers and employees. Firstly, may I seek clarification on the total number of workplace discrimination grievances that has been raised since the passage of the first part of the bill earlier this year. Having such data, even in aggregate, would allow us to monitor trends, identify common types of discrimination, and understand which industries or sectors are most affected. For instance, are most cases related to gender, age, race, or disability? Are they concentrated in certain job functions or company sizes? Having this insight will help us to fine-tune future policies and training resources. It will also be useful to understand how many of these cases were successfully resolved at the internal or mediation stage before now queuing up for adjudication. This would give us a clear sense of whether the grievance handling process is working as intended. Second, how can we better assist companies, especially small and medium enterprises, to manage the internal grievance handling process effectively? Many large firms already have HR departments or diversity leads who can manage such cases. But for smaller organizations, HR may be one person juggling multiple roles or the business owner themselves. Without clear procedures or adequately trained staff to manage discrimination complaints, employees may be reluctant to raise concerns, either out of fear of retaliation or a perception that nothing will change, or concern that a poorly handled process could further strain relationships at the workplace. Hence, I would like to ask the Ministry, how will it support firms in developing fair and transparent internal processes for handling grievances on discrimination? Will there be standard templates or model grievance frameworks provided to guide companies, which many in the House have talked about, so I will not belabor on such an approach? Will TAFEP or WSG offer training and certification for HR personnel or line managers in managing discrimination complaints sensitively and fairly? And how will the Ministry ensure that outcomes of internal grievance handling are properly documented so that employer and employee are protected from misunderstanding or misuse? Beyond compliance, grievance handling must be done with empathy and professionalism. It should not be seen as a box-ticking exercise, but as a way to rebuild trust, heal relationships, and strengthen the workplace culture. Thirdly, I note that the workplace fairness legislation currently applies to employers with more than 25 employees. While this covers the majority of workers, about close to 18% of companies in Singapore employ fewer than 25 people. This includes many startups, family-run firms, social enterprises, and small contractors. These are often the most vulnerable workplaces, where HR structures are informal and power dynamics can be more pronounced. I therefore seek clarification on how workers in these smaller companies will be protected. For example, can these workers still seek recourse to TAFEP or mediation if they experience discrimination? Will there be a transitional assistance or advisory services to help smaller employers adopt fair practices without the same administrative burden as large firms, something which was shared by many members? Could the ministry consider a phased approach or incentives such as grants or toolkits to help businesses build fair employment systems over time? And will there be plans to include these smaller businesses into the legislation? It is important that our national commitment to fairness is not dependent on company size. Every worker, regardless of where they work, should feel protected from discrimination and be treated with dignity and with respect. Mr. Speaker, laws can mandate fairness, but they cannot alone create inclusion. That requires culture, requires leadership, and requires empathy. Our goal must be not just to punish discrimination after it occurs, but to prevent it from taking root. We can do so by helping employers and workers to recognize unconscious bias, to build inclusive hiring practices, and to foster workplaces where diversity is seen as a strength. In this regard, I'm heartened that the tripartite partners of MOM and TUC and SNEF have consistently worked together to promote fair employment through TAFEP. The success of this legislation will depend greatly on how well we continue that partnership and how effectively we communicate to both employers and workers that fairness benefits everyone. It builds trust, it attracts talent, and strengthens social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, pada bulan Januari yang lalu, Dewan ini telah membahaskan bahagian pertama rang Undang-Undang Keadilan di Tempat Kerja. Dalam perbahasan itu, saya berkongsi pengalaman pribadi saya menghadapi prasangka kaum di tempat kerja. Walaupun keadaan hari ini sudah banyak berubah dan bertambah baik, diskriminasi di tempat kerja masih menjadi kebimbangan bagi ramai rakyat Singapura. Kadangkala, diskriminasi ini tidak berlaku secara terang-terangan. Ia boleh berlaku secara halus, semasa peluang kenaikan pangkat atau cara maklum balas prestasi diberikan. Ada juga yang berlaku melalui budaya kerja atau sikap tanpa sedar, seperti berbual dalam bahasa asing yang tidak inklusif. Walaupun tidak selalu dilihat, kesannya boleh sangat menyakitkan dan menjejaskan maruah serta keyakinan diri seseorang pekerja. Sebab itu, rang Undang-Undang Keadilan di tempat kerja amat penting. Bersama rang Undang-Undang Penyelesaian Pertikaian yang dibentangkan hari ini, ia menunjukkan komitmen negara kita untuk memastikan setiap pekerja dilayan dengan adil, dihormati dan diberi peluang yang sama. Namun supaya undang-undang ini benar-benar berkesan, kebanyakan pertikaian sepatutnya diselesaikan di peringkat awal melalui aduan dalaman dan perbincangan bersama. Jika semua kes terus dibawa ke tribunal, hubungan di tempat kerja boleh menjadi tegang dan tidak sihat. Oleh itu, penjelasan saya hari ini tertumpu kepada bagaimana kita boleh memperkukuhkan dua peringkat awal ini, supaya setiap pekerja berasa dilindungi dan selamat untuk bersuara, dan setiap majikan mempunyai cara yang adil untuk menyelesaikan isu diskriminasi. Tuan Speaker, undang-undang boleh menetapkan keadilan, tetapi undang-undang sahaja tidak boleh membina rasa kebersamaan. Itu memerlukan budaya, kepimpinan dan empati. Matlamat kita bukan sekadar menghukum diskriminasi selepas ia berlaku, tetapi mencegahnya daripada berakar, supaya kita dapat membina tempat kerja yang adil dan inklusif untuk semua. Mr. Speaker, the two bills that bring the workplace fairness legislation together marks a significant milestone in Singapore's journey towards more equitable workplace. They show that while we value competitiveness and meritocracy, we also value compassion and justice. They affirm that every worker, regardless of race, gender, age, religion, disability, family statuses, or any of the protected characteristics, deserve to be treated fairly and have equal opportunities to thrive. As we implement these bills, let us focus not only on the enforcement, but also on the education, the empowerment, and the empathy. For fairness is not just a rule to be followed. It is a value to be lived every day in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Minister Dr. Tan See Leng.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin first by thanking members for the support for the Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill and the questions raised. Perhaps just one clarification. I'm not sure whether Mr. Louis Chua supported the bill because he didn't specifically state. Just a point of clarification. So you support the bill. Okay, thank you. So we've heard a wide spectrum of views from members. There have been calls to make the claims process more supportive and favorable to workers. On the other hand, there are also members who have expressed the need to strengthen safeguards so that employers are not dragged through claims without merit, to the detriment of workplace harmony and economic progress. Now, what we all agree on is the need to ensure that workplace discrimination disputes are resolved in an amicable and in an expeditious manner. This bill seeks to do that through a careful balance of the interests of the various stakeholders to achieve this objective. I will now address members' specific clarifications. Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked whether this bill signals the government's intent for workplace discrimination to be addressed through private claims rather than state enforcement. This is not the case. The WFA provides for both, and each serves different purposes. This bill covers the right of individuals who faced workplace discrimination to lodge private claims to obtain redress and closure. The state enforcement framework was part of the first bill passed in January this year, and it empowers the state to adopt a range of penalties against errant employers, such as issuing directions and imposing financial penalties. Mr. Saktiandi, Mr. Edward Chia, Mr. Nis Pua, Mr. Sean Low, Dr. Wan Rizal, Mr. Muhaimin Malik, and Mr. Shahril Taha asked about supporting employers, including SMEs, to put in place grievance handling processes and imposing minimum standards on such processes. The WFA will set baseline requirements, such as requiring employers to have a written grievance handling process in place. Now, given the diversity of firms, differing HR capabilities, and the unique operational considerations, we refrain from being overly prescriptive so that each firm will be able to develop a process which is suited to its needs. TAFEP will support firms with practical resources, such as the Grievance Handling Handbook, which will provide sample procedures for employers, including SMEs, to reference. Mr. Chia, Ms. Mariam Jaffa, and Ms. Joan Pereira also spoke about empowering workers to raise grievances without fear of retaliation. Mr. Dennis Tan asked how work pass holders could be protected from having their work pass cancelled for filing a claim for workplace discrimination. The first bill prohibits employers from retaliating against those who have raised a workplace grievance, including by cancelling their work passes. Employers who retaliate could be subject to penalties imposed by MOM. To Mr. Louis Chua and Ms. He Ting Ru's suggestions to allow workers to bypass the mediation and go straight to adjudication in certain circumstances, let me recap the intent of mandatory mediation. Mediation allows parties to have open conversations to arrive at a mutually agreeable outcome, tailored to their respective needs. Litigation leads to a zero-sum outcome where parties either win or lose, and it should always be the last resort. Our mediators are trained to provide a safe space for parties to share their views honestly and support the parties to come to an amicable agreement amongst themselves. That said, under circumstances in the new sections 36H2 and 36K2 of the Act, certain claims may proceed to adjudication without mediation sessions being conducted. Now, I'll move on to address members' comments on the time bars for mediation requests and claims. Mr. Saktiandi sought clarification on how the time bars will work in certain scenarios. And Labour MP and NTUC SecGen, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Muhaimin Malik called for flexibility in enforcing the time bars when there are exceptional circumstances. Let me recap the intent of the time bars. These time bars represent what tripartite partners agree are reasonable for both employers and employees in different scenarios, including where employers do not give notice of their decisions, but employees have evidence that they were discriminated against. The time bars are designed to encourage timely filing of valid claims before evidence degrades over time, while also providing reassurance to employers that old claims will not be dredged up many years later. At the same time, the time bars also account for extenuating circumstances. For example, the new section 36E4 of the WFA is intended to give employees who are dismissed when certified pregnant more time to come forward. MOM also has the discretion to accept late mediation requests, and where there are reasonable grounds to do so, such as when the worker is incapacitated or seriously ill. This decision is broad to accommodate various circumstances, and we do not intend to be prescriptive. We will monitor the implementation of the time bars, and we will make adjustments where necessary. I should also add that regardless of which time bar is applicable, the worker is still required to provide prima facie evidence of being discriminated against. Mr. Saktiandi asked about the duration claimants would have to file their claims to the courts when the dispute cannot be resolved by mediation. This duration will be prescribed in subsidiary legislation, referencing the current duration of 4 weeks from the issuance of the claim referral certificate for other ECT claims. Members have also sought clarification on the support for workers in the dispute resolution process, including those who are not union members. Now, let me start with the support for union members. As mentioned by SecGen Mr. Ng in his speech earlier, union members can turn to NTUC and their unions for support every step of the way. From the moment a dispute arises, members can turn to unions for assistance, and the unions can represent members at mediation and at the ECT hearing. To Mr. Muhaimin's question, I wish to clarify that PMEs who are unionized can be represented by their unions in mediation and the ECT. As we've expanded the ECT's threshold to $250,000 for workplace discrimination claims, that means that even more PMEs can file claims. Next, I move to union members working in companies that are non-unionized. Ms. Goh Zi-Gi asked why unions cannot represent their members in non-unionized companies in mediation sessions and ECT hearings. To explain, union representation is premised on mutual recognition and trust between the employer and the union. This is why our laws provide for a process of recognition of a union by the employer. Allowing unions to represent workers when they have not been recognized by the employer would undermine this fundamental tenet of tripartism and seed an adversarial relationship between unions and employers to the detriment of industrial peace and workplace harmony in Singapore. But notwithstanding this, as mentioned by Mr. Ng, NTUC members in non-unionized companies can turn to NTUC's team of industrial relation experts and tripartite mediation advisors for their support and advice on their claims. Last but not least, workers who are not union members. Mr. Tsai Ying-zhou, Mr. Sean Low, Mr. Muhaimin, and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling asked about the support for this group of workers. As I mentioned when moving the bill, TAFEP should be their first port of call when they face workplace discrimination. Such workers can approach TAFEP for advice and assistance. Ms. Mariam Jaafar suggested that TAFEP help workers understand their rights and options. I would like to reassure members that TAFEP will provide advice on the provisions of the WFA, including an initial assessment of their claims and guidance on the WFA claims criteria. TAFEP will also help them with filling the mediation request as the next step of the claim process. And I'm glad that Mr. Saktiandi Supat realizes how much of resourcing we would have to fundamentally resource TAFEP with. I thank him for that support, and I certainly hope that when I put up for next year's budget COS, we will get the support of the House. And I believe that in the first bill, Leader of the Opposition also asked me the same point, and I registered that. Thank you very much for that appreciation of TAFEP. Now, additionally, we note that vulnerable workers may need additional support, such as persons with disabilities, fresh graduates who may not be familiar with the law and employment norms, and low-wage workers with fewer resources, as Ms. Eliza Chen, Mr. Mohamin, Ms. Denise Phua, and Ms. Herting Ru have pointed out. Mr. Saktiandi and Ms. Phua suggested having a friend or an independent advocate accompany the worker in the dispute resolution process. Now, I'd like to mention that the judiciary already has a community courts and tribunals friend scheme, where parties can apply for someone to provide administrative or emotional support during proceedings. Now, beyond this scheme, we will consider how we can help these vulnerable workers to better navigate the dispute resolution framework. We note Mr. Louis Chua's comment on the inherent difficulties for workers to provide workplace discrimination. We have to strike a balance between helping workers seek redress and at the same time safeguarding employers from frivolous accusations. So for this reason, a worker alleging workplace discrimination must support his claim with evidence, such as documents or oral accounts. Further, under the ECT judge-led process, the court will proactively manage the fact-finding process and can direct the employer to disclose relevant documents or information. Mr. Low has asked about the costs of commencing a workplace discrimination claim. Now, we are still working out the relevant fees for the various stages of the dispute resolution process, but I can share our general approach. Overall, while fees should be kept affordable so that the dispute resolution process is accessible to genuine claimants, they should also reflect the complexity and the efforts needed to resolve higher value claims and deter frivolous claimants and the unnecessary inflation of claims. Mr. Saktiandi asked why there were claim limits for discriminatory hiring decisions, but not for other types of decisions. Now, to clarify, Clause 14 of the bill actually provides MOM with the discretion to set claim limits for all types of workplace discrimination claims in the ECT, including for in and end employment claims. To Mr. Dennis Tan's question on whether this bill introduces new heads of claims for damages, such as injury to feelings, emotions, this is not prescribed in the bill. But I thank Mr. Saktiandi and Dennis Tan for their suggestions on quantifying damages arising from discriminatory decisions. We had considered this and we are still considering it. We will work on it during the implementation. We agree with Mr. Saktiandi's observation that reinstatement is often not a practical remedy, given that the employment relationship would likely have broken down. From our experience with wrongful dismissal claims, compensation is generally preferred to reinstatement, precisely for that reason. So nonetheless, we have provided for reinstatement as a possible remedy, since we do not preclude the possibility that there could be situations where a claimant may desire reinstatement and the relationship can still be mended. To Mr. Lowe's question on how the courts would award costs against the parties, this is a matter for the judge hearing the claim to decide based on the facts of the case. The judge may consider factors such as the conduct of the parties during the proceedings and the efforts made by parties at amicable resolution. Mr. Saktiandi, Mr. Chai Ying-zhou, Ms. Gozuki, Mr. Louis Chua, and Dr. Wan Rizal called for WFA judgments to be published for transparency. I thank them all for the suggestion. And I would like to reassure them that the requirement for hearings to be private does not mean judgments will be kept private. The point they make is an important one. We agree. Making WFA judgments publicly accessible will help employers and workers better understand how the law is applied. We are working with the courts on making ECT judgments publicly accessible, and this will include WFA judgments. So it's a work in progress. We have to work with the courts. Mr. Sean Lowe also highlighted the risk of an individual publishing a claim in social media, even while it's being heard by the courts. Such an act may contravene the sub judice rule if it risks prejudicing or interfering with the proceedings. Such individuals may be subject to a fine, imprisonment, or both. Dr. Wan Rizal and Mr. Tsai Ying-zhou spoke about naming errant employers. Now, I would like to assure them that if the state pursues enforcement action against discriminatory employers in court, the proceedings would be conducted in open court and accessible to the public. So the first bill that we passed was a state-led enforcement. This is a private claim. So Mr. Desmond Tan asked whether the ECT's jurisdiction should similarly be expanded for other types of employment disputes. Mr. Louis Cha also suggested reviewing the limit for these claims. Now, I don't think we should conflate the dispute resolution process for wrongful dismissal and salary disputes with workplace discrimination disputes. There is an existing process for wrongful dismissal and salary claims above 30,000 to be pursued in the civil courts. We are prepared to consider Mr. Tan's proposal, and we would have to discuss this further with our tripartite partners, but I seek Mr. Desmond Tan's understanding that this is a discussion for another day. So, members of the House, let's focus on this bill, which is to strengthen protections for job seekers and employees against workplace discrimination. We are working towards a timeline of end 2027 because we recognize the significant scale of the work that lies ahead. As I've shared earlier on, extensive groundwork is needed to prepare both employers and workers for the WFA. In response to Mr. Chia, Ms. Jaffa, Ms. Dennis Tan, and Ms. Pereira's questions on educating workers on their claims, MOM, NTUC, and TAFEP will do their part to inform workers on the WFA, including what constitutes a legitimate claim and the matters that should be raised in such a claim. The handbook that I spoke about earlier would complement these efforts by educating workers on their rights and obligations under the WFA. Now, equally important is the work to put the infrastructure in place before the WFA comes into force. As Mr. Lowe and Ms. Goh pointed out, the devil is in the implementation. And I think, in addition, Mr. Lowe talked about the road to hell is paved with good intention. We have to make sure that we will not go on that road to hell. We will need to make sure we get it right the first time. So we are developing the necessary systems and processes, and ensuring sufficient, well-trained personnel to support the mediation and adjudication of workplace discrimination claims. This includes uplifting the capabilities of our mediators and developing the pool of suitably qualified mediators for higher value claims. On Mr. Loh, Mr. Saktiandi, and Mr. Chia's comments again on resourcing the agencies implementing the WFA, I want to assure and reassure members that we will provide them with the necessary resources to do so. Ensuring their readiness to effectively implement the WFA is our topmost priority. We also hear Ms. Pereira's call to monitor the implementation of the WFA. Today, MOM conducts regular surveys and reports on fair employment practices, including on discrimination-based dismissals and how they have been resolved. We will extend this work to the implementation of the WFA, and we are studying ways to see how we can augment these monitoring efforts. Ms. Goh and Mr. Taha asked if we plan to include small firms with fewer than 25 employees in the scope of the WFA. As mentioned when moving the Workplace Fairness Bill in January, small firms may not have the resources or expertise to comprehensively implement the new rules. Hence, we decided to exempt small firms with fewer than 25 employees for a start. And we will work with tripartite partners and TAFEP to ramp up the capabilities of these firms. This exemption will be reviewed 5 years after the law is implemented. However, to reassure members, such firms will continue to still be subject to the tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices, or TGFEP, and workers can also approach TAFEP should they encounter workplace discrimination. Mr. Chai and Mr. Muhaimin also asked for outsourced workers and platform workers to be included in the WFA in the future. I've said it before a couple of times. We want to take a sure-footed and prudent approach to implement the WFA. Hence, the WFA focuses on protecting workers in employer-employee relationships. Nonetheless, as I've shared in the debate on the Workplace Fairness Bill in January, the TGFEP will be updated to clarify that platform operators and corporate service buyers should not discriminate based on non-job related characteristics. Mr. Speaker, sir, to conclude, today is a pivotal moment as we pass the second and final bill of the Workplace Fairness Act. It has been a long journey since the legislation was first announced in, I believe, was National Day Rally in 2021. And I want to take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation, our gratitude to our tripartite partners, the National Trades Union Congress and the Singapore National Employers Federation, for journeying hand in hand with us to safeguard fair and harmonious workplaces in Singapore. I also want to thank the various stakeholders who took the time and the effort to contribute to our engagements, including the employers, our HR professionals, our non-governmental organizations, the legal practitioners, and members of the public. I want to thank members both from the past in January, the past term of government to the current term of government for the suggestions raised, and many of which are also ongoing discussions still with tripartite partners. But I want to also be clear, and like I said, sure-footed, and I also want to humbly put this across to everyone in the House, that while this legislation is a new landmark in our journey towards a fair workplace, it is not the end of the journey. In fact, is not even the beginning of the end, but the end of a beginning. I said before that we have only just begun. The real work starts now, with all of you supporting as we turn our attention now to the task of implementation. As I shared earlier, efforts are already underway. These will continue once the bill is passed, so that when the WFA comes into force at the end of 2027, employers will fully understand their duties and workers will clearly know their rights. I invite everyone to continue working with us toward this goal. I would like to end with a Chinese proverb from Lao Tzu and a Malay pantun. 合抱之木，生于毫末；九层之台，起于垒土；千里之行，始于足下。Means a tree that can be embraced, grows from a tiny sprout. The 9th-story tower rises from a mound of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Bunga cempaka, harum mewangi, disiram embun di waktu pagi. Adil saksama, asas harmoni, tempat kerja, makmu dan berseri. Just as a cempaka flower flourishes with the morning dew, the workplace thrives when fairness and equality are upheld. Justice ensures trust and respect, nurturing harmony and productivity amongst all employees. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Any clarifications from members for Minister? I don't see any hands. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill.
Committee stage what day, Minister?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question is that clauses 1 to 33 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill.
Leader.
I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Dr. Charlene Chen.
Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, it was reported in the news that a teenager who set fire to several pop-up booths at VivoCity and Harbourfront Centre in March this year, was found to be experiencing major depressive disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder. The reports also mentioned that he had been facing financial stress at home and that his actions may be a form of coping. This incident does not mean that every act of mischief stems from mental illness, but it does bring into sharp focus that mental health challenges are faced by some of our youths, challenges that often remain unseen until they manifest in troubling ways. According to the National Youth Mental Health Study conducted by IMH between 2022 and 2023, 1 in 3 young people reported experiencing severe or extremely severe symptoms of depression, anxiety, or stress. Those who spend more than 3 hours daily on social media were especially at risk. And perhaps most concerning of all, nearly a third of youth with severe symptoms do not seek help. They worry about whether treatment will work, fear social stigma, or have privacy concerns. Unfortunately, there is no vaccine for mental illness. So how do we help our children build psychological immunity? How do we booster them against the stresses of life? As a parent, I worry whether my own children will be able to cope with challenges that come their way. As a Singaporean, I worry for our children who will constitute our future workforce, caregivers, and leaders. When mental well-being falters, it affects not just the individual, but also relationships, families, workplaces, and even the fabric of our community. If we want a resilient Singapore, we must first nurture resilient Singaporeans. First, let me clarify what I mean by resilience. Resilience isn't merely the absence of mental illness. It is the ability to bounce forward from setbacks. It is a skill, not a trait. Resilience isn't something you build after a crisis. It has to be practiced before things go wrong. Just as muscles need to be flexed to grow stronger, resilience must be trained early, continuously, and deliberately, especially in schools where children form habits and mindsets that last for a lifetime. Investing early ensures that every child has the opportunity to build, practice, and strengthen these skills across each stage of their development. But lessons alone are not enough. Mental resilience must be lived, not lectured. Practiced through repetition, reinforced through experience, until these coping habits become second nature. So that when stress inevitably comes, these habits are reflexive, automatic, and strong enough to carry them through. Since 2021, the Ministry of Education has strengthened its character and citizenship education syllabus. It includes mental health literacy, emotion regulation, coping strategies, stigma reduction, and peer support. Lessons now incorporate breathing and calming exercises, and these are reinforced through values in action projects and co-curricular activities. A broader ecosystem of support has also been built around this effort. The Parenting for Wellness Toolkit, the scope for examinations for non-graduating students has been reduced, more than 1,000 teacher counselors are being trained, and termly check-in surveys allow teachers to monitor students' social-emotional well-being more systematically. Beyond MOE, national initiatives continue to play an important role. HPB's It's OK to Reach Out campaign and NCSS Beyond the Label movement help normalize help seeking. The Agency for Integrated Care's CREST Youth and Youth Integrated Teams extend outreach and assessment to at-risk youths. These are significant and commendable steps forward. But as we scale up these initiatives two key questions remain. How can we ensure these efforts are truly effective? And how do we build a school culture that naturally nurtures mental resilience and not just teaches it? Mental well-being, like literacy or numeracy, is too important to depend on individual school initiatives alone. We need a systematic and sustained approach. That is why I propose establishing a school mental well-being charter, a developmental accreditation framework that recognizes schools embedding mental resilience into their curriculum, culture, and community. We can draw inspiration from the UK University's Mental Health Charter, which brings together universities committed to making mental health a campus-wide priority. It encourages institutions to share best practices, support one another through networks and training, and recognizes those that demonstrate excellence in promoting mental well-being. A Singapore variant, co-led by MOE, HPB, and IMH, could serve a similar purpose, uniting schools and institutes of higher learning that make well-being not just an add-on, but a defining feature of education. This charter would signal national commitment to nurturing a generation that is mentally strong, emotionally agile, and socially compassionate. What might such a charter look like in practice? To make it meaningful, it must go beyond slogans and set out clear dimensions of action, balancing centralized standards with decentralized flexibility. MOE can provide national direction, resources, and guardrails, while schools retain the autonomy to adapt approaches to their unique contexts and students' needs. There are three dimensions where this partnership can be most impactful. Number one, strengthening practice and experiential learning. Resilience, like any skill, must be practiced, not preached. While the CCE curriculum teaches coping and emotion regulation skills, its impact depends on how schools and teachers bring it to life. Some schools excel through CCAs, camps, or VIA projects. Others may struggle, constrained by time and resources. To make resilience second nature, it cannot remain ad hoc or incidental. It must be systematic, scaffolded, and sustained so students repeatedly apply, reflect, and internalize what they learn. At the central level, MOE could define broad developmental milestones for social-emotional learning and guiding principles for experiential education, such as structured reflection after setbacks, opportunities for self-directed projects, and feedback that emphasizes growth over fear of failure. At the school level, educators could design their own methods through camps, community service, classroom rituals that help students reframe failure as learning. Micro-interventions, when practiced consistently, strengthen emotional regulation and self-efficacy over time. Partnerships with community programs like Sport Cares could also help. I recently met youths from Sport Care's Champion Leadership Program, who organized a carnival for seniors and persons living with dementia. They were passionate, kind, and full of heart, showing how sports and volunteering together can teach grit, empathy, and purpose. By tapping on community partners, volunteers, and youth networks, schools can enrich experiential learning without overstretching educators, allowing them to focus on guiding rather than carrying the process. Through the Charter, such practices can be shared, refined, and scaled so that no student's exposure to resilience building depends purely on which school they attend. Because resilience cannot be downloaded from a PowerPoint slide. It must be lived, rehearsed, and reinforced again and again until it becomes part of who our students are. Number two, enhance measurement, evaluation, and continuity. If we are to take mental resilience seriously, we must measure it with the same rigor that we measure academic outcomes. What gets measured gets improved. Currently, data on student well-being is often gathered through one-off surveys or teacher observations, valuable but inconsistent. Without a coherent system, we cannot tell which approaches work best, for whom, and why. To strengthen accountability and learning, the Charter could establish a national evidence framework for student well-being. At the central level, MOE could coordinate research using validated measures of subjective well-being, belonging, and resilience, not to diagnose, but to understand growth and guide interventions. At the school level, educators could use this data to refine their programs, track progress over time, and share best practices through MOE's networks of practice. Beyond termly check-ins, such a framework could track both immediate outcomes, such as knowledge and use of coping strategies, and longer-term effects like sustained resilience and belonging. Crucially, it would shift our focus from identifying problems like anxiety or stress to measuring strengths, such as happiness, optimism, and resilience. Importantly, this support should extend across every key transition, from primary to secondary school, from ITEs, junior colleges, polytechnics to university, and eventually into the workforce. These are the stages where stress often peaks, yet structured mental health support can taper off. Like the UK University's Mental Health Charter, Singapore's version could pair measurement with accreditation, where reviews consider indicators such as the strength of peer support networks, perceived accessibility of counselors, and teacher readiness to address mental well-being. This approach ensures we do more than collect data. We also close capability gaps and recognize schools that lead the way. The goal is not to rank or penalize, but to help every school understand its progress and areas for growth. It would also allow MOE to identify exemplary practices that can be scaled nationally, creating a culture of shared accountability and collective uplift. Because what we choose to measure signals what we value. And when we value well-being as much as grades, both can thrive together. Number 3, build a supportive and inclusive culture. Even with strong programs and robust data, resilience cannot flourish without the right culture. Data tells us what is happening. Culture determines why it happens and whether change endures. At the central level, MOE can set the tone through 3 pillars: wellness, belonging, and success. While at the school level, these values are expressed through stories, rituals, and daily interactions. These pillars are not abstract ideals. They must be felt in the corridors, classrooms, and conversations of every school. Let me begin with the first, a wellness culture, one that makes mental well-being not just taught, but lived. A wellness culture means normalizing care through visible practices and spaces. Calm corners, reflection rooms, and timeouts that make it acceptable to pause and recharge. Policies, too, signal what we value. How schools handle phones and screen time, or whether they explore later start times to improve sleep, sends a message that rest is not indulgence, but necessity. Sleep deprivation is not a badge of diligence. It is a silent threat to mental health. Encouraging sports and outdoor activities likewise reinforces well-being. Exposure to sunlight, physical activity, and teamwork all strengthen mental and emotional health. We can also strengthen peer support networks through structured training and recognition, integrating peer helpers into the school system through accreditation or scholarships. When peer support is legitimized, help-seeking becomes normalized. Finally, language shapes culture. We must move away from labels like strawberry generation or sheltered children. Such words stigmatize rather than strengthen. They close doors instead of opening minds. But wellness alone is not enough. Students also need to feel that they belong, that they are part of something larger than themselves. This brings me to the second pillar, a school culture of belonging. Research shows that a strong sense of school belonging is one of the most powerful predictors of resilience. When students feel seen, supported, and accepted, they are better able to cope with setbacks. Belonging breeds resilience, and resilience deepens belonging. To nurture belonging, schools can foster kindness as a daily habit, encouraging small acts of care, peer recognition, and teacher affirmations. Experiencing kindness, whether online or offline, reinforces connection. Unkindness fractures it. Small everyday gestures of care build the community spirit that sustains well-being. Yet belonging alone is not the destination. Our students also need to understand what it truly means to succeed and to redefine success in ways that give meaning, not pressure. This leads to the third pillar, a success culture. Singapore has long prized success defined by grades and material achievement, but true success should include growth, purpose, and contribution. MOE has taken important steps through subject-based banding and applied learning pathways to broaden our definition of success. The next step is to embed this shift in school culture through stories, symbols, and rituals that reflect a fuller picture of excellence. Schools could highlight diverse pathways in assemblies, tell alumni stories that go beyond grades, and celebrate perseverance, creativity, and community service as much as academic results. At the same time, culture change also means addressing the unspoken pressures that erode resilience. The tuition race, excessive comparison, and the fear of failure. Reducing rote learning, valuing soft skills, and promoting sustainability-oriented values can help students see success as meaningful living, not mere performance. Because true resilience is not only about enduring pressure. It is about having the freedom to pursue purpose without being crushed by expectation. Here again, the Charter can guide this transformation by setting broad cultural benchmarks for schools to interpret locally. Do students feel psychological safety and belonging? Is success recognized beyond academics? Are conversations about mental health open and stigma-free? In essence, practice builds skills and habits. Measurement builds accountability and learning. And culture builds meaning and motivation. Together, they form a resilience ecosystem where each reinforces the other. Practice without culture becomes tokenism. Measurement without practice risks bureaucracy. Culture without structure leads to inconsistency. To bring this ecosystem to life, an MOE-led school mental well-being charter could provide the unifying framework. It would serve three purposes: to signal national priority by recognizing mental well-being as a core dimension of education, to promote consistency by setting minimum standards of psychological safety and resilience building, and to encourage innovation, recognizing schools that model excellence in student well-being. This charter could be co-led by MOE, HPB, and IMH, rolled out across all school types, and supported by mentorship and peer learning networks. Rather than ranking schools, it would celebrate those that lead with care, helping others to learn and grow.
Dr. Chen, you might want to round up soon.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Young PAP and the PAP Mental Health Group, I am committed to working with educators, parents, and youth advocates to strengthen the mental resilience of our young. Together, we can bridge policy and practice, supporting the Ministry of Education's efforts, sharing ground feedback, and developing community-led initiatives that make resilience a lived reality and not just a lesson plan. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let us remember that resilience is not just about bouncing back to where we were. It's about bouncing forward to become stronger, steadier, and more connected. By aligning our children's mental well-being with our broader national ambition, we give meaning to the spirit of Forward Singapore, building a nation that is vibrant, fair, thriving, resilient, and united. Thank you.
SPS Dr. Syed Harun Al-Habsi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Dr. Charlene Chen for her call to strengthen the mental resilience of our young and her proposal to do so by way of establishing a school mental well-being charter. She mentioned three broad points in relation to strengthening practice and experiential learning, secondly, enhancing measurement to share best practices and sensing mechanisms, as well as building a supportive and inclusive culture. Building our students' mental resilience is a key priority for the Ministry of Education, just as learning is for us. And CCE, the Character and Citizenship Education curriculum, is a key enabler. CCE is guided by developmental milestones, which indicate the requisite knowledge, habits, and skills students will need at pertinent junctures in their respective educational journeys. And as our students progress from primary to tertiary levels, they will cumulatively build up their social and emotional capacity, as well as their resilience. Within the CCE curriculum, mental health education lessons address topics such as identifying and countering of automatic negative thoughts, emotional regulation, differentiating normal stress from distress, and encouraging help-seeking habits. These equip our students with the knowledge and skills to cope with stresses and maintain their mental well-being. Older students also explore other relevant topics such as stigmatizations, unhealthy social comparisons, as well as the awareness of potentially negative impact of digital lifestyles, such as poor sleep and overly sedentary habits. CCE also covers cyber wellness topics that can affect the mental health of our students, including excessive screen use, unhealthy or inappropriate media content, cyberbullying, as well as the fear of missing out, or FOMO. Students are taught skills to recognize such risks in the digital space and identify and discern negative influences, as well as adopt a more balanced use of social media. Beyond classroom lessons, Mr. Speaker, students are encouraged to practice what they have learned through other student developmental experiences as well, such as the co-curricular activities, sports and games, visual and performing arts, and outdoor education activities, school camps, and values in action projects. Teachers and coaches provide guidance to help students apply relevant knowledge and skills in real-world contexts for better internalization and reinforcement of the lessons learned. To help schools better facilitate students' learning beyond the classroom, MOE provides guidance on how schools can structure their student development experiences to promote social and emotional learning, including the reinforcement of resilient mindset and skills. Further to this, the institutes of higher learning then build on the CCE efforts in the earlier years and avail a range of mental well-being programs and activities to their students, including modules and workshops on topics like positive psychology to teach students how to manage their setbacks better. Even as MOE HQ provides the broad guidance and baseline curriculum provisions and guidelines, I would like to reassure Dr. Chen that there is no lack of initiatives from our schools or even the students themselves. For example, schools have designed their own programs to promote the growth mindset in their students,
and supported student-led activities such as the Mental Wellness Day. Centrally, MOE does provide platforms for schools to share their best practices to others. This is similar to the charter that the member has raised, and just last week, in fact, CCE key personnel from all secondary schools gathered to hear about the latest developments in CCE and to discuss their school initiatives with others. For example, Pasir Ris Secondary shared about their efforts to build students' everyday resilience, not only through CCE lessons, but also through peer support networks, through camps, and even after-school programs. Recognizing that programs alone are insufficient, the school leadership also built this emphasis into their staff culture, into the school's strategic plans, as well as in the everyday language of communication in school. MOE will continue to tap on the passion, the ideas, and the efforts from the ground to complement our efforts as well. In our schools and IHLs, educators are at the front line where students' well-being is concerned. They help students feel understood, supported, and cared for. And through their daily interactions with students, educators are often the first ones to detect an unhappy student and to offer their first words of support. There are ongoing efforts to empower educators to provide first-line support to our students, including raising their awareness, confidence, and sensitivity to the growing and evolving mental health needs of our students. We will continue to strengthen the mental health literacy of our educators through resources and professional development, including basic counseling skills and the ability to recognize students in distress. Our educators certainly do not work alone, but are part of a larger support system. Students who require more support are referred to school counselors or community mental health resources, such as the REACH team, the Response, Early Intervention and Assessment in Community Mental Health teams in our hospitals, such as NUH, IMH, as well as KK Women's and Children's Hospital. The IHLs similarly collaborate with social service agencies to expand their range of outreach programs and promote holistic well-being as well. Peers are also integral to every school's ecosystem of support. Peer support leaders have been identified in every school and are trained to provide a listening ear to their friends and encourage help-seeking early. All students are also taught about peer support in CCE, where they learn to look out for and show care to one another. In our IHLs, some also have institution-wide peer support programs, while others have dedicated ones housed within their schools or faculties. Dr. Chen has reminded us that resilience cannot flourish without the right culture. Through empowering our educators, building student peer support networks, and strengthening the school's referral systems, we seek to foster a stronger supportive culture, as highlighted by the member. Dr. Chen also spoke about the importance of gathering data on student well-being. We closely monitor the state of youth mental health through various data sources and research studies, including the recent Youth Epidemiology and Resilience Study by NUS and the National Youth Mental Health Study by IMH. Besides relying on data alone, MOE also engages relevant experts, professionals, and community partners to regularly receive inputs regarding the mental health needs and challenges of our youth. I also want to reassure the member that MOE regularly reviews and refreshes our curriculum and strategies to keep up with the students' evolving needs. Our CCE and mental resilience building efforts, including the curation of topics and pedagogical approaches, are evidence-informed and age-appropriate. We also have internal mechanisms to monitor the implementation of our CCE curriculum and programs and regularly obtain feedback from stakeholders to ensure that our efforts have the intended and positive desired impact for our students. Yet another key approach that MOE has introduced is the student well-being check-in surveys conducted termly. These surveys enable teachers to detect students who might be struggling and provide timely support. IHLs also similarly deploy a range of sensing mechanisms, such as well-being surveys, campus walkabouts, and town hall sessions. All our tracking and review efforts at MOE and the varying school levels are part of our culture-building endeavor to strengthen awareness of and commitment to student well-being.
Dr. Syed Harun, you might want to round up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we do not have a charter-based approach suggested by the member, we have instituted systemic processes to achieve very similar outcomes, as she has highlighted. And finally, the member's call for a strong culture of resilience building resonates with us. In this, the family plays a critical role, and the best support for our children happens when schools and parents work in close partnership. And in this respect, MOE also supports parents with resources, supporting their children's strengths and interests, and regulating emotions. These are shared through our platforms such as the Parents Gateway and parent support groups. In closing, I want to thank the member for the very rich ideas proposed in her call for a school mental well-being charter, and we will study this carefully and explore its feasibility. In education, we believe that our role is not to remove stressors entirely from the lives of our young, nor to rescue them from all of their difficulties. Rather, we seek to build up their skills, strengthen confidence in their knowledge base, and develop their ability to form strong relationships so that they can view any difficult or challenging life circumstances through the lens of support, a weighted and healthy perspective, as well as hope and optimism. This is only possible with the whole of society on board, parents, community, and educators. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 10:30 a.m. Order, order.